supposed to save us. We thought we escaped the killers. We're one of who escaped with us. And now, there's no future left.
We fell through time to ancient ground, where giants walked where streets don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves turn black, and something's always watching back. Claws not teeth, the jaws of scale, but something called to run our trail. A mask of a breath, no words, no cry, just chasing, walking, and you die. Primal. No God, no rules, just death and dirt. Primal. The jungle breaks and makes it hurt. No scream can reach the stars we knew. He's behind you now and coming through. Primal. Steel in silence, liquid rush. Primal. He's not alive, but he still hunts. The Rex can roar, the raptors scream, but Jason tears through every dream. He doesn't run, he doesn't bleed. You hear the crunch, you watch him feed. Hide in trees and caves at night, but still he walks, no need for sight. He waits while thunder splits the sky and strikes when stars are blinking dry.
He doesn't belong in this time, but this time belongs to him now. Not even the dinosaurs challenge him, because even they know what death is.
Nice there in ancient ray. He doesn't stop, he doesn't change. Lost behind, mask ahead, between the beast and him. You're dead, a scream is lost, a jungle cry. A friend impaled before your eyes. The BF Rex flees in the dark. Jason stayed to leave his mark. Primal. The blood drips on a cretaceous stone. Primal. The past is screaming, but you're alone. A monster from the age of men, a stalking beast through time again. Primal. There's no escape, just pain and hate. So cut the past into your face. He followed us through fire and time. He doesn't stop, he never speaks, but he always finds you.
Primal, a Friday the 13th story by me, Joshua LaRue. Chapter 8, Revelations and Ramifications. Branson McAllister. 2 weeks ago. Branson McAllister's office. The soft hum of city traffic was a distant murmur behind the triple-pane windows of the high-rise Nexus Technologies Tower in Midtown Manhattan. The skyline glowed gold in the late afternoon light, but inside Branson McAllister's office, the air felt still and heavy, like a courtroom before a verdict. The walls were steel and glass, adorned with the minimalist precision that reflected its owner's temperament, strategic, powerful, and always in control. Branson sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, his gaze fixed on the young man sitting across from him. Joshua Marcel shifted in his chair, trying to seem calm, but his jaw was tight, eyes darting to the leather folder Branson had just slid across the desk. "Open it," Branson said evenly. Joshua did. Inside was a complete identity dossier. "Your name is Henry Wilkins. You're 25. Your parents died in a private plane crash 5 years ago. Your inheritance was $5 billion. You've traveled the world looking for thrills. Mountain climbing, underwater cave diving in Norway, base jumping in South Africa. You never finished college, but you've taken online zoology and paleobiology courses for fun. You're obsessed with dinosaurs, especially the T-Rex." Branson leaned forward, tapping the edge of the folder. "Know this inside and out. Dates, schools, fake contacts, family members. If Edwin or his people ask you anything, you answer like it's your truth." Joshua nodded, flipping through the glossy pages. Branson opened a drawer and removed a sleek, matte black glasses case. He opened it and held up a pair of minimalist designer prescription glasses. "They'll pass any inspection. These turn into sunglasses in bright light, just like the fancy types. But more importantly, they're recording glasses. Tap the right arm once to begin recording. Everything you see and hear goes straight into a secure feed." Where does it store the footage? These things are tiny," Joshua asked. Branson stood, walked around the desk, and reached underneath. From a side compartment, he pulled out a red leather backpack, sleek, elegant, and expensive looking. He placed it gently on the table. Joshua examined the bag. And if someone opens it? There's water bottles and a couple energy bars inside, some insect repellent, aloe wipes, Branson said with a cool smile. Looks like a pampered billionaire's field trip pack. If someone rummages, they'll find nothing, he continued. Now, there's a super thin military-grade tablet sewn into the padding of the back panel. Completely undetectable. That's where the footage is stored. And if you do get the chance to, retrieve something, anything that looks like advanced tech. Tuck it in here. Only if you can do it without getting caught. Joshua looked up, voice low. Why the Cretaceous? Why not something safer? Branson's expression didn't change. Because the Cretaceous is Edwin Prism's favorite destination. He's gone there more than anywhere else. Through our channels, we've learned he's even built a structure there. They call it the Bird's Nest. Hidden, camouflaged. Electric perimeter fence, super solar powered. That's where he goes to get away. We also have reason to believe he stores extra tech there. Things he needs while away, including his return cubes. These cubes form a doorway through time and bring him back to the present when activated. We feel we can use these to reverse engineer the tech he uses for his gateway. They are powered by Prism power cells. It's a unit of energy he has harnessed for his tech. If you can get your hands on a cube and a power cell and anything else you can fit into it, then do it. The plan is for you to do some dino watching from the Bird's Nest first, and then he is going to take you out into the field. If you can get those items before the field trip, then at some point during your time on the ground, create a fake medical emergency. Force him to use a return cube before he can get back to that bird's nest and see his tech is missing. We have learned he carries a return cube everywhere he goes in the past. Joshua looked down. So I'm going alone with him? Just the two of us? Yes, Branson said. Just Edwin and Henry. But hear me. You're not in real danger. Edwin never puts himself at risk. He's arrogant, but he's not suicidal. He's made dozens of trips, and when he takes people into the field, it's highly controlled. The man might be a borderline psychopath, but he would never put himself in danger. Stay close to him. You'll be safe. Joshua stared at the red leather backpack. Still, dinosaurs? Branson sat back down, his tone softening, but only slightly. I know you're scared. I know this isn't easy. But this mission, it's serious. Nexus Technologies paid $350 million to secure this ticket from Edwin Prism. And we paid another $100 million just to get you, Henry, on the list of people who go out into the field. You're a billionaire adventure nut with a love for T-Rexes. It works, but we're doing this for a reason. Branson met Joshua's eyes. Joshua, this is not about stealing a competitor's secrets. This is about protecting time itself. Edwin Prism is dangerous. If he believes something benefits him, he'll do it, no matter what consequences it has for history, for causality, for human lives. He'll say he's cautious, but that's just performance. People like him always falter eventually. They bend the rules, then break them. He paused. If you see tech, any tech, bring it back, if you can do it safely. If not, get it on camera. Record everything. Joshua nodded slowly now. And if, Branson continued, he suspects something, if he offers you money to walk away or tries to buy you off, deny, deny, deny. Ask to go home. Whatever he offers, I'll double it. I'll triple it. But more importantly, Edwin would never do for your mother what we're doing, what I am doing. He doesn't care. He never will. Branson's voice dropped to a near whisper. You said yes to this because of her, and I haven't forgotten that. Nexus Technologies will make sure she gets the best doctors, the best care. I don't break promises, Joshua. Joshua nodded and outstretched his hand. I know, sir. I'll do my best. I won't let you down. Branson took his hand in a firm handshake and a smile. Thank you, Joshua. Branson McAllister's office the morning of the gallery. Branson McAllister sat behind his sleek mahogany desk in his New York City office, the city skyline a dull blur behind tinted glass, his phone pressed tightly to his ear. He listened intently. Have you heard anything from Marcel? Has anyone seen him since he went into Prism Tech yesterday? Branson asked, voice low but tense. There was a pause as he listened to the answer. That is strange. And you are positive Prism was spotted last night? A pause as he listened. Okay, this isn't good. What about his mother? Has anyone tried contacting her? Any strange visitors at the hospital? He waited, then nodded slowly. Uh-huh. Okay. Let me know if anyone contacts her, or if you're able to track Joshua down at all. Branson's jaw tightened as the voice on the other line agreed and asked their own question. Well, our guy on the ground said he never saw Joshua leave Prism Tech last night, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I am sure if they wanted to sneak someone out of their building, they have their ways. The thing is, I really don't believe he'd make any kind of deal with that prick Prism, especially with his mom's condition. Branson answered. He took a breath, voice hardening. If we can't track him down, it most likely means he didn't make it out of there alive, or he is being held in the building. I knew Edwin was a borderline psychopath, but a kidnapper or a murderer? I'm not so sure about that. Branson trailed off, momentarily lost in thought, but then gave a final order. If he did indeed take some kind of deal from Edwin fucking Prism, then he will eventually contact his mother. There's no way he would just disappear without at least calling or visiting her. Stay on the mother, and it goes without saying, keep me posted on any developments. He ended the call and set the phone down. The office was silent, except for the faint hum of the city outside. The phone rang again. Branson picked it up quickly. Sir, there's a Francis McCoy here asking to see you. His secretary's voice was cautious. Branson frowned, not responding right away. The secretary broke the silence. He's the assistant of... I know who he is. Send him in, Branson barked, cutting her off. A strange unease settled in Branson's gut. Joshua had disappeared, and now Edwin Prism's toady was here, right on his doorstep. Had Joshua actually flipped? Had Prism somehow figured out the ruse? How much did they know? The office door opened, and in walked Francis McCoy. Short, weaselly, and smug. His horseshoe baldness was slick with products, glasses perched too low on his nose, and his bony frame carried a subtle arrogance that made Branson's blood simmer. He didn't say a word as he casually crossed the room and helped himself to a cup from the coffee pot on a side table. Smiling as if they were old friends, Francis sat down in the guest chair directly across from Branson, sipping the coffee like he owned the place. Branson watched him in silence, his irritation mounting with each smug sip. Then Francis leaned forward and sat his cup directly on Branson's pristine desk. Branson's nostrils flared. He grabbed the mug, placed a coaster underneath, then returned the cup to its new resting place, all while staring daggers through McCoy. What the hell do you want, Francis? Branson finally snapped. What are you doing here? Why am I watching Edwin Prism's corporate toady drinking my coffee? Francis grinned wider and pulled out 2 sleek envelopes sealed with crimson wax, each one bearing the ornate emblem of Edwin Prism. He slid them across the desk with deliberate ease, then took another sip of coffee and again set the cup down beside the coaster, completely ignoring it. Branson growled under his breath, took the mug once more, and relocated it with painful restraint onto the coaster. "What are these?" he asked, eyeing the envelopes with suspicion. Francis reclined in the chair. "Thanks for the coffee, Bran. Really appreciate it." Branson's eyes narrowed. "Those, my good friend," Francis said, gesturing to the envelopes, "are invitations." Branson examined them. There were no names written on either one. "Invitations for what?" he asked warily. "Why, to Edwin's elite gallery tonight," Francis said with a flourish. "I'm sure you've heard about it. Some of the most powerful people on Earth have been invited. And now, you're one of them." Another sip, another placement of the cup off the coaster. That was it. Branson grabbed the mug, marched to the trash beside his desk, and poured the entire thing out. Then he slammed the now empty cup firmly onto the coaster. "I've heard of this gallery," Branson said with venom, "but no one's talking details. What makes your boss think I'd want to attend?" Francis laced his fingers together, eyes gleaming. "Open the envelopes," he said smoothly. "I think you'll answer your own question." Branson broke the wax seal on the first. Inside was a finely printed invitation to the Edwin Prism Showroom Gallery. It boasted of an exclusive exhibition featuring displays on prehistoric predators and legendary killers from myth, history, and beyond. The grand finale would be a demonstration of Prism's latest invention, a functioning time travel gateway. Branson's name was etched in elegant silver script. He stared at it with disgust. "This is sick," he muttered. "Legendary killers, prehistoric predators. This is a goddamn perversion of time. Why the fuck would I want anything to do with this?" Francis chuckled. "I think you'll be very interested once you see who the second invitation is for." Branson's stomach dropped. He slowly opened the second envelope and froze. Inside, the invitation was addressed to Joshua Marcel, a.k.a. Henry Wilkins. Branson stared at the card, blood draining from his face. His hand trembled slightly. Francis watched with delight, savoring every second of the reaction. He hated working for Edwin Prism. He hated the long hours, the disrespect, the way Edwin treated him like a worm. But this moment, watching a smug corporate kingpin like Branson squirm, worth it. Branson finally broke the silence, voice raw with rage. "What did you do with him? Where is he? I know he hasn't been seen since he showed up yesterday. Francis, I swear to God, if you were your boss..." Francis raised his hands in mock surrender. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Easy, Bron. I'm just the messenger. I didn't do anything to anyone. Why would I? Who's the guy anyway? You look like you saw a ghost when you read that name." The smile faded from his face. He leaned forward, suddenly calm and cold. "Look, Bran, you want answers? Get them from the man himself. Be at the gallery tonight. I'm sure Edwin will be more than happy to answer your questions." Branson slammed his fist on the desk, rattling the coaster and the now empty mug. "God damn it, McCoy! Stop playing games! Where is Marcel?" Francis stood up, straightened his collar, and smirked. "How should I know?" he said, backing toward the door. "I'm just a corporate toady. But if you do see him, be sure to give him his invitation." He winked. "We look forward to seeing you. Don't be late." And with that, Francis turned and exited, the door clicking shut behind him. Branson stared at the door for a long moment, chest heaving. Then, without thinking, he grabbed the empty coffee mug and hurled it across the office. It shattered against the door frame, ceramic shards raining to the floor. He collapsed back into his chair, heart pounding. His eyes returned to the invitation on his desk. It looked like he had a gallery to attend. Something had happened to Joshua. He could feel it in his bones. And Branson McAllister wasn't about to let Edwin Prism get away with it. Not this time. Moments after entering the Prism Time Gateway, Edwin Prism, Branson McAllister, and Bethany Fields stumbled out of a tear in time, blinking into the hazy twilight of a world lost to history. They emerged beside a sprawling lake, its mirror-like surface reflecting the fiery hues of a setting sun. Across the lake, silhouettes of titanic dinosaurs lumbered through the tall ferns, massive sauropods with sweeping necks, herds of triceratops with regal frills, and sleek hadrosaurs making low guttural calls to one another. The air thrummed with the life of the Cretaceous, thick with buzzing insects and distant bellows. Edwin Prism took one look at the vista and cursed under his breath. "Damn it," he muttered, brow furrowing in frustration. This definitely wasn't a month ago at Prism Tech. The machete, when it struck the control panel, it triggered a surge. It must have fried something, glitched the whole system. He took a few cautious steps forward, scanning the horizon, with the calm of a man who'd seen this place before. "This is definitely the Cretaceous. I recognize it easily. I'm here all the time. Depending on the wind of it all, then my structure should be about a mile behind us." Branson's voice cut through the thickening tension like a blade. "What the hell do you mean a glitch? You said we were going back a month, so we could undo the shit you messed up, bringing those monsters into that showroom, and snag a return cube to get us home. Are you telling me I'm stuck here with you?" Before Edwin could reply, Bethany interjected, her tone edged with concern. "Where are the others? Why is it just us three? I saw the whole group go through." "Side effects of the gateway," Edwin explained with a wave of his hand. "Larger groups get displaced sometimes. If they all made it through, they should be within 2 or 3 miles of us. And depending on the wind..." He turned away from the lake, raising a hand to block the last rays of sun. In the clearing behind them, the faint shimmer of camouflage technology gave way the presence of his hidden structure, and Edwin could also see part of the electric fence surrounding it in the distance. Yes, the structure is there. Like I said, depending on the wind of it all, then we may have access to return cubes. If we're lucky. But we for sure have a safe place to go. I have a high-powered electric fence surrounding the structure. It's powered by super solar energy. The structure rises up to 50 feet. We can go there and figure out a game plan. Yes? Branson opened his mouth to respond, but froze, his gaze drifting across the lake. "Hey, isn't that the young couple? I don't remember their names." Bethany squinted. "Trevor and Kelly, yeah, it looks like them." The trio strained their eyes, focusing on 2 small figures on the opposite bank. Just as they were about to call out, movement caught their attention. Trevor and Kelly were running, hand in hand, fear painted across their faces. Their panic infected the nearby sauropods, and the ground trembled as the great beast began to stampede. Then in one sickening instant, horror struck. A massive titanosaur foot crashed down onto Kelly, crushing her like an insect. Her scream was cut short, her body ripped from her arm, which Trevor still clutched. Bethany screamed, "Oh my God!" Branson stepped back, stunned. "Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!" But it wasn't over. Out of the chaos, a hulking form emerged. Jason Voorhees, machete raised, stalking toward Trevor. Trevor barely had time to scream when a massive tail, long, whip-like, lashed out from another titanosaur, striking both him and Jason. Trevor flew through the air, impaled on the twin horns of a triceratops. He twitched, then went limp. The dinosaur tossed its head, flinging Trevor's body to the ground. Jason was sent hurtling into the lake with a great splash. He disappeared beneath the surface and didn't come back up. Two yellow-skinned raptors with green stripes darted forward, sniffed at Trevor's remains, then clamped their jaws around his feet and dragged his lifeless body into the ferns. "Those poor kids," Branson said, voice cracking. "Jesus Christ!" Edwin's voice rose, frantic now. "Jesus Christ is right! Jason fucking Voorhees followed us! He made it!" Branson turned on him, fury rising. "Maybe that tail strike killed him. He hasn't come up. Maybe he drowned." "You naive idiot," Edwin snapped. "He doesn't die. He never dies." Branson's composure shattered. He stormed toward Edwin, finger jabbing. "You just had to have him in your stupid collection, didn't you? You don't care who dies, who suffers, just as long as little Eddie gets to be the first to collect prehistoric monsters, first to tame serial killers, first to rip a hole in time its fucking self. Countless people are dead. Those kids are dead because of you." Edwin tried to defend himself. "At least I tried to save us. I didn't mean to bring us here. We shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with," Branson roared. "You think you're untouchable, but I swear to God, if we get back, you are going to face consequences. Now tell me, what did you do to Joshua? I know damn well he didn't make a deal with you. His mother is dying, and part of his agreement was—" A massive splash cut him off. Something surged from the lake with a bone-shaking hiss. Bethany's eyes widened. "Run!" Three shapes burst from the water, mammoth crocodiles with armored hides, thick tails and maws lined with jagged teeth. Deinosuchus. Edwin recognized them at once. A high-pitched squealing noise came from Edwin as they bolted. Branson was terrified. He shouted, "Bethany, shoot it!" "No, don't! It's skin! It's like armor! Bullets might just piss it off!" Edwin shouted. The Deinosuchus charged, their thunderous steps shaking the earth. They were the size of rhinos, and they were not giving up the chase. The trio sprinted through the clearing, hearts pounding. Branson was pissed. He had gone to the gallery to get answers about Joshua Marcel, and now he was running for his life from giant crocodiles. Not only running for his life, but doing so in a suit and dress shoes. Bethany was a soldier, and in gear made for this, and Edwin may have looked ridiculous in his 1950s camp counselor outfit, but at least he had on tennis shoes. Branson's heart raced. He was in decent shape for his age, but he wasn't sure he was in outrun King Kong croc shape. "Less than a mile to the bird's nest," Edwin shouted. "There's a manual gate. We can make it." Branson hated putting his life in the hands of a man like Edwin Prism, but he had no choice. At least Edwin was right. The fence came into view, wrapping around a tall structure that was almost invisible. But then disaster struck. Edwin's foot caught on a rock, and he slammed face first onto the ground. His head hit another rock, hard. He went limp. Bethany skidded to a halt, grabbing his arm. "Help me!" Branson hesitated. "Maybe we should leave him. He'll slow us down." Even as he spoke the words, it made him feel sick. He may have despised the man, but leaving him to die still felt wrong. "He may be our only way back," Bethany snapped. Branson agreed and bent to help. Together they hauled Edwin's unconscious body, dragging him as they moved as fast as they could. They ran for what seemed like forever. Branson looked over his shoulder every now and then, and they were still there in the distance, still coming, but it seemed the crocs were slowing down or falling back. Branson was sucking wind, and his lungs felt like they were going to explode when they at last reached the manual gate. Bethany saw a lever with the words "Lift to Open" engraved on a metal plate above it. She slammed the lever up. The gate groaned open. The electric fence was humming ominously. 15 feet tall, crisscrossed with round cables, its supercharged solar power ready to fry anything that touched it. They dragged Edwin through, slammed another lever down, and the gate closed behind them. Bethany looked out of the fence into the dimming landscape that stretched out before them. The 3 jumbo crocs were turning around, seemingly going back to their lake. Branson, Edwin, and Bethany were safe, at least for now. The sun had disappeared and night had begun to fall. Mean-looking storm clouds were rolling across the sky, slowly obscuring the most beautiful stars Branson had ever seen. The bird's nest structure stood before them, camouflaged but standing tall, its silhouette visible in the fading light. They reached the base and found the entry door. Inside, a control panel offered 5 lift settings: 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50 feet. Let's do 50, Branson said. Bethany agreed and cranked the dial. The building began to rise, turning like a bolt threading upward. Inside, they ascended a staircase to the lookout deck. A smaller stairway spiraled down into a cozy room. A bed, a small couch, minimal furnishings. Bethany flipped a switch and warm lights came on. She and Branson laid Edwin on the bed. As she stepped back, Branson stared at her. "You look so familiar," he said softly. "I never forget a face. I swear we've met before." Bethany laughed nervously. "No, sir, I don't think I've ever had the pleasure." No. I'm never wrong about this sort of thing," Branson said, pointing at her. "I've seen you somewhere." A rumble of thunder shook the structure. Lightning cracked beyond the lookout. Bethany, grateful for the distraction, said, "Sounds like we're in for a nasty storm. Hope this place can handle prehistoric weather." "Oh, Edwin would protect his own ass for sure," Branson muttered. "We're safe." He turned to Edwin and slapped his cheek gently. "Wake up, Edwin. Where's the return cube?" Edwin groaned, eyes fluttering but not waking. Bethany looked concerned. "He took a nasty blow. Stay with him. I'll look around and maybe you can try to clean that cut. It's bad. I know you don't care for the man. Honestly, I don't either, but he may be our only way home, so let's try to keep him breathing, okay?" Branson thought it strange that one of Edwin's hired security officers just admitted to not caring much for the man, but Edwin was a certified ass, so Branson guessed it wasn't too far-fetched. He looked over Edwin's wound. He hadn't noticed how much blood streaked Edwin's face. Reluctantly, he nodded. He watched her ascend to the lookout before turning and rummaging around. He found a door beside an empty shelf, opened it, and flicked on a light. A compact restroom. Thunder cracked again. Under the sink, he found a first aid kit. Returning to Edwin, he cleaned the wound and bandaged his head with practical care. "You fucking bastard," Branson muttered. "When you wake up, you're going to tell us how to get home. And you're going to pay for what you've done. I'll find out what happened to Joshua." Bethany came back down. "Storm's getting worse." "Oh, you found a kit." "Yeah, cleaned him up. He's snoring like a baby. Though I still can't place where I've seen you. But I will." Bethany smiled tightly. "Could be a coincidence," she said dismissively. "Listen, I searched. No sign of a cube. We'll have to wait for him to wake up. Why don't you rest? I'll keep watch. Maybe the others will show up." Branson hesitated. He didn't like being still. "What if Prism is right? What if Jason Voorhees made it out of that lake? You saw him at the gallery. Your assault rifles did nothing," Branson asked, the thought hitting him. "We have an electrified fence and we are 50 feet up. There's no way for him to climb. Let's just get through the night, and tomorrow morning we can figure out a game plan. Now seriously, get some rest. I have a feeling we are going to need it," she responded. "We may be safe, but if the others are out there and if Jason is walking around, Jesus, there's a little girl with them," Branson began, but he wouldn't let his mind go there completely. He pushed the thought away. There was no way he survived being under the lake that long, surely. He laid down on the couch. The storm outside grew louder. Rain hammered the structure. Thunder shook the walls. Once, he thought he heard a distant roar. He tried to dismiss it. Dinosaurs, of course, something roared out there. But here, 50 feet up, he felt a sliver of safety. He just hoped if the others were out there, they were safe as well. From the dinosaurs and... "Stop it, Branson. If they are out there, they have guns at least," Branson said aloud to himself. He closed his eyes, still wondering where he'd seen Bethany before. All the running, the panic, the fear had made him tired, and the rain was putting him to sleep. Thunder boomed again, and upstairs he heard Bethany get startled. He heard her swear, but it wasn't a swear he recognized. "Dear Ma!" she exclaimed. Branson's eyes tried to open, but failed, the sound echoing down the stairs like a crack of static in a dream. That wasn't a word, he thought. Not in English, anyway. He tried to hold on to it. "Dear Ma," but his thoughts were slipping through the cracks of sleep. And as he drifted off completely, that thought stayed with him, echoing into the dark. Bethany. In his sleep, Branson's mind still clung to Bethany's familiar features and that word she'd used, foreign, out of place. As he fell deeper into sleep, a memory came to him in his dreams. It was months ago. Branson stood and opened his office door. A tall man entered with sharp posture in a suit that fit like steel plating. Ivan Gromov, representative of Svetnik Strategic Arms. Branson stood to greet him. "Ivan," Branson said, offering a hand. "Welcome."
"Mr. Branson,"
Ivan replied in a thick Russian accent, shaking his hand firmly.
"His pleasure."
Behind him, two figures entered without a word. The first, a broad-shouldered man in his 30s, wore a black suit and mirrored sunglasses despite being indoors. Light-colored, close-cropped hair, around 6'3", at least 210 pounds. The second was striking in contrast. A woman in her 20s with ghost-pale skin and icy blue eyes. Her long blonde hair was tied in a tight ponytail. She wore a nearly identical suit, minus the sunglasses, athletic, lean, and unreadable. Both of them stood silently behind Ivan as he stepped forward. "Please," Branson gestured. "Have a seat." Ivan nodded and sat. Branson lowered himself into his own leather chair. "Coffee? Water?" Ivan gave a quick shake of his head.
"No thank you, I no stay long."
Branson folded his hands on the desk. "Then what can I do for you?" Ivan leaned back slightly, gaze sharp.
My employer, he has tried many times to work with Prism Tech. With Prism, Time Gateway.
Branson's eyes narrowed slightly. Ivan continued.
Years ago, Prism Tech, how you say, used small pieces, parts of Sventic technology. Experimental modules. Yes, was agreement. Verbal. Mutual. When success come, we share. Prism say, we bring you in. You are part of finished project. Part of future.
Branson stayed still.
But now,
Ivan gave a humorless smile.
Prism disappear. All communication gone. He hire guards. Block visit. Like he is king now. He break promise.
That sounds frustrating, Branson said carefully. But I'm not sure why you're telling me this. Ivan leaned forward slightly.
Because you are smart man, yes? You know danger of this. One man with power of time. No sharing, no balance.
Branson nodded once. I've made my feelings on Prism's monopoly over time travel clear. I don't trust the man.
Good.
Ivan's smile widened.
Then we think same, and maybe we help each other?
Branson raised an eyebrow.
My employer. He wants Fentic to merge with Nexus Tech, officially. On papers. Friendly. Then together we merge with others until we're strong. Strong enough for change. For takeover.
Branson sat up, straighter, tone sharpening. What kind of change are we talking about? Ivan's eyes gleamed.
Let's say my employer. He even consider permanent solution for Mr. Prism.
Branson's stomach turned. He stood up suddenly, face hardening. Immediately the guards moved. The man in sunglasses stepped forward like a wall. The woman's hand went instinctively to the gun in her cross holster. Branson raised both palms. I'm just standing to end this meeting, he said evenly, locking eyes with the blonde woman. Not a threat. I've heard enough. The woman's blue eyes didn't blink. Branson slowly extended his hand toward Ivan. I'm not interested in a merger, and I'm going to pretend I didn't hear anything after that. Ivan didn't take the handshake. He rose instead, adjusting his suit jacket slowly, lips tight. The woman said something in rapid Russian. "Keshe tu etat kusik dima." Ivan chuckled lightly.
Please, calm down.
He said to her. She stepped back, hand still close to the gun. Then Ivan turned back to Branson, his voice low and deliberate.
I am very sorry to hear this, but you understand, yes? This meeting is confidential. We respect history between companies. I hope it's not end badly.
Branson nodded once. Understood.
Maybe you change mind. If so...
He reached into his suit and laid a sleek black business card on Branson's desk.
Call me.
And without another word, the three of them turned and walked out, silent and deliberate as shadows. Branson sat down again, staring at the card on his desk. Svetnik Strategic Arms. No title, just a name. Ivan Gromov. And a secure contact number. The room felt colder. The memory stopped playing, but the dream continued. He saw her face again, the blonde Russian security guard of Ivan's. He saw her pale skin, her icy blue eyes. The word Derma echoed over and over. Then the vision of the security guard changed. Her hair was now short and black. Her black suit, now a black, white, and gray camo jacket and pants. Branson finally knew where he had seen Bethany Fields before. Branson McAllister awoke with a start on the couch. He could see up the small stairs that morning was almost upon them. His newfound information made his stomach hurt. He wasn't sure what he would do with the information yet. Nearby on the bed, Edwin Prism was groaning and in the process of trying to sit up. Edwin sat up in bed with a groggy grunt, his hand instinctively going to the gauze wrapped tightly around his head. Ow, he muttered. What happened? Are we whole? From the couch, Branson didn't miss a beat. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Yes, we all three made it. He gestured lazily. Helping saving your ass wasn't on my Cretaceous bingo card, but hey, here we are. Don't get too comfy, though. We need to have a serious talk. Soon. Edwin winced and cut him off. Yeah, I know. Just tell me this first. Did you find a cube? Branson shook his head. No, we looked. We were waiting for you to wake up. We were hoping you had them in a secret compartment or something. Cursing under his breath, Edwin pulled himself slowly to his feet, staggering over to the empty supply shelves by the bathroom. He looked up, his eyes scanning the bare shelves. Damn it, he spat. Being stranded in the fucking Cretaceous is one thing, but being stranded here with Jason fucking Voorhees walking around, fuck! Fuck! Branson leaned forward. So that's a no? Jesus Christ, Edwin. We can't survive here long. Jason or no Jason, we aren't equipped to last long in a place like this. It's your fault, Edwin snapped. He turned back to face Branson, fire rising behind his exhausted eyes. You pretentious piece of shit. Tell me this. How is stealing from a competitor supposed to be some noble, heroic act? Branson blinked, stunned. What the hell are you talking about? My fault? The argument was loud enough that Bethany came down the stairs, casually adjusting her jacket. Whoa, it's alive, she said with a half smirk. Branson glanced at her with suspicion. As much as he despised Edwin, he didn't want to see him dead, and he knew the Russians had considered just that. Saving Edwin Prism from behemoth crocodiles hadn't been on his Cretaceous bingo card, and now he could add saving Edwin Prism from a Russian assassin to things not on said bingo card. He would wait for the right moment to make the revelation. He needed to see how things played out. Edwin looked at her, smiling through his pain. Good morning, beautiful. Any sign of other survivors? Jason? Edwin asked. No, I haven't seen anyone. I think Branson may be right. Jason may have drowned or the tail strike killed him, she replied. I wouldn't count on it. But hey, I owe you a thanks for the fact I'm still breathing. Last I remember, we were all running the crocodile mile, Edwin said with a coy smile and a wink. Branson rolled his eyes. Bethany shrugged. Well, Branson helped a lot, too. I can't thank Mr. McAllister for anything, Edwin muttered, gesturing dramatically. You see, Bethany, we're stranded here in the Cretaceous because of him. Bethany raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? Branson barked. You keep saying that. What do you mean? Edwin turned toward him, voice sharp. When you sent your little pal Joshua in here under false pretenses, he stole my extra return cube, an invisibility belt, and 2 power cells. Put them into a pretty little red leather backpack and... He froze. Bethany leaned in. What? What is it? Edwin stared. Then a slow, pained smile broke across his face, tugging the gauze on his forehead. The backpack. It's probably still out there, even if it has taken damage. My return cubes, they can survive storms, falls, damn near anything. And that backpack is still out there, right where Joshua dropped it. We might actually have a way home. Branson sat forward, shocked. Hope sparked in his chest. Not just the notion of getting back home, but also if the backpack was out there, then so was the tablet sewn into it. If it had survived, and if Joshua had used the glasses to record everything. But if the backpack was left behind, did something final happen to Joshua? Branson stood. Wait, you said Joshua made a deal with you. I never believed it myself. But now you're saying he dropped his backpack? Edwin stammered, realizing he'd said too much. Well, you see, we had to run. He dropped the pack to lighten his load. We got to safety. I used my cube. We went back to Prism Tech, made our deal. He got paid, and he walked right out the front door. Branson's jaw tightened. He walked out the front door, you say? That's right. You may think you knew the guy, but money talks, Branson. But Branson knew for a fact that Joshua Marcel never walked out of that building. Bethany cut in. Where is the backpack now? Edwin answered. Should be just a couple miles away. I know how to get there. Bethany narrowed her eyes. But 3 things, Edwin said. First, the gateway was in a state of disarray. I'm not entirely sure what happens if we use a return cube when the gateway in 2045 isn't fully operational. And the second? She asked. Edwin took a breath. The BF Rex. Branson frowned. What the hell is a BF Rex? A big fucking Rex. A monster, Edwin said loudly. Not a dinosaur, a goddamn monster, twice the size of a T-Rex. 10 times as mean. We dropped the bag because of it. There's no fossil record of it. But 75% of species from this era don't have a fossil record. We were bound to find something new. I just didn't expect that. And of course, third, Jason Voorhees could be out there. Bethany reached into her jacket and pulled out 2 grenades. I have my AK, my handgun, and these. Edwin recoiled. Wait, why didn't you blow those crocs to Kingdom Come last night? Heat of the moment, everything happened so fast, then we had to pretty much carry you. Edwin had another thought strike him. He fumed. Whoa! You brought grenades into my showroom? Yeah, sorry, she said casually. I heard what kind of things were on display. Wanted a little extra protection. You can fire me later, but right now I say we get the backpack. If your BF thing comes after us, or if we run into Voorhees, then we blow them up. Problem solved. Oh, no, Edwin said, raising a hand. I'll tell you where it is, but I'm not going back out there. Grenades or not, I'm not chancing running into Jason or that monster again. Branson chimed in. Shouldn't we also be looking for the rest of our people? If they're alive, they're out there. Bethany snapped. You saw what happened to that young couple. Most likely the others are dead. We're gonna get the backpack. He looked at her. Bethany, 2 grenades and an AK-47 still might not be enough for what's out there. And our people could still be alive. You, out of all people, should be concerned about at least your fellow soldiers, right? He asked. He already knew the answer, but would she blow her own cover? I'm not staying here any longer, she said. If there's a way out, we're using it. If the rest of the group is alive, they can take care of themselves. Branson sighed. Bingo, he thought grimly. Branson turned to Edwin. She's not who she says she is, Edwin. Huh? Edwin asked with a laugh. Then who is she? Branson looked at Bethany. How long have you been working for Edwin's security team? Bethany blinked. A few weeks. Why? What are you talking about? I figured it wasn't very long, Branson said. If you'd been there longer, you'd have tried something before now. He tilted his head. I remember where I know you from, by the way. Gotta say, you looked a lot better with the blonde ponytail. Edwin looked confused. Bethany's face changed, ice replacing warmth, and she raised the AK-47, pointing it at both men. You just couldn't let it go, could you, McAllister? I knew I should have dropped you from Bird's Nest last night, when you started saying I looked familiar. Her voice laced with a Russian accent now. Edwin stood stunned. What the hell is going on? Branson didn't flinch. She's a corporate spy. Svetnik, Strategic Arms. They tried recruiting me months ago to help take Prism Tech down. A takeover. And they even were entertaining the idea of taking you out, Edwin. Looks like they decided to go with a more personal touch. They didn't appreciate you cutting them out of the Discovery. They took the breakup pretty hard. Edwin stared dumbfounded. Branson turned back to her. So, what's your real name? I seriously doubt it's Bethany Fields. It does not matter what my name is, she said, still aiming the gun. You, she said, nodding to Edwin, are going to take me to backpack. Then I use your return cube. Everything my company wants is in your showroom. And once you get the cube, Edwin asked, you'll just let me go? Bethany's lips curled. We will see. First, take me to backpack. Edwin raised both hands. How about I just say no? If you kill me, you'll never find it. You don't know which direction to go, and while you're out there looking blindly, you'll probably run into the BF or Jason. Bethany lowered the gun to point at his feet. Maybe I just shoot off your toes, one by one. Then a kneecap. Want to start now? All right, Jesus, Edwin shouted. I'll take you to it. She motioned the gun toward Branson. You two. Can't have you greeting the others if they show up and telling Otis anything. I respect Otis. He is a strong man. I'd hate to have to kill him, but I would. Branson raised his hands and stood. Truthfully, he wanted to go. He needed the tablet. Even if it killed him, he needed to know the truth. He hoped Edwin was wrong about Jason, but at least their captor had a couple grenades. That should be a pretty good equalizer, he thought. I'll take you to it, Edwin muttered. I'll get you the cube if it's there, but I don't know what happens if the gateway's still down. It was fried back in 2045. Even if my techs work on it, there's no way it's repaired yet. I'll take my chances, rich man, Bethany sneered. I'm not staying here. Now move. She pushed them toward the stairs. They ascended to the lookout platform and down to the controls. Set it to 0, she ordered. Branson turned the dial. The bird's nest creaked and lowered through the fog. As it descended, Bethany grabbed a tranquilizer rifle she had found the night before and slung it across her back. The platform touched down. Branson opened the door, and the three stepped out into a world swallowed in eeriness. The heavy rains from the night before had mixed with the humid summer morning to produce a thick fog, so dense you could barely see your hand in front of your face. You sure you don't want to wait for the fog to lift? Branson asked. Looks mighty thick. Branson needed that backpack, that tablet. But the fog was giving him pause. He needed to survive long enough to see what was on the tablet. That was a task he wasn't sure he could achieve if he couldn't see what was coming for him at any given time. Shut up, she growled. No delays. Open the gate. Yes, ma'am. Branson pulled the lever. The electric gate buzzed and swung open. They walked through the gate and slowly began their trek into the foggy morning. Less than a minute in, Edwin heard a deep gurgling hiss to his right, then another ahead. Edwin squinted. Through the fog, a massive snout emerged. Dinosuchus from the night before. They had their scent. They'd returned. Bethany shoved the barrel into Edwin's back. Move! She was too focused on Edwin and Branson. She didn't see the crocs. Branson followed Edwin's gaze and saw what he saw. He slowly turned and squinted into the fog in front of them, and a chill ran up his spine when he saw another shape emerge. Edwin had a choice. He could chance getting shot, or he could definitely get eaten alive by an ancient beast. He was not dying today, not like this. He stopped walking. What are you stopping for? Bethany shouted. I said go, now! Suddenly, Edwin dropped to one knee and spun, tackling her to the ground. He sprang up and sprinted back toward the gate. Branson knew he was dead if he didn't follow suit. As much as he despised the man, he followed Edwin and ran towards the gate. Bethany screamed in Russian and rolled to her feet, raising the AK. Fine, then die. I'll find backpack my step. She never finished. A massive mouth clamped down on her rifle and yanked. She fired wildly into the air as the AK was ripped from her grip. She fell to the ground screaming. Branson and Edwin dropped flat as the gunfire echoed and clicked dry. Branson and Edwin scrambled to their feet and ran through the gate. Edwin threw the lever, gate slamming shut. Through the fog, barely visible, 3 Dinosuchus circled Bethany. She sat up on the ground and reached for the tranquilizer rifle, but as she raised it from her back, one of the beasts lunged. It knocked her flat to the ground, pinning her down with a large, scaly foot. It bit into her stomach, tearing cords of intestine free. She screamed and screamed, dropping the rifle. She kicked her legs, flailed her arms, and then she was hit with even more pain as another croc bit down on her leg and tore it from her body. Her screams turned into whimpers. She prayed for death to take her, to end the agony. Even unconsciousness would be a blessing. Then the third croc walked up above her face. It opened its mouth and leaned down. A final smile spread across her face, and then her prayers for death were answered as its jaws snapped down over her head. Branson turned away, stomach churning. Edwin watched, a sick smile pulling at his split lips, enjoying his would-be assassin being torn to pieces. "See you later, alligator," he said with a chuckle. A thick fog slithered across the damp jungle floor as the rising sun filtered through the prehistoric canopy, painting the ancient trees in dappled gold. Jason Voorhees moved like a wraith through the mist, machete clenched in his massive hand, boots sinking slightly into the wet earth with each heavy step. Ahead of him the trail was fresh. Prints, disturbed foliage, faint smears of blood and saliva where the raptors had carried off the last remnant of the only person Jason had ever loved, his mother's severed head. He would find them. He would make them pay. Every so often, one of the raptors would materialize from the fog, snapping its jaws, barking out mocking hisses before darting away. They were taunting him, guiding him, but Jason didn't know. Jason didn't care. He was a force, silent, relentless, and singular in purpose. He would kill them, then the humans, then anyone else. It was what he did, what he had to do. The raptor calls shifted suddenly, growing quicker, more excited. Jason slowed, the fog now rising up to his chest, thicker than before. Then came a new sound, low, sharp honking from all around him. Nervous, alarmed, he turned his head slowly, listening. Shapes began rising in the mist. Large dome-shaped skulls emerged, bone-thick and ridged, set atop powerful necks. Beaked mouths clicked as rows of Pachycephalosauruses revealed themselves from the haze, their scaled bodies a dark, muddy brown, eyes wide and glassy like a deer's caught in headlights. They were surrounding him. Jason stood unmoving, machete lowered but ready. Then, in the distance beyond the herd, he saw him, the dead-eyed king. The towering raptor stood still and regal, his one remaining eye emotionless and cold, fog swirling at his clawed feet. Beside him were 6 of his kin, their bodies low, coiled with anticipation. The largest among them still held the decapitated head of Pamela Voorhees, clutched between its teeth like a prize. Jason's eyes locked on them and did not blink. The king suddenly lunged sideways with startling speed, snapping his jaws into Pamela's face. Bone cracked, flesh tore. With a twist of his neck, he ripped away what remained of her features, sending chunks of her scalp and hair splattering into the grass. Jason's vision went red. His grip tightened on the machete, muscles tensed. He took a step forward and was slammed in the chest. A Pachycephalosaurus charged out of the fog and crashed its armored skull square into Jason's sternum. The force shook the trees, but Jason didn't fall. The dinosaur crumpled instead, twitching and broken at his feet. Jason stepped over it and kept walking. But from his right, another Packy rammed into the back of his knee. The blow was fierce. Sharp pain radiated up Jason's leg as his knee buckled. He went down onto one knee, hissing out a deep guttural exhale. Before he could rise, a third Packy hit him from the left side, its skull slamming into his temple with bone-shattering force. Jason spun as he hit the ground, landing hard on his back. His mask shifted, nearly coming off, vision blurred, his ears rang. Black blood oozed from a dent in his scalp where his skull had fractured, though his face remained expressionless. He reached up, fingers adjusting the mask, dragging it back into place. Another flash of motion in the fog. A fourth packy came screaming toward him, head lowered. Jason swung his machete sideways, slicing through thick fog and thick neck. The dinosaur's head flew clean off, body toppling forward and twitching beside him. He rose, but a fifth packy slammed into his legs, lifting him off the ground and sending him spinning into a thicket of ferns and rocks. He crashed with a deafening thud, cracking a tree trunk in half behind him. Bark splintered, and Jason lay motionless for a moment. A low growl built in his chest. Enough. He exploded to his feet, machete gleaming with blood. He turned slowly in the fog. 5 packies remained. 2 of the prehistoric battering rams charged at Jason. He turned sideways and they passed on both sides. As they did, he turned and swung his machete with all his undead strength and cut them both in half mid-run. The remaining 3 packies backed away, their animalistic instinct telling them to run. They fled, melting into the jungle like ghosts. Jason ignored them. His gaze returned to the clearing and to the dead-eyed king. The king slowly bent down, jaws parting once more. With care, he picked up the ruined remnants of Pamela's head, now just torn flesh and bone, and then let it drop, taunting Jason. Jason charged. Thunder shook the trees as he marched through the fog. The king didn't move, but the 6 raptors stepped forward, flanking their leader, forming a protective semicircle. And then they attacked. The first lunged high. Jason raised his machete, but the raptor was fast. It slashed his left shoulder, claws tearing through the thick jacket, slicing into undead flesh. Jason grunted, staggered, but caught the raptor midair by the throat and smashed it down onto a jagged tree stump. Bones shattered. It screeched, then went silent. Another raptor darted in and clamped its jaws around Jason's forearm, his machete arm, and shook violently. Blood gushed. Jason dropped the blade. A third raptor pounced from the side, biting deep into his thigh. Another leapt and slashed down his back, leaving 3 long exposed gashes. Black blood flowed freely now. Jason stumbled, fell to one knee. The raptor at his arm still gnawed and twisted. Jason's hand shot out and ripped its jaw off with raw strength, hurling the twitching carcass aside. He snatched the machete back up with his left hand, now trembling, and slashed behind him blindly, catching the one on his back and cleaving its leg off at the joint. He stood. 4 raptors remained. Blood streaked his clothes. His mask was cracked slightly on the left. The raptors circled, now hesitant. Jason didn't wait. He threw the machete like a spear, impaling the nearest raptor through its chest. The blade stuck in deep. Jason charged after it and grabbed the handle, lifting both raptor and blade, then slamming it into the ground with a wet crunch. A raptor leapt on his back, biting into his shoulder. Jason fell backward, crushing it beneath his weight. Its ribs cracked. It wheezed and kicked before going still. 2 left. Jason ripped the machete free and turned just as one lunged with claws wide. He ducked under it and swung upward, gutting the creature from groin to sternum. Its intestines spilled into the fog. The last raptor turned to flee. Jason threw the machete again. This time it stuck with such force the blade pinned the raptor to a nearby tree, quivering violently as blood poured down the bark. Silence fell. Only Jason remained, soaked in black and red blood, chest heaving like a bellows. His body was torn, bruised, cracked, but he stood tall. The dead-eyed king was gone. Only the ruined remnants of Pamela Voorhees' head remained in the dirt, stripped of everything. Jason walked to it slowly, each footstep heavy with rage. He stared down at the bone and clotted hair. His breath grew louder in his ears, and then he heard her, even now, inside his mind, just like always. "Kill them, Jason. Kill them all. Make them pay for what they did to me, for what they did to you." Jason stood motionless for a long moment. Then he turned his back on the remains and began to walk. He would kill the creature that destroyed her. He would kill the man who had displayed her like a trophy. He would kill the soldier who locked him away in that glass prison, and anyone else in his way. Then, not far off, he heard it, the unmistakable chatter of automatic gunfire, and the scream of a woman. Jason turned toward the noise and walked into the fog. No one would survive. Chapter 9. Primal. Sonia. Crystal Lake, New Jersey, 2032. Early fall. The sun cast a warm glow over the front yard where Sonia and her 6-year-old sister Alicia were kicking a well-worn soccer ball back and forth. Alicia was practicing for her Little League game. Her first, coming up that Saturday. "Look, sissy, watch this trick," Alicia grinned, rolling the ball between her feet and sending it flying with a strong kick. Sonia laughed softly. "Nice shot, Alicia. You're going to do great on Saturday." Just then Stephen, a boy Sonia had a crush on, rode up slowly on his bike, calling out, "Hey, Sonia!" Sonia's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Alicia. "I'll be right back," she told her sister. Sonia hurried over to Stephen, feeling awkward but happy. "Hi," she said, glancing down. Stephen smiled. "Are you going to the lock-in at the skating rink this Saturday?" Sonia nodded shyly. "I think so." Before Stephen could respond, Alicia interrupted loudly from behind them. "My game is Saturday." Stephen laughed. "What game?" Alicia puffed out her chest. "Soccer. I'm going to be an Avenger." Stephen's eyes lit up. "Oh yeah, like Hulk and Iron Man?" Alicia giggled. "No, Avengers is our team name." Stephen mocked disbelief in his own stupidity for not knowing better, and slapped his forehead. "Of course, because we already know you'd kick all the Marvel Avengers' butts." Alicia giggled and was about to respond when Sonia shot her a look. "Go practice, you're embarrassing me," she said quietly. She returned her gaze to Stephen. "I guess I have to go to a stupid soccer game Saturday." Stephen shrugged and smiled. "It's all right. You can come to the rink after the game. They don't start the lock-in part until late anyways." Alicia's eyes widened. "Can I come?" Sonia snapped. "No! It's not for little kids. Now go play. God, you can be so annoying sometimes." Alicia's lip quivered, tears welling up. Sonia's voice softened. "Look, I'm sorry. Go practice by yourself for a couple minutes, and when we're done today, I'll make you an ice cream sundae, okay? Extra whipped cream." Alicia beamed. "Deal," she said, running off to kick the ball alone. Sonia turned back to Stephen, cheeks flushed again. "I've got a little sister, too," Stephen said. "I know they can be a pain sometimes, but I don't mind Alicia. She's pretty cool for a little kid." Sonia shook her head. "Yeah, but you don't have to live with her. She never leaves me alone." Stephen started to respond. "Yeah, I get that." When the screeching of tires filled the air, a sickening crunch followed. "Oh my God!" Stephen screamed, looking past Sonia. Sonia turned to see the soccer ball rolling slowly down the street. Her eyes followed it until they locked on a white car, stopped in the late afternoon sun. Blood gleamed on the hood and grill. A small hand stuck out from beneath the car's front. Sonia's breath caught. Crystal Lake, New Jersey, 1 week before the gallery. Sonia had once again gotten lost in thought while her psychiatrist was speaking. She shook the sad memories away and returned her attention to her doctor. Dr. Anthony Pennington's office always smelled faintly of marijuana. Not the overwhelming kind of smell that clung to your clothes and hair, but a mellow, earthy trace that hung in the corners of the ceiling like incense from a different decade. Ever since 2033, when marijuana had been legalized on both the state and federal levels, it had become almost a background noise in society, revealing just how many people, professionals included, had always partaken. Pennington was no exception. But in all the months Sonia had been coming here, not once did he ever seem less present, less engaged. He never let it incapacitate him. In fact, it had become oddly comforting to her, that familiar scent, like old wood and autumn leaves. It made his office feel more like a cabin in the forest than a sterile therapy room. He sat across from her now, perched on the edge of his worn leather chair, tapping his pen twice on his notepad, like he always did when his thoughts were gathering steam. Pennington had a look about him. Long brown hair pulled back in a neat ponytail that fell to his mid-back. Early 40s by age, but young enough in face to be mistaken for 25. He was tall, lanky, maybe 6'2", and probably weighed less than 170 pounds. The way he slouched sometimes made him seem even taller, like a willow tree bent slightly by the breeze. He was white, softly spoken, and a bit socially awkward. At first, Sonia had mistaken it for sarcasm or aloofness, but she'd come to recognize it was just his way. Genuine, careful, measured, even if a little tangled at times. "You talk about leaving like it's a crime scene," Pennington said, his voice calm but curious. "Like moving forward means erasing evidence? That's not unusual. I mean, it's common. No, typical." He paused, glanced towards the corner of the room as if gathering his next words from somewhere above her head, then looked back without quite meeting her eyes. "But guilt's not a rational tenet. It squats. You think it's renting space in your memory, but really it's just there. Illegally. Emotionally, I mean." He frowned. "That made more sense in my head." Sonia let out a small laugh through her nose. He always did that. Said something oddly poetic, then backtracked before she had a chance to appreciate it. "I get it," she said. "I think I get it." Pennington nodded once and scribbled something onto his pad. "I mean, I know it's not rational," she added, "but every time I even think about leaving Crystal Lake, I feel like I'm betraying her." "Alicia?" Sonia looked down at her hands in her lap. Her fingernails were bitten down to the quick. "There are things in town that still make me feel like she's here," she said quietly. "Like the slide at the park near Mason Avenue. She fell off of that once, scraped her knee, cried so hard she hiccuped for 10 minutes straight. I remember kneeling down, wiping the dirt away, cleaning it, and putting a little bandage on it. I kissed her boo-boo and told her it would all be okay. She calmed down right after that. And now every time I walk past that slide, I see her sitting there like she never left." Pennington didn't interrupt. He just sat, letting the silence stretch. "And the way the summer air smells when the leaves start to bake a little in the heat. It reminds me of how we used to ride our bikes up and down the road all day until the streetlights came on. I can almost hear her laughter sometimes, you know." "Of course," Pennington said softly. "You're remembering her." Sonia shook her head. "But if I leave, if I actually go after what I want, if I become a teacher and live somewhere else, it feels like I'm leaving her behind." Pennington tilted his head. "Why does that feel wrong to you?" "Because she never got to have any of that," Sonia replied, voice cracking. "She never got high school, prom, graduation, no first kiss, no college dorm, no stupid part-time job she hated. She never even got her first period. It's like I don't deserve to have a life she was robbed of." He let that settle, the weight of it, the sheer density of grief and survivor's guilt wrapped into one knot in her chest. "I want to help kids. I want to become a teacher and be the kind of teacher that makes a difference," she added, wiping at her eyes. "Because maybe if someone like that had been around back then, she'd still be here. Or maybe I would have known how to protect her better. Maybe I wouldn't have made So many mistakes. Maybe I wouldn't be so selfish, so stupid. There it was, the truth she'd been circling for months now. You were 11 years old, Pennington said, leaning forward, gentle but firm. It wasn't your job to save her. You were a kid, too. I was the older sister, Sonia whispered. It was my job to protect her. No, he said, meeting her gaze now. It was your job to be a kid. Yes, you turned around for a moment or two and tragedy struck, but accidents happen. Even if you'd been watching her those 2 minutes, the same tragedy could have occurred. We can't control everything. We can't undo the past. You have to stop punishing yourself for something that was never your fault. She exhaled shakily, a deep breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. If you leave Crystal Lake, he continued, you're not leaving Alicia behind, because she's not here. He tapped his own chest, notepad resting on his lap. She's in here, in your heart, in your memories. She lives on through you. Your successes are her successes. The fact that you want to help children, that you want to give them safety, growth, guidance, that is her legacy. She would want you to be happy, wouldn't she? Sonia nodded, slowly, tears streaming freely now. Yes, she whispered. She would. Pennington sat back again, crossing one leg over the other, pen poised again above the paper. Then maybe it's time, he said. Time to live the life she never got. Not out of guilt, out of love. And somehow in that moment, with the faint trace of marijuana in the air and the summer sun casting warm shadows through the blinds, Sonia felt a little lighter, like maybe the ghost of her sister wasn't holding her back, but holding her up. Sonia awoke, her arm wrapped protectively around Latoya. The young girl was sound asleep, her head rising and falling gently with Sonia's breathing, nestled against her chest. The events of the night still hovered in Sonia's mind like a shadow. After Latoya's terrifying run-in with Jason, Otis had led their small group through the thick jungle for about an hour. But the trek was slow going, claustrophobic even. The jungle was dense, tangled, and pitch dark. Roughly an hour in, they'd heard a nasty growl echo through the trees, a deep guttural snarl predatory, close enough to freeze them in place. Otis and Nate exchanged grim looks and made a decision. The group needed to find a hiding place until dawn. Whatever was out there, they didn't want to run into it, and they certainly didn't want to attract more with their lights. They found an area of thick vines and undergrowth. It took some effort, but they managed to push into it and settle on the soft, leafy ground. The foliage wrapped around them like a living cocoon, shielding them, hopefully, from the eyes of anything hunting nearby. Latoya had curled up on Sonia's chest and fallen asleep almost immediately, her tiny hands clinging to Sonia's shirt. Otis and Nate had stayed on watch, quiet and alert, eyes constantly scanning the surrounding trees. After a while, Otis insisted Nate try to get some rest. "You'll need the rest for the morning," the older man had whispered. Nate resisted. "And what about you?" Otis promised he'd wake him in a bit. But now, as Sonia's eyes blinked open to the soft silver hue of morning, mist drifting through the treetops, she realized Otis hadn't kept that promise. He was still sitting upright, unmoving, eyes sharp and steady. Next to her, Nate was softly snoring. She shifted slightly, careful not to wake Latoya, and whispered, "Did you get any sleep?" Otis turned to her and whispered back, "I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'll be fine. But we should start moving. We need to find a clearing. Try to find the others." Sonia nodded, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. She turned to Nate and gently shook his shoulder. His eyes fluttered open, landing first on her face. He smiled groggily. "Oh, good morning," he murmured, voice still low and scratchy from sleep. "This is a nice image to wake up to." She blushed, but Nate suddenly seemed to realize just how early it was. His brow furrowed and he shifted upright. "Why didn't you wake me?" he called quietly to Otis. Otis shrugged, his voice calm but serious. "It's fine. I lost track of time out here. I'll be fine, but let's move." Sonya leaned down and gently roused Latoya. For a moment, the little girl's eyes went wide with confusion and fear. Her breath quickened until she met Sonya's gaze, and it all came rushing back. "We're okay," Sonya said softly. "We're gonna find the safe place and some food." Latoya's voice was small and fragile. "Okay, I'm really hungry." "I know, honey," Sonya replied. She kissed the girl's forehead. "It'll be okay. I'll make sure we find you something to eat real soon." Sonya intended to do everything in her power to protect Latoya. She wouldn't take her eyes off of her, not for a second. She wasn't going to let anything else happen to the young girl. The four of them climbed out of their hiding spot, stepping into the cool, foggy morning. The jungle around them remained eerily still, quiet, except for the distant call of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves in the mist. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, Otis lifted a hand to his ear and tapped his radio headset. "Is anybody there? This is Otis. Do you copy?" He didn't expect a response. The jungle had been swallowing their voices and signals all night. But then, through the soft hiss of static in his ear, came a voice. "Yes, man, are we glad to hear your voice?" Otis stopped in his tracks, eyes wide. The group halted behind him. He recognized that voice immediately. "Francis McCoy," he said under his breath, a smile creeping onto his face. "Francis, I am glad to hear your voice as well." Behind him, Sonya and Latoya's eyes lit up. Nate grinned and let out a quiet, "Yes." Hope surged through them like sunlight cutting through the mist. For a moment, the weight on their shoulders lightened. Otis turned and smiled at the group, but quickly raised a finger to his lips. "Shh," he whispered, voice barely audible. Then he turned his attention back to his radio. "Where are you? Who all is with you? Over." Francis's voice crackled back in. "It was me and the Whitman family, but now it's just me and their boy, Chad. A monstrous dinosaur got the mom, almost got all of us." Otis's tone turned grim. "Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Was it a T-Rex? We saw a couple ourselves. It was a close call. What about the dad?" "Not a T-Rex, bigger, meaner, smarter. Listen, I don't know what it was. I've never heard of a dinosaur like that. Keep your eye out. You don't want to run into that thing." "But that's not even the worst of it, Webb," Francis replied. "What's worse than that?" Otis asked. He didn't want Sonya and the young girl to know about the monster Francis spoke of, so he didn't repeat the details. "Jason," Francis answered. "He followed us through the gateway. He's here with us. He was carrying that head, his mother's, but Chad threw it in the jungle. Jason went after it and we ran. He's back there somewhere. We haven't stopped since." Otis exhaled slowly. "Copy that. We had a member of our group see him too. It's me, Sonya, the kid, and my soldier Nate. We don't know where the others are, but I'm going to try to find the boss's bird's nest. If we can get there, we can regroup, eat, and figure out what we're going to do. It can go up around 50 feet. If we can get there, then neither Jason or that other thing can get to us. Obviously, something went wrong back at Prism Tech. We need to find Edwin. Listen, though. How's the boy? Is he going to be okay?" Francis responded. "I think so. Right now he just seems very hungry and mad." Otis could hear the boy respond somewhere close to Francis. "You're damn right I'm mad, asshole. Where is everyone? Who are you talking to?" "It's the lead soldier. Now hold on a damn minute. I'll fill you in," Francis snapped at Chad. "Copy that on finding the bird's nest, Otis," he continued. "I can get us there. Look, if we're able to hear each other on our radio earpieces in this thick jungle, then that means we're not far apart. Probably less than half a mile. What we're looking for is a clearing, a game trail. If we can get to that, I can definitely get us to the bird's nest. Try to find the clearing, and we will too. And we'll keep checking in. As long as we can reach each other, then we're still close and heading in the same direction." Otis nodded to himself and tapped the earpiece again. "Copy that, Francis. Let's find that trail." He turned to Sonya, Nate, and Latoya, quickly explaining the plan. Relief and determination settled over the group like armor. They pressed on through the jungle, chasing that fragile thread of hope toward the clearing, and toward whatever future lay ahead. Fate, for once, smiled down upon them. Otis, Sonya, Nate, and Latoya had been trudging through the dark, suffocating jungle for less than 20 minutes when the thicket ahead began to thin. Shafts of light pierced through the dense canopy, and the foul, damp breath of the ancient forest gave way to a breeze sweeter and more open. Branches snapped beneath their feet as they approached the edge of the jungle, their hearts pounding, not in fear this time, but in anticipation. Then they stepped out. The morning sun exploded into their vision, forcing them to shield their eyes. After what felt like an eternity in the shadows of gnarled trees and monstrous sounds, the clearing before them seemed almost holy. A low fog hung like a dream across the ground, curling around the trunks of colossal trees and trailing like mist over the winding game trail that split the open land. And on that trail, life, real life. Herds of dinosaurs moved like ancient caravans across the clearing. Towering titanosaurs lumbered in slow, deliberate steps, their enormous necks swaying like living cranes above the fog. A cluster of Alamasauruses strolled beside them, their armored hides glinting with dew. Farther out, hadrosaurs trumpeted softly to one another, moving in skittish groups like deer, while stoic triceratops trundled protectively in pairs. A slew of slow-moving ankylosaurs brought up the rear of one herd, their club tails dragging lazily behind them. The world before them was prehistoric, yes, but it was breathtaking. The ground softly shook beneath their feet as these titans of time passed by. They all stopped, completely overtaken. For a few precious seconds, danger ceased to exist. Even the memory of Jason Voorhees and the blood they'd fled felt far away. Unreal, distant, a bad dream swallowed by the light of this otherworldly moment. Nate, unable to help himself, reached over and found Sonya's hand. She took it wordlessly, their fingers locking together. They exchanged a look of quiet awe, both of them overwhelmed by the splendor. For once they didn't need words. Overhead, a flock of pteranodons swooped across the sky. Their leathery wings beat the air as they soared in a V formation, casting fleeting shadows over the meadow. The sky itself was brighter and more vibrant than anything they'd ever known, more blue than any sky should have a right to be. The air was thicker, richer, as if laced with life itself. Every breath tasted like something pure and untouched. Sonya knelt beside Latoya and slipped an arm around the girl's shoulders. Toy, who had been so quiet, so shaken since the near-death experience with the Tyrannosaurs, now looked up in wonder. Her dark eyes shimmered, reflecting the sky. "Do you see them?" Sonya whispered. "Aren't they beautiful?" Latoya nodded, her voice soft. "Yes, they're so big." Sonya laughed, a sound of real joy, thin and fragile but true. She squeezed Toy against her side, seeing the girl smile, seeing a moment of happiness on her face. It meant everything. She knew it wouldn't last. Trauma had carved itself deep into the girl's young mind. The death of her parents, the chase, the monster in the mask. It would all haunt her, but for now, Sonya would hold on to this moment, and she'd be there for Latoya however she could. Otis stood apart just a few feet ahead, his eyes scanning the herds, the sky, the towering trees in the distance. The beauty wasn't lost on him either. He let out a long breath and took in the land around them, wild, untouched, teeming with creatures that had ruled the earth long before mankind. It was awe-inspiring, humbling. Maybe, he thought for a second, maybe time travel isn't all bad. Maybe it's a gift, to see the world before we ever touched it. But then the thought turned bitter in his mind. No, this isn't our time. This is their time. These creatures, this world, they don't need us here. Mankind will have its turn, and we'll do just fine messing up our own era without polluting this one. Still, he looked back at Sonya and Toy. The little girl was now giggling as she pointed at a curious little pack of baby triceratops scurrying under their parents' bellies. Nate was smiling and turned to Sonya, who looked at him and smiled back. Even Latoya looked so alive again, if only for a moment. Otis felt a swell of warmth and determination in his chest. He would keep them safe, whatever it took. He would find Edwin's structure, the so-called bird's nest. Get them up high, get them behind walls, give them a fighting chance, find a way back home. He tapped the comm device in his ear. "Francis," he said, voice low but steady. "We reached the clearing. How are things looking on your end?" Nothing but static. Otis frowned. "Francis, do you copy?" More crackling. Then finally a panicked voice burst through. It was hard to hear as static and what sounded like a nearby growl or snarl was cutting into the feed. "Run, kid! Otis! I can see the clearing ahead, but we have company!" Otis's stomach dropped. "What do you mean, company?" he shouted, straining to hear. Behind him, Sonya stood straighter. Nate tightened his grip on her hand. Even LaToya's small body tensed. They waited in fear of what Otis was going to report. Francis returned no answer, only the distant sound of heavy footfalls and what might have been shouting. Otis turned and looked back at the others. "Eyes up! We might have incoming. Nate, keep an eye on the jungle on your end." The clearing, so serene only moments ago, suddenly felt fragile. The dinosaurs, unaware of the human threat, continued their ancient rhythms. But the spell had cracked. The jungle behind them was no longer just forest. It was a doorway. And somewhere close by, visitors were about to step through, and it didn't sound like good company. Otis and Nate raised their rifles. Otis looked one way, Nate the other. "20 minutes earlier." "Still close and heading in the same direction," Francis said, finishing his conversation with Otis over their radio earpiece headset. "Well?" Chad asked. Francis didn't enjoy playing babysitter to a teenager. He sighed, slightly annoyed, and turned to Chad. "That was Otis, the head security guy. He's got another soldier with him, the waitress and the kid. They're not far away, they've got guns, so we need to get to them. All of us together have a much better shot at getting to safety." "You think their guns will do the job if that thing comes back? The thing that got Mom?" Chad's voice was flat, but the pain was buried just beneath. "Well, kid, I'd much rather have a couple guns available than nothing at all if it came back. Let's just find that clearing and find the group." Francis picked up his pace, feet squelching in the damp jungle floor. Chad stayed right on his heels. "You know, something still doesn't make sense to me," Chad said after a moment. "Back at the cave, you told us all was clear. You let Dad walk out there, and Jason was right there waiting." "I didn't see him," Francis croaked, jaw tightening. "I'm sorry about your dad, but Jason's like a ghost. He moves fast. I don't know. Maybe he was hiding when I was looking." "Yeah, sure. Jason really sounds like the type to hide," Chad snapped back, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "How about we just keep the chatter to a minimum, kid? We don't want to let any more dinos know we're out here." "Sure, we can talk later. Also, asshat, my name's Chad, not Kid. And I'm not stupid, just so you know." Chad's tone was cold as steel. Francis rolled his eyes. Too bad Jason didn't get him too, he thought bitterly. The two walked for another 15 minutes, tension thick between them, when suddenly Francis's shoe caught on a thin log across the jungle floor. He pitched forward, slamming face first into the wet, muddy ground. Chad stopped, walked up, and stood over him laughing. "Did you have a nice trip?" He extended a hand. "Watch where you're stepping." Francis groaned, rolling over and reluctantly taking the boy's hand. "It's hard to see every single log," and he stopped. The log he had tripped over began to slide forward. Then it rose. Francis and Chad's eyes followed the movement in stunned silence. It wasn't a log. It was a thick tail, wide and muscular, covered in rough dark green and brown scales. The tail of a sleeping dinosaur. A dinosaur that was now slowly standing, blinking its narrow yellow eyes. And it wasn't alone. Nearby, 4 more creatures began rising from the jungle floor, previously hidden among the wet ferns and moss-covered undergrowth. Their camouflage had been nearly perfect, so perfect that Francis's mistake was easy to forgive. They were bipedal, easily 10 feet tall, with powerful hind legs and sleek predatory builds. Their bodies were narrow and muscular, their long arms tipped with massive claws. Each hand bore a single oversized hook-shaped talon that gleamed as light filtered through the canopy. Their snouts were long and crocodilian, lined with rows of razor-sharp, conical teeth. Francis's legs began to shake uncontrollably. Chad inhaled sharply, holding back a scream. The dinosaurs were still waking, stretching, blinking, unaware, or perhaps unconcerned, by the two humans standing frozen in fear. Francis began to slowly step backwards. Chad mirrored him, moving cautiously. And then, snap! Francis stepped on a stick. The sharp crack of breaking wood shattered the jungle's eerie calm like a gunshot. All 5 predators snapped to attention, their eyes locked on the 2 men, their heads tilted, nostrils flaring. The nearest one bared its teeth and let loose a high-pitched shrieking roar that echoed like a nightmare through the dense forest. Francis and Chad turned and ran. They didn't look back. Branches whipped across their faces, mud flew from under their feet. The snarls behind them grew louder, closer. They were being chased, and they were outmatched. The forest exploded with motion behind them as the predators surged forward, snapping branches and crushing underbrush with terrifying ease. A name surged into Chad's mind, unbidden, from a dinosaur report he'd once done in school. Baryonyx, vicious carnivores from the Cretaceous, typically found near water. Guess he shouldn't have gotten that A+. These bastards were living it up in the forest. The growls were growing louder, closer. He could feel the vibrations in the earth now. Each impact of the predator's feet shaking the ground like distant drums of doom. Chad was pulling ahead of Francis, but he didn't care, not even a little. In fact, part of him hoped the bastard fell behind. Deep down, Chad had already decided. Francis had sacrificed his dad. He couldn't prove it, but it was the only thing that made sense. So if the baryonyx behind them caught Francis, so be it. Chad wouldn't shed a single tear. Meanwhile, Francis could swear he felt hot breath on the back of his neck. He didn't dare glance back, but the sound of crunching brush, snapping wood, and heavy snarls told him everything he needed to know. They were being hunted, and it was breakfast time. Suddenly, Otis's voice burst through Francis's earpiece, nearly making him stumble. "Francis, we found the clearing. How are things on your end?" Francis didn't dare reach for the mic. Not yet. Not while he was sprinting for his life. "Francis, do you copy?" Otis came through again, louder this time. Then light. Francis's eyes widened. Up ahead, through the trees, sunlight. A clearing. They were almost there. The sounds of herbivores rumbled beyond the tree line, the ground softly trembling beneath their feet. He could hear the distant trumpeting of hadrosaurs, the groaning bellows of longnecks, the stirring energy of something massive just ahead. They were close. Francis finally risked it. He reached up and slapped his earpiece. At the same moment, he saw Chad a few steps in front of him stumble. The teen caught himself but was falling behind now. "Run, kid!" Francis shouted, his voice half panic, half command. Then to Otis. "Otis, I can see the clearing ahead, but we have company!" The thick jungle canopy shivered, followed by a sharp rustling that surged from the undergrowth not far from where Otis, Nate, Sonia, and Latoya crouched at the jungle's edge. They had been watching, waiting, hoping Chad and Francis weren't far away. Otis had been weary of what Francis had meant by "we have company." He was about to find out. Nearby, an ankylosaur herd looked like living tanks, squat, low to the ground, their backs covered in jagged spikes, their tails ending in bludgeoning clubs thick as tree limbs. Then, an eruption of motion. "Hey, there!" Nate shouted, pointing. Otis, Sonya, and Latoya turned their heads to see. Two human figures burst through the jungle not 20 yards down the line from them. Chad and Francis. Mud-smeared, panting, wild-eyed, the pair came barreling out of the brush in a dead sprint, right into the outskirts of the ankylosaur herd. "Shit!" Otis muttered, as he watched Chad and Francis jump to the side, just in time to avoid a collision with the swinging club tail. They hit the ground hard and rolled, scrambling like spooked animals into a shallow ditch between two squat ferns. Then came the roars, guttural, wet, and full of hunger. 5 baryonyx exploded from the undergrowth behind them. Lean, fast, and vicious-looking, the predators looked like nightmares pulled from tar. Each stood roughly 10 foot tall at the hip and stretched nearly 30 feet in length. Their crocodilian snouts gaped open to reveal curved, conical teeth. Their long arms tipped in massive claws that seemed to shimmer with blood and instinct. Their bodies were slick with dark green and brown, sleek but not delicate. Killing machines optimized for slashing and ripping. The baryonyx pack charged full tilt into the edge of the ankylosaur herd. They had been chasing their human prey, but now had ran into trouble they weren't expecting. Chaos ignited instantly. The ankylosaurs didn't scatter, they turned. With a thunderous chorus of bellowing grunts, the squat herbivores braced themselves, pivoting their armored flanks towards the threat. The lead baryonyx lunged at the nearest claws raised high. The ankylosaur met the attack with a sideways pivot and swung the club tail like a pendulum of raw vengeance. The blow landed against the predator's chest with a sickening crack, lifting the baryonyx nearly off its feet and sending it tumbling backwards into a tree. It didn't rise. Another baryonyx lunged, managing to rake his claws down the flank of a smaller ankylosaur. Blood sprayed and the injured beast shrieked, but 2 of its kin closed in, surrounding the attacker like boulders coming alive. One tail slammed into the predator's hind leg, snapping bone. The second finished it with a crushing blow to the head that caved in the side of its skull. The body twitched once and was still. The third baryonyx tried to flank the herd. Too late. A vigilant ankylosaur intercepted it, shoving it sideways. Another clubtail whirled through the air and struck the predator's ribs with brutal finality. A spray of viscera and a sharp, choked roar marked the end of the third attacker. Nate ducked down further behind the ferns. "Jesus, those armored ones are winning!" Sonya pulled Latoya close. "Stay down. Nate, stay down. Do you see Francis and Chad?" Nate scanned the area and saw them hiding low. "Yeah, they look to be okay." Nate then turned his attention to Otis. "You got eyes on them, boss?" "Yeah, I see them. If they stay still, they should be okay," Otis said, watching the action unfold intently. "If it looks like those nasty ones might get at them, then we go in with our guns." Nate nodded. The jungle was alive now with panicked movement. Other herbivores, triceratops, hadrosaurs, even a distant cluster of titanosaurs began to scatter, rumbling away in waves. The air filled with the thunder of pounding feet, shaking the ground like a drumbeat from hell. Otis held his ground, motioning for the others to stay close to the jungle's edge. "Don't move, let it play out." The last 2 baryonyx snarled in frustration, circling the defensive wall of ankylosaurs. They snapped at the armored creatures, slashing at the air, but every attempt was met with another swing, another bellow, another wall of bone and armor. One of the surviving predators had had enough. It let out a sharp bark to its companion, then turned and bolted back into the tree line. The last baryonyx lingered for a second longer, growling, eyeing the herd as if it hated the idea of retreat. But survival won out over pride. With one last snarl, it slinked after its packmate and vanished into the jungle gloom. All fell still. Chad and Francis, half hidden behind a fallen log, sat frozen in shock for what seemed like minutes, breathing hard and in disbelief. Then suddenly Francis flinched. A hand had reached out and gripped his shoulder firmly from behind. Francis nearly screamed, but then he looked up. It was Otis. The older man gave him a tight nod and pulled him silently to his feet, eyes still scanning the tree line. Easy, Francis, Otis murmured. You're all right now. Nate stood over Chad and reached down. The teen grabbed his hand and Nate pulled him to his feet in one swift motion. Hell of a show, huh, bro? Nate asked with a grin, still catching his breath. Yeah, Chad replied, managing a faint smile. Lucky me, I had a front row ticket. From behind them, Otis stepped forward, his voice lower, rougher. Sorry about your folks, son. He laid a firm, steadying hand on Chad's shoulder. Thanks, Chad muttered, his eyes already drifting, locking cold and unblinking on Francis. Otis followed his gaze, then turned to the other man. Well, Francis, do you recognize this area? The game trail ahead had mostly cleared out. The massive ankylosaurs had moved on, their departure leaving the jungle in a strange, vibrating silence, like the air was waiting for the next burst of chaos. Francis nodded quickly, regaining composure. Yes, this is the game trail I mentioned. I know exactly where we are and exactly where to go. Point us in the right direction, Otis ordered. Francis turned to his left and gestured. See how the clearing starts to get thinner in that direction? Everyone nodded. We don't want to go that way. There's a Rex nest up there. Where we want to go is that way. He pointed into the wider clearing. It's going to be a bit of a walk, but it'll take us straight to the bird's nest. Then let's move, Otis said, immediately slipping into command mode. Nate, you take the back. Keep your eyes and ears open. Sonya, keep Toy close. Everyone stay tight. They obeyed without hesitation. The group walked in silence, boots and dress shoes pressing gently into the damp ground. Every crunch of leaf or snap of twig seemed louder now, stretched by the tension hanging in the air. Latoya clung close to Sonya's side, the wide-eyed wonder of the morning completely replaced by lingering fear. She didn't see a forest or a clearing anymore, only shadows where monsters could be waiting. She could still picture the snarling baryonyx, their claws, the way they'd charged. Every crackling branch made her flinch. She closed her eyes tightly and pressed her face into Sonya's waist. Sonya kept one hand resting gently on her back, fingers moving in slow circles. It's okay, Toy. We won't let anything happen. I want to go home. Take me home, Latoya whispered, her voice trembling. Her eyes stayed clamped shut. We will, honey, we will, I promise. Sonya kept her tone warm and sure, even though her heart was pounding. She looked back at Nate, who offered a soft, understanding glance. His expression said what his voice didn't. I know, poor thing. We all want to go home. He turned his eyes back to the trail behind them, rifle ready. Chad walked stiffly, keeping a steady eye on Francis. The weasel of a man stayed glued to Otis's side like a barnacle. Chad sneered. What a coward, he muttered under his breath. Then Otis raised a closed fist. The group froze. Wait here, he ordered, already stepping forward with quiet precision. He scanned the tree line ahead. Something had caught his eye, something wrong. He crouched low beside a tree, reached out and ran his fingers over what looked like moss, but was metal. He grasped it, a spike, hammered into the dirt. Following it with his hand, he touched the edge of something taut and smooth. A tarp. He gave a tug and it shifted just enough to reveal itself, once camouflaged, now exposed. Otis pulled the stake from the ground and peeled back a corner of the tarp. Underneath it was a topless four-door electric Jeep, sleek and new. What the hell? He muttered mostly to himself. Francis ran forward, excited. It's Edwin's. He keeps a Jeep here. Normally it's at the bird's nest, but, a couple days ago one of his trips got dicey. He must have left in a hurry, parked it here. Well, I'll be damned, Otis said, brows raised. Does it work? Sonya asked, stepping up as she turned toward Latoya. Look, Toy, a car. Latoya peeked through one eye, but in the distance a dinosaur's bellow rolled over the trees like thunder. She immediately squeezed her eyes shut again and gripped Sonya's shirt tighter. Sonya gently hugged her in return. Here, boss, Nate said, yanking another stake from the opposite side. The tarp came off fully with a soft rip. They quickly pulled the remaining stakes out from the ground by the rear wheels. Nate quickly started folding the military-grade tarp, then threw it in the back of the Jeep. "Will it run?" Otis asked. Francis was already in the driver's seat. "Oh yeah, if it's charged, then for sure. There's not even a key." He pressed a button. The Jeep hummed softly to life. "Yep, it's good to go," he called out, maybe a little too enthusiastic. "Here, I'll drive," Otis said as he approached the driver's side. "Oh, sure, of course." Francis scrambled over into the passenger seat, adjusting his belt. "Come on, pretty lady," Nate said, grinning. Sonia began to step forward, a smirk curling on her lips, until Nate chuckled and corrected himself, bending low. "No, ma'am, I mean this pretty lady." He scooped Latoya gently into his arms, giving her a light tickle under the arm. She let out a short giggle, a momentary flash of her old spirit breaking through. Sonia climbed into the rear bench seat, and Nate handed Latoya to her. Sonia pulled her onto her lap. Nate followed and sat next to Sonia, holding his gun upright in between his legs, barrel facing up. Chad climbed in last and shut the door. "All righty," Otis said, placing his hands on the wheel. "Let's turn this baby around." Just then, a stutter of automatic gunfire rang out in the distance behind them. Then a woman's scream, faint but unmistakable, echoed behind it. "Bethany!" Nate shouted from the back seat, heart slamming into his ribs. Otis didn't wait. He threw the Jeep in reverse, cranked the wheel, and spun the vehicle around in a wide arc. He shifted into drive, punched the pedal down. The Jeep surged forward, bouncing over uneven ground as it shot off down the clearing toward the bird's nest. Just a couple minutes later, the dense jungle on both sides gave way to a broad expanse. A massive lake glittered far to the left, veiled slightly in fog, its banks teeming with distant sauropods, towering long-necked behemoths moving like slow-living cranes. And just at the edge of the trees, where the forest opened into its vast space, they saw him, bloody machete held firmly in his hand. He snapped his head in their direction as they passed. He stepped out calmly into the clearing, tall and looming. "It's Jason, boss, it's Jason!" Nate cried from the back seat. "I see him," Otis said, narrowing his eyes. "Hold on, everyone." He slammed the pedal down. The Jeep roared, quietly but urgently, into the thickening fog, which rolled across the path like a curtain, blurring the view ahead. The world outside swallowed by white. The land before them faded like a dream, but Otis didn't slow. They weren't far now. Safety was out there, and Otis would get them there, or die trying. Edwin had kept watching as the Dinosuchus trio finally turned and lumbered back into the fog toward the lake they'd come from. They had dragged Bethany's body so close to the perimeter fence they nearly brushed against the electrified wires. Edwin saw Branson still wasn't looking. Edwin, on the other hand, had watched the entire gnarly event. Edwin couldn't help but have a little fun with Branson. "You can turn around now, Branson. They're gone. Nothing really left of Bethany now," Edwin said, mockingly, lying. Branson turned and looked in the grisly aftermath. An arm, a headless torso still wrapped in most of a camo jacket, and half a leg gone from the knee down. The other leg was completely missing, bitten off at the hip. He almost vomited. "You are such a sick bastard, Prism." Edwin didn't respond. He was grinning as he looked over the remains. Then something caught his eye. "I'll be goddamned," the trillionaire muttered. "Those crocs got rid of the assassin and left us a treat." He pointed. Branson followed his gaze. Sure enough, lying beside the shredded pocket of her bloody camo jacket were the 2 grenades. Bethany had shown them only minutes earlier. "We shouldn't go out there yet," Branson said. "Let's make sure those things aren't coming back for the rest." Yeah, totally. We can wait until the fog clears up," Edwin said absently. "You know, if it is just you and me, and we get that cube somehow," Branson began. "Yeah, I know. I've heard it all enough." "You'll make sure I pay for what I've done. This time my crimes are gonna stick to me, etc., etc., Edwin said, mimicking Branson's voice with dramatic flair. Yep, sounds about right, actually, Branson replied with a small smile. Just giving you a heads up. Anyways, Edwin said, disregarding Branson's comments, these grenades might be the answer to getting to the bag, and I was saving the surprise for dramatic effect, but somewhere between us and the backpack is my electric Jeep, Edwin said casually. Jeep? You didn't say anything about a Jeep, Branson replied, eyebrows raised. I was getting ready to, but then you dropped the Russian assassin bombshell on me, and I figured it best not to let G.I. Janovic know about it, Edwin said, with a small chuckle. Is life just one big joke to you? Branson asked. Don't answer that. When the fog clears, we can... Before he could finish his thoughts, a loud squawk cut through the air. The two men looked up and saw pteranodons circling, at least 4 of them. The pteranodons were monstrous, silhouettes through the thick fog, their wingspan stretching nearly 15 feet across, appearing like leather and sinew. Their bodies were lean but powerful, cloaked in a modded texture of dull bronze and dark charcoal. Their heads were long and dagger-like, ending in a toothless beak that gleamed with menace. A sharp, backward-jutting crest curved like a blade from the back of their skulls, acting like a rudder as they swooped in low over the electric fence-encircled structure. Their eyes were dark, glassy, and alert, primal intelligence glinting in their depths as they prepared to swoop down to claim their prize, Bethany's remains. Each leathery wing was webbed between a long, tapering 4th finger in its body, flapping with haunting silence except for the gust it stirred in its wake. The creatures screeched, a shrill, shrieking cry. They began diving, heading straight for Bethany's corpse. Into the bird's nest! Branson shouted. Edwin didn't argue. They both turned and sprinted for the door. Then Edwin heard another noise, familiar but jarring through the fog. Tires moving fast over rough terrain. Someone was driving the Jeep, and they were coming toward the bird's nest, fast. Another pteranodon swooped low. Edwin ducked and dove through the doorway of the structure. Branson was about to turn the controls to activate the lift when Edwin stopped him. Not yet! Someone's coming! Branson froze, turning his attention toward the fog outside the perimeter fence. He heard it now, too. The Jeep was moving fast, everyone holding on tight as the vehicle bounced across uneven ground. LaToya felt nauseous, hungry, carsick, homesick, and sad. Sonia felt horrible for the poor girl. Then Otis saw a sweeping shadow not far in front of them in the fog. "Hold on!" he called, slamming on the brakes. An unnatural wind began blowing toward the Jeep, and the fog began to clear. Otis realized it wasn't a breeze at all. It was 2 enormous sets of wings. A pteranodon landed on the ground maybe 25 feet in front of the Jeep, and behind it, Otis saw a section of an electric fence. The crisscrossing wires rose 15 feet high. Beyond it, part of the bird's nest structure came into view, almost invisible if not for the thin sheet of fog wrapping around it. Then another pteranodon descended beside the first. They weren't paying attention to the Jeep. Instead, they were poking their beaks at something on the ground. When their beaks lifted, Otis saw something ragged and stringy hanging out. Then he saw the unmistakable smear of blood. His eyes shot downward, and to his horror he saw camo clothing, the same pattern he and Nate wore, shrouding a ruined human corpse. The head, arm, and both legs were missing. One leg was gone from the knee down. There was no denying it. Bethany was dead. Nate stood in the back seat and saw what Otis saw. And rage boiled inside him. "Fuck those flying bastards, sir! They're eating one of us!" he bellowed. Otis was already exiting the Jeep. "Sonia, Chad, get the kid to the gate when we get rid of these flying fucks. Francis, show them the way. Get them in there before Jason gets here," he ordered. Francis didn't need to be told twice. He was already making his way to the gate. He got out of the Jeep, followed by Chad, Sonia, and LaToya. Otis raised his rifle and pointed at one of the grounded flying reptiles that was poking at the remains. He fired 5 rounds into its back. The pteranodon squealed in pain and surprise, tried to take off, then collapsed, blood spraying from its neck and back. 2 more pteranodons, previously circling above, dived down. Nate saw them and opened fire. Several rounds tore into one of the creatures, sending it crashing into the ground. The others shot back into the sky before Otis could aim. Nate turned his attention to the final grounded pteranodon. It had its back to him. Otis was to its right. Francis, Chad, Sonia, and LaToya weren't far from it. Otis saw Branson at the gate, waving the group toward him. Then Otis noticed something on the ground by Bethany's corpse. His eyes went wide. "Nate, no!" Otis shouted. Too late. Nate pulled the trigger. Bullets slammed into the pteranodon and the ground around it. One bullet struck a grenade. The explosion ignited the second one. The pteranodon was obliterated. Nate and Otis were far enough back by the Jeep that they were barely affected, the noise being the worst part of it for them. But the rest of their group wasn't as lucky. The blast blew a huge chunk of the fence away. Francis, LaToya, and Sonia were knocked several feet by the explosion. Chad, mid-step through the gate, had partial cover. Branson clutched his ears. Everyone's ears were ringing. Otis saw Sonia crawling on the ground. He rushed over and helped her up. Chad ran to his side. Nate joined them by the gate. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't know," Nate pleaded. "It's okay, soldier. Calm down," Otis shouted, barely able to hear his own voice. "Where's Toy?" Sonia screamed, looking around. Francis's ears rang painfully. Disoriented, he pulled himself to his feet, hands on knees, gasping for air. He looked down and saw a sizable piece of shrapnel in his forearm. With a shout of pain, he yanked it out. Blood shot like a squirt gun briefly, then oozed steadily. His vision blurred. He dropped to his knees and fumbled for his glasses. His fingers finally landed on one half of them. Closing one eye, he held the remaining lens up and scanned his surroundings. He wished he hadn't. Emerging from the fog was Jason Voorhees. Jason's steps held a new intensity. The rage radiated off of him. Francis saw several wounds on Jason's body, a dent on the side of his head. Something had done a number on the killer. Jason raised his machete, closing the distance fast. Francis turned to run. Just feet ahead lay LaToya, breathing, but unconscious. Jason was gaining. Francis, still dizzy, refused to die. He ran to the girl and lifted her. Otis, Nate, Chad, Branson, and Sonia watched from the gate. Otis and Sonia were about to go after LaToya when they saw Francis get up. Then they saw Jason emerge from the fog behind him. Otis raised his rifle, preparing to fire, but then they watched Francis reach down and lift something. LaToya. "He's got Toy! Bring her! Come on! Into the gate!" Sonia screamed. Chad watched, breath held. Had he been wrong about Francis? Was Francis really going to save the girl? Francis looked at the group. They saw the desperation on his face. They all knew at once he wasn't attempting to rescue LaToya at all. They watched in horror as Francis turned and, in a sickening moment, threw Toy's unconscious body behind him, directly into Jason's path. Jason was only a few feet from her now, and LaToya landed hard and began to stir. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "LaToya, no! Run!" Sonia screamed. Otis had no clean shot. The girl stood unaware, Jason towering behind her. "Shoot him!" Sonia cried. "She's in the way! Oh, God, the bullets could hit her!" Otis shouted back. He tried to aim again, but she was standing, and he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't end up taking her down as well. He cursed under his breath, never taking his gun down. He would be prepared if he got a clean shot. "Oh, Jesus!" Branson cried. "That fucking coward!" Chad barked. Nate had his gun up too, but like Otis couldn't fire safely. Then Jason reached LaToya and stepped right around her, as if she wasn't even there. Francis had been jogging, trying to collect himself, dizzy, hoping Jason would kill the girl, to give Francis more time to escape. But when Jason bypassed her, Francis's eyes went wide. He found strength he didn't know he had and started a frantic run toward the gate. Otis raised his AK-47, aiming at Francis. Nate stepped forward and followed suit. Otis shook his head, adjusted his aim for Francis's chest. Even though his vision was blurry, Francis got the message. If he ran to the gate, he would be shot dead. Francis pivoted mid-run. "You're all fucking crazy!" he yelled, turning. He didn't stop running, but veered away from the bird's nest, away from the group, away from the Jeep. Jason followed. Otis felt his handgun being pulled from his holster. He looked. It was Chad. Chad flipped off the safety. Otis had no time to stop him. "You killed my dad, you fucking bastard!" Chad screamed into the fog. "Now you're gonna die the same way!" He pulled the trigger. Francis howled in pain. The bullet struck his right buttock. He grabbed the fresh wound and limped. Looking over his shoulder, Jason was closing in again. Sonia rushed to LaToya, scooping her up. What happened?" LaToya asked dreamily. Then her eyes rolled back and she went limp again. Sonia held her tight and ran to the group. They all passed through the gate. Edwin stood in the bird's nest doorway, a sly smile on his lips. "Looks like Francis is up Schitt's Creek," he chuckled. Chad still stood outside, watching as Francis and Jason vanished into the fog. "Son, come on. The fence is wrecked. We aren't safe out here. We need to get up high, inside, before he or something else comes back," Otis demanded. Chad nodded. "He's dead," he said quietly. "At least he will be soon." He turned and handed Otis the gun. "I'm sorry I took your gun, sir," Chad said as he stepped through the gate. "It's okay. Hell, I would have done the same thing. Next time, just ask," Otis replied with a wink. "Come on, guys. We have a lot to catch you up on," Branson said, ushering them to the door. He looked at Edwin. "We could have used an extra set of hands out there." Edwin smiled. "Looks like you all had it handled. All's well that ends well, they say." "Oh, hello, Webb. Nice to see you still up and about. Don't fret too much about Bethany. Have we got a story to tell you?" Otis was about to demand answers, but Edwin's whimsical tone made his blood boil. Before he could respond, Branson stepped in. "Seriously, sir, she wasn't who she said she was. Let's get these young folks upstairs and we'll catch you up." Otis saw the honesty in Branson's eyes and nodded. Nate, overhearing, decided he could wait for the explanation. The entire group rushed into the bird's nest. Edwin stepped aside. "Step right up. Welcome to Prism's Funhouse. Keep your feet and hands inside the ride at all times," Edwin called with a flourish. No one was amused. Moments later, the door closed. The controls returned. The bird's nest began to slowly spin, rising 50 feet above the Cretaceous ground. Francis was limping and trying to run, but he was slowing. He tried like hell to will himself to move faster, but his body was losing blood now. His arm still bled freely, and now he had a gunshot wound to his ass. He looked over his shoulder. Jason wasn't following anymore. Francis began to laugh. Yeah, go get them, you ugly motherfucker! He was cut off as he slammed into something that felt like solid steel and fell hard onto his wounded ass. He howled in pain as he hit the Cretaceous ground. His hand shook violently as he slowly looked up and saw the blurry image of the behemoth Jason Voorhees standing over him in the eerie fog. The bellows of distant dinosaurs added to the feeling of horror coursing through his body. He could smell the rotten decay of dead flesh radiating off the killer before him. He thought fast. "Look, listen, Mr. Voorhees, I'm an ally. It's Edwin. He's the one who brought you here," Francis began begging. Jason stared down at the short man and cocked his head like a dog. Francis mistook this for Jason hearing him out. The balding man stood and dusted off his bloody and muddy clothing as if he was trying to better present himself. He continued his pitch. In fact, Mr. Voorhees?" he asked. "Doesn't matter. Listen, I am actually the one who set you free." Jason cocked his head the other way. Francis began taking baby steps backwards. Jason slowly walked forward as the little man begged. It's true! Fuck Edwin Prism, the petulant man-baby. Thinks he's the hero of humanity. Fuck! He doesn't invent shit. He just pays the people who are smarter than him to do it for him. I turned down the pulse in your cell. Well, I didn't know it was yours at the time, but here you are, so it must have been," Francis continued, hoping to coax the blurry monster in front of him. Jason took a bigger step forward. "Okay, come on, man. You owe me. I set you free. Edwin Prism is the one who caged you. Him and Otis, the old fucker. They're the ones you want. Hell, Edwin is the one who went and got your dead mother's fucking head." At the sound of the word mother, Jason stopped Francis's pleading. He shot his undead hand out like lightning, gripped Francis's throat, and lifted him into the air. Francis kicked frantically, pulling at Jason's fingers with both his shaking hands. Jason pulled him in close and stared into his eyes, Francis's nose brushing the weathered hockey mask. Now things weren't blurry anymore. He was close enough that his lack of glasses didn't matter. Francis stared into the eye holes of the mask and saw clearly. He saw hate incarnate, rage incarnate. He was looking into unadulterated primal fury, anti-life, oblivion. He saw his future in those eyes, and it was full of pain and blood. Francis moaned and squeaked like a newborn kitten, and warmth ran down his leg as his bladder let go. He tried to speak again. "Please, just..." Jason squeezed harder. He watched Francis's face begin to turn blue, saw the little man's legs kick and spasm in death throes. Jason continued to watch and saw the little man's eyes start to roll back. Then Jason loosened his grip. Francis hung limp for a moment, then awoke with a start, stepping back from death's door. Francis began gasping, taking in a huge breath of air. Jason cocked his head again, then held the man out at arm's length. Francis croaked. He tried to talk again, but found he couldn't. He then looked down in terror and saw that Jason was raising his other arm, the one holding the bloody machete. Francis weakly tried to beat against Jason's grasp. The Crystal Lake killer was done playing with his food. He stabbed the machete forward right through Francis's chest. Blood gurgled from his mouth as he fought for his last breath. Francis's eyes went wide. Death had caught him. No more talking his way out. No more begging. No more sacrificing others for his own safety. His number was up. Jason watched as the life drained out of the little man's eyes. And when he finally went limp for the last time, Jason released his throat and let the dead body collapse to the ground. Jason stepped over the body and began walking back toward the others. But then a noise came from the distance behind him. A barking call, familiar. A moment later the call was answered by more barking from further away. Reinforcements. It was him, the dead-eyed king, the beast that had destroyed Mother, the beast that had fled from Jason not 20 minutes earlier. The beast Jason knew was preparing for another attack. Jason turned back around. He walked towards the call. He was ready. The others would still be there. when he was done settling a score. Not far away in the bird's nest, Otis Webster heard it all. During the chaos, Francis's radio earpiece had been activated. Otis now knew exactly how everything had gone to hell. He also knew he could bring some peace to Chad. Francis was indeed very dead. Otis chuckled at the sound of Francis trying to sell him down the river in his pleading to Jason. Though Otis knew deep down that Jason hadn't forgotten who captured him and brought him to 2045 to be imprisoned. Otis had a feeling Jason would come for him eventually. He would try to be ready for that inevitability. Otis also understood that even though it had been Francis's hand that helped Jason escape and set them all on this deadly path, it was Edwin Prism who had pushed a man's buttons like McCoy to do something so reckless in the first place. Otis would not be letting Edwin push any more buttons. Otis would be running the show from here on out. Chapter 10. Endangered Species. The study inside the bird's nest buzzed with low conversation and the faint hum of solar-powered systems. Raised 50 feet above a wide sunlit clearing, the elevated hideaway, built by Edwin Prism long before any of them arrived, stood tall on its cylindrical spine like a lone tower from some lost civilization, almost invisible to the naked eye. It should have felt like sanctuary, but deep down no one inside felt completely safe. They had only been inside for about 15 minutes, but the time had been used well. Everyone made more formal introductions, and hands were shook. Edwin reported some bad news. The explosion had not only destroyed a section of the electric fence, it had also destroyed its power supply. The bird's nest no longer had a perimeter protection. They could only depend on its camouflage now. There was an urgency, but at the same time the group was thankful for a respite in all the madness. They took advantage of the opportunity to breathe again, even if it was only a temporary break in the chaos. Otis's first question was if Chad, Branson, or Edwin had seen the other two, Kelly and Trevor. Branson filled them in on the tragic fates that had befallen the young couple. Otis had shaken his head. Such a loss, so young, he thought. Otis and Nate then both insisted to know what happened with their fellow soldier Bethany. Branson told them the entire story. Edwin backed him up. Otis didn't trust Edwin, but he knew deep down Branson was telling the truth. "I can't believe I didn't see it, that I didn't even suspect," Otis had begun. "Yeah, me either. When and if we get back, Otis, you and I are going to need to talk about your employment going forward. I hired you to protect me, not to train my assassin," Edwin had interrupted. He looked far too comfortable, sitting in a comfy leather office chair, leaned back with his feet up on a small desk. "No need for a chat about my job, Prism. Consider this my notice. I'm done working in the company of blood and greed," Otis snapped back. "Consider this my notice, too," Nate had added. It seemed things were about to get heated. A picture of anger showed on Edwin's face, but in an instant it was washed away by a very fake smile. "I will try to find a way to move on, but I accept your resignations." He clapped his hands together. "Now, with that nasty business out of the way, this is the time for a game plan. Everything else can wait. Let's get cleaned up, eat, and talk. We may have a way home," the trillionaire finished. Before getting down to brass tacks, the next 10 minutes were spent changing. Everyone took to the bathroom and kitchen sink to wash up the best they could. Edwin had opened a long-forgotten storage bin and passed around a stack of clean Prism Tech t-shirts, each one black with Prism Tech printed in bold gold and silver lettering across the chest. There were no extra pants. He apologized with a shrug. Only one full change of clothes, which he'd already claimed to replace the campy Camp Crystal Lake 1957 counselor shirt and khaki shorts he'd arrived in. He now wore snug skinny jeans and a fresh Prism Tech tee, looking a lot like a hipster. His fresh shirt was custom made for him. It had his name and title on the front, and the Prism Tech logo and slogan on the back. The back of the shirt read, "Prism Tech, innovation never dies. Branson, Chad, Otis, and Nate had swapped their bloodied and torn tops for the clean shirts. Otis and Nate, still dressed in their matching camo pants and boots, both put their jackets back on. Nate had to retrieve his from Toy. They had taken off of her to check her for injuries while carrying her in. He told Sonya he would give it back to Toy in a jiffy if she wanted it when she woke up. LaToya had still been unconscious when they first reached the top of the bird's nest. Her small body slumped in Sonya's arms, head limp, clothes torn and singed and filthy from the explosion. Sonya had carried her straight to the study's corner couch, grabbed a bottle of water and a washcloth, and gently cleaned her face, dabbing at her cheeks and forehead. It was only when she pressed the coal cloth to the girl's brow and whispered her name that LaToya stirred. Her eyelids fluttered. Her lashes were clumped with dirt, and one with dried blood from a small cut above her eye. Then she opened her eyes slowly, blinking into focus, locking eyes with Sonya. A soft, tiny smile formed. "I'm hungry," she said. That was all. No tears, no screaming, just a quiet, matter-of-fact declaration of need. After everything, the horror at the showroom, the chase through the jungle, the T-Rexes, Jason Voorhees, the monstrous dinosaurs fighting around her, and Francis trying to offer her up to a killer. That was what she said when she woke. "I'm hungry." Sonya smiled, pride swelling in her chest. The poor girl surely had some form of trauma, but there was fight in her, real fight. The kind of fight that came from someplace deeper than fear. A kind of defiant spirit that refused to let darkness win. "Welcome back, LaToya," Sonya had whispered. The girl gave her a crooked grin and replied, "I told you, it's Toy!" She giggled faintly, and Sonya laughed through the burn in her eyes. There hadn't been a shirt in a child's size, so Sonya had done what she could for little LaToya. She'd picked out the smallest of the adult PrismTech tees and tied the bottom edge up at the side in a neat knot so it wouldn't hang down to her knees. The oversized black shirt practically swallowed her, but she didn't complain. Sonya had to settle for a slightly large shirt as well. She was enjoying the comfort. Once Toy was awake and fed, she tore through half a bag of cookies, a sealed pouch of chips, and a PB&J sandwich like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Chad, seated nearby and nearly hollowed by stress, did the same. The two of them crunching and munching like kids sneaking snacks at a slumber party. They both had lost their parents in the last 24 hours, yet they knew there was no time for grief. Not yet. It was a small moment of normalcy, and everyone in the room slightly cherished it. Sonya had prepared a sandwich for everyone, slicing the vacuum-sealed loaf and spreading the peanut butter and jelly like it was a sacred ritual. They all accepted one. No one refused. With everyone fed, changed, and seated, the room had quieted again. Otis stood up, water bottle in hand, and exhaled slowly. "All right, folks, it's time for a serious talk." That was Sonya's cue. She rose, brushing a crumb off Toy's shirt, knot, and gently said, "Come on, sweet girl, let's get those cuts cleaned up proper." Toy nodded and followed her down the short hall to the washroom. The door clicked closed behind them. The men gathered in the study, Otis standing in the middle of the room, Branson leaning against the rounded wall, Nate sitting in a lone chair, and Chad sitting by the doorway on the floor. They were still alive, but the world outside hadn't forgotten them. They hadn't forgotten it. It was time for an exit plan. Otis stood near the window, arms folded across his chest, and began with what his group had endured since arriving in the past. The crash landing, the dinosaur encounters, the near misses with Jason Voorhees, the whole grueling night and morning. Chad followed. His voice cracked slightly, but he powered through as he told the story of the cave, the titanic predator they'd encountered, the BF Rex, and how his mother was torn apart before his eyes. He spoke of Francis, too, with growing venom in his tone, how the man had panicked, how he'd offered Jeffrey Whitman up as bait to Jason Voorhees to save himself. When Chad finally finished, Edwin leaned back in his chair and let out a low whistle. "I am sorry you had the shit luck of getting stranded with that weasel," Edwin said. "He actually used to be valuable to me, but over time, Greedy, bitter, expected gold stars and standing ovations for doing his damn job. At least you got to give him an extra asshole on his way out. Chad didn't smile. He stood abruptly and turned for the door. I'm going to the balcony. I'll keep an eye on things. Jason could be coming back, and that thing from last night might be out there. Good thinking, kid, Edwin called after him. There's a pair of binoculars hanging out there. Chad flinched slightly at the word kid. It was what Francis had called him. Hearing it now in Edwin's voice made his skin crawl the same way. Once the door closed behind Chad, Otis turned back to the others. He relayed what he had heard through his earpiece minutes before. How Francis had pleaded for his life with Jason. How he'd confessed to tampering with the security in Jason's cell. How he heard the coward take his last breath. He had already pulled Chad aside while eating their sandwiches and let him know of Francis's fate. The boy seemed to shed invisible weight from his shoulders at the news. Edwin didn't look shocked. You sure know how to pick them, Branson blurted. Edwin ignored his insult. So that little asshole set this all into motion, huh? He said casually. Otis turned to face him, his expression unreadable. I guess you can look at it that way, Prism. Or you could say you pushed the man into doing what he did. Edwin scoffed. Here we go. You literally heard him admit to turning down the energy pulse in Jason's cell, and you're the one who built that cell. You're the one who brought those murderers, those monsters to the showroom, Otis snapped. Yes, but you, Otis, were paid handsomely for your part in delivering them, Edwin retorted, finger raised like a teacher scoring a point. You're right, Prism. I am partially to blame. God help me. But I'm going to make things right, somehow, Otis replied, voice low and full of regret. This isn't your show anymore, Edwin. I'm not your puppet. Whatever happens next, we do it my way. This is pointless, Branson interjected, cutting through the tension like a blade. It doesn't matter who caused it. It doesn't matter who was in charge. Just tell them about the backpack already. What backpack? Nate asked, his eyes narrowing. Otis and Nate turned to Edwin. He sighed theatrically, then leaned forward in his chair. Well, Otis, speaking of blame, if it hadn't been for the distinguished Mr. Branson McAllister, we would already be out of here by now. Otis glanced in Branson's direction. The older black man was staring a hole through Edwin Prism. What do you mean by that, Edwin? No riddles. Spit it out, Otis commanded, not playing around. Edwin could tell it was best to just answer his question. He shot a quick wink to Branson, who fumed at the gesture. It was 2 days ago. A young man, Henry, real name Joshua, was working for Branson. Branson set up a fake identity for the guy and paid a hefty fee so his mole could take a trip to the Cretaceous with me. By the way, Branson, thank you for that $450 million. I'll make sure to really enjoy spending it, Edwin said. Branson was about to speak, but Otis cut him off. I said no more bullshit, Prism. Get to the point, or I'll get it out of you in other ways. Edwin put up his arms in mock defeat. Fine. You're no fun. Where was I? Oh, yes, corporate espionage, Edwin said with a sarcastic smirk towards Branson. His guy came in and pretended to be a spoiled rich kid who wanted to go on a Cretaceous safari, to see some Rexes up close. I knew his identity was fake, but I didn't know who he worked for yet. So I had to let things play out. I had a plan to get the information I needed. Letting things play out included having to act like I didn't know he jacked every bit of tech I had on hand. Anyways, that tech included a return cube and the power cells needed to activate it. He put them in a fancy little leather backpack he brought with him. Then when we were out on our little safari, some things went sideways, and we ended up ambushed by a dinosaur. He dropped the backpack to lighten his load as we ran. We used a return cube that I had on me. I always kept more than one here. And we got back home. He lied smoothly, like he'd said it 100 times already. So he says, Branson muttered under his breath. Okay, So where is the backpack now? Otis asked. Not far, Edwin said with a shrug. Up the game trail you folks came from. In fact, from your retelling of last night and this morning's events, you were probably within half a mile of it before you came here. Up the game trail. I would say we could just go snag it now, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But, Nate prompted. Edwin gave a half smile. He saw Otis knew the answer somehow. The wreck's nest? Otis asked. Bingo! Get this boy a lollipop, Edwin said. The tech in the bag could withstand a fall, heavy rain, and it can even handle extreme weight strain. However, that doesn't matter if you run into those Rexes. How did you know about them anyways? Shit, Otis muttered. Francis mentioned the Rex nest being in that direction earlier. Then another discouraging thought struck Otis. Balls! It's a dangerous gamble to take. Our sidearms and what we got left in our AKs after taking out those flying bastards won't stop something that big. It would probably just piss it off. It's why we didn't chance taking them out last night, and we had full clips then. Well, the thing is, Edwin continued, tone suddenly serious, I don't even know if the Rexes will still be there. That monster Chad spoke of, what I call the BF Rex, the big fucking Rex, patent pending, well, he ran them off. I'm more afraid that it's his territory now, and trust me, even if you had a crate full of AKs and handguns and infinite ammo, it wouldn't stop him. That thing isn't natural. Otis rubbed a hand down his face. Furthermore, gentlemen, even if you get the cube, Edwin added, I'm not entirely sure where it leads. The gateway was severely damaged last night. Well, at the gallery in the future, but last night. Time runs concurrently on these trips. Oh, hell, you know what I mean. My techs theorized that if someone used a return cube while the gateway was offline, they could risk just getting spat out somewhere in time. Or maybe it would just send them back to the time they came from. Or they'd be trapped in flux for eternity. Who knows? You mean to tell me you never tested that scenario? Branson asked. Edwin gave a crooked smile. It was on the agenda, the Prism Tech to-do list, as it were. Not a lot of people volunteering for the who knows where you'll end up trials. Well, regardless, the one thing that's for sure is we can't survive here, not for long. This isn't a theme park or a zoo. We're in their world, Branson said as he pointed to the curved window behind Edwin's desk. And that's not even counting the killing machine Jason Voorhees. I'll be damned, Edwin muttered. I actually agree with McAllister. Jason will find a way to get up here. He's not human. We aren't safe even 50 feet off the ground. That freak will find a way to snuff us all out. I did my homework on all the killers I collected. But like I said, boys, there's a way out of here. The problem is, how do we get to it? Otis turned to Nate, an unspoken question in his eyes, a request. Nate nodded. We'll go get the pack, Otis said sharply. My heroes, Edwin grinned, slapping his desk as he sat up. God damn it, Otis, if you aren't a real-life G.I. Joe, you are a real stand-up guy, you know that? Care to join us, Prism? Nate asked flatly, his expression unimpressed. Nah, I think I'll stay up here and hope for the best, Edwin said, still grinning. But hey, tell you what, I'll pray for you guys. I want to go, Branson said, louder than he meant to. Otis blinked. Maybe you should stay here. Keep an eye on things while we're gone. Look after Sonya, Toy, and Chad. Not sure they should be staying with you-know-who. Geez, I'm right here, guys. I can look after the young'uns, Edwin said, raising both hands. Y'all have trust issues, seriously. Branson glanced at Edwin, then turned back to Otis. Don't leave me here with him. I've been patient, but I'm close to my breaking point, and if I reach it, I break him. Besides, you might need backup out there if things go sideways. I can hold my own, I promise. I want to help. We have to get those kids home. They've lost so much. Let's make sure they don't lose any more. There's a better chance of one of three making it out of trouble than there is one of two. Chad re-entered just in time to hear the tail end of the plea. I'm cool with it, he said. I'll help keep an eye on things. Hey, see, Chad's cool with it, Edwin said, flashing his biggest grin yet. Otis sighed. Fine. He pulled his side arm free and presented it butt first to Branson. Do you know how to shoot a gun? Yes, I do, Branson said firmly. He took the gun. This is going to sting you a little, okay? Sonia said soothingly, holding a small alcohol pad from the first aid kit. Okay, I won't cry, Toy replied. Sonia dabbed the small cut above the little girl's eyes. Toy squinted and bit her lip but didn't make a noise. Sonia then blew on it gently and placed a small band-aid over the cut. See, all better, Sonia said. Yeah, it didn't hurt at all, Toy began. Sonia, can I ask you something? Of course, ask away, Sonia responded. Can dinosaurs or the man in the mask get up here? No, not at all. We are completely safe, I promise, Sonia assured her. I saw the scary man in the woods. He looked at me, but he left. I thought he was going to kill me like the other man in the mask killed my parents, Toy said solemnly. Well, he saw how tough you are, and it scared him away. And it was storming. That thunder probably scared him too, huh? Sonia said, trying to make the girl smile again. Sonia was angry. Angry at the bastard who had killed this girl's parents, killed her innocence. Angry at the dinosaurs for terrifying her. Angry at Prism for bringing all those monsters there in the first place. Angry at Jason. She was angry at them all and at herself for not knowing how to fix what was now broken in LaToya. LaToya didn't respond. She didn't smile, yet. Instead, she looked up at Sonia with a grown-up look in her young eyes. Can you take care of me, now that Mommy and Daddy are gone? Can you take care of me like them? Toy asked, a small tear welling in her eye. Sonia's heart dropped. She held back her own tear. I promise I will always look out for you, Toy. I won't let anything happen to you. Hey, did you know I used to have a little sister a lot like you? Sonia said. You have a little sister? What's her name? Toy asked. Her name was Alicia, Sonia answered, no longer able to hold back the tears now streaming down her cheek. She used the back of her hand to wipe them away. She died when we were kids. Toy looked crushed. Did someone kill her like my mom and dad? No, it was an accident. A car, Sonia began. But you remind me so much of her. You are one cool kid, LaToya. It's Toy, the young girl said with a giggle. You're right. Well, you are one cool kid, Toy. I can be your sister if you want me to, Toy said, reaching up and wiping a stray tear from Sonia's cheek. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Sonia's waist. I'd like that very much, Sonia answered. Toy thought deep for a moment and spoke again. You know how we came here in a time machine? Yeah, a time gateway, Sonia responded. Could we use it to save my mommy and daddy and save your sister? Toy asked, showing wisdom beyond her years. Sonia was taken aback with the young girl's question. She thought for a moment and replied, I've thought about the same thing, honey, and yes, I would give anything to spend another day with Alicia. The thing is, Toy, we aren't supposed to be able to change things. Yes, it's sad and it hurts, but time isn't supposed to be changed. All the people who've been hurt at that gallery, your parents, Chad's parents, Trevor and Kelly, all of them are gone because Edwin decided to change time. He did it for his own selfish reasons and people got hurt. If we changed things, we'd be doing it for our own selfish reasons, no matter how much we miss them. Do you understand, Toy? Toy looked down at the floor, and after a moment she lifted her head and looked at Sonia. I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just miss my mom and dad. I know you do, but you need to know something. They're proud of you, Sonia said. How do you know? Because I'm proud of you, Sonia answered. Their moment was interrupted by a knock on the small bathroom door. Hey, Sonia, can we talk? Nate's voice called from the other side of the door. Yeah, 1 second, Sonia said. She hugged Toy back and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Let's go talk to Nate. Okay, the girl replied. Sonia straightened up, took Toy's hand and opened the door and stepped into the small sleeping quarters beyond. Nate quietly filled her in on everything that had been discussed in the study. Toy had went and sat on a small couch out of hearing range, eating another small bag of chips. I understand, Sonia said. I wish you didn't have to go out there, but I understand. Listen, Nate began. If we can really get back home, if this works, then maybe we can do something normal. You know, like see a movie, have dinner. I know it's not as exciting as hiding from T-Rexes or running from legendary killers, but Sonia cut him off. Yes, I'd love to. Think we could bring along a third? She asked, glancing over at the small couch where a Toy sat, munching chips with quiet contentment. She knew that once they got home, she'd help Toy find her closest living relatives, but no matter what, Sonia intended to remain in her life. The little girl had lost everything, and Sonia wasn't going to be just another person who disappeared. Nate looked at Toy munching on chips and smiled. He turned back to Sonia. Of course, wouldn't have it any other way. Listen, they're waiting for us at the controls. Here, Edwin had another set of radio headsets. Nate took Sonia's hand and placed a small earpiece in her palm. Put it in your ear. You tap it to speak, tap again to listen. Got it? Yeah, sure, no problem, she replied. The three left the small room and walked up to the balcony, then to the controls by the exit door. Chad was at the balcony scanning the area as far as he could see. Looks clear right now, Mr. Otis, Chad called. Thanks, Chad. Keep an eye out while we're gone. Don't lower the bird's nest until we contact Sonia and give the all clear. Got it? Otis called back. Yes, sir, the teen responded. Otis turned the controls and the bird's nest began to slowly spin down to ground level. Nate turned to Sonia and, with his heart fluttering, put an arm around her back, pulled her close, and kissed her. Sonia wrapped her arms around him and kissed him back. Ew, Toy said. Sonia and Nate broke their kiss and in unison looked to the small girl and stuck their tongues out at her. She returned the gesture. Sonia and Nate broke their embrace as the bird's nest reached the ground. Best of luck, came Edwin's voice from somewhere in the study. Just wanted you to know. Good luck. We are all counting on you. He said it with gusto, but if he expected anyone to get his 65-year-old movie reference, he failed miserably. No one responded. Otis put his earpiece in. Sonia did as well. I will call you when we are close. Do not lower the structure until I say so. This is important. Don't lower it for anything, Otis stressed. I promise I won't, Sonia responded. Keep your eyes on Prism. He may seem like a laid-back goof, but he is not what he appears to be, Branson warned. You can't trust him. Be safe. Call Otis if there are any problems. I will, Mr. McAllister, thank you, she replied. Seriously, be careful, Nate, she added, giving the young soldier another tight hug and a small kiss. As they embraced, Nate whispered in her ear. You still have the gun? Yes, she whispered back. Good, Nate said as he let go of Sonia. Otis, Nate, and Branson stepped out of the bird's nest and walked toward the Jeep. The fog had burned away, and it was a bright, sunny day. Sonia and Toy waved goodbye, and Sonia turned to the controls. The bird's nest began to spin and rise back up to 50 feet. Sonia watched through the small window on the exit door. Each time the structure spun around, catching a glimpse of the Jeep driving away, getting further and further out of sight. Jason Voorhees had been following the sharp, guttural barking cries of the raptors for nearly 30 minutes. He had moved silently through the misty clearing as the morning fog began to burn away in the rising sun. Then, without hesitation or thought, he turned and followed the noise into the jungle again, drawn forward by the hunt. Branches snapped underfoot, the wet leaves brushing his legs as he pressed deeper into the dense foliage. The sounds grew louder, closer, and somehow more deliberate. And then he stopped. He sensed them. They were around him, all around him. In the shadows, crouched in the tangled brush and between moss-covered trunks, 7 raptors encircled him. Their sickle claws tapped softly against the ground, their slit eyes glowing like embers from the undergrowth. Snarls rose in their throats, and standing ahead of him, just beyond the tree line unmoving, was the dead-eyed king. The 7-foot alpha, its dark yellow scales scarred, stood perfectly still. One of its eyes was a pale, lifeless, milky orb. That dead eye stared directly into the eye holes of Jason's mask. Again it had come. Again it taunted him. And then the jungle erupted. 2 raptors lunged from the sides, fast, precise, jaws wide, with jagged teeth aimed for his throat and side. Jason moved like a ghost. His machete sang through the air, slicing clean through the throat of the one on his right. The second clamped onto his left shoulder, driving claws into his arm as it tried to drag him down. Jason slammed its body against a tree again and again until ribs shattered with wet crunches. He grunted and tossed the twitching corpse into the brush. Another sprang from behind, landing on his back. He staggered forward, its claws digging into his spine, but he reached over his shoulder and yanked it off by the neck, slamming it face first into the dirt. His boot came down on its head with a dull crack. A fourth came from the trees above, leaping from a low-hanging branch. Its jaws clamped onto his forearm mid-swing, teeth piercing deep, blood spilled, Jason's blood. But he didn't slow. He drove the machete upward into the raptor's belly, lifting it off the ground before hurling it back into the trees with a roar. The 5th and 6th came together, trying to flank him. One slashed across his chest, slicing through the jacket and undershirt, leaving long, bleeding gashes across his torso. The other snapped at his legs, knocking him briefly to a knee. Jason rose with fury. He grabbed the leg of the one snapping at him, swinging it like a blunt weapon into its packmate. Bones shattered in both. He pinned one beneath his knee, driving the machete down repeatedly until the soil ran black. The 7th raptor circled, cautious, smart. It hissed and chirped, testing him, looking for an opening. Jason stood waiting. Then it struck. It bolted in fast, but Jason was faster. He ducked low, pivoted, and drove the machete upward under its jaw, the blade piercing through the top of its skull and out the other side. He yanked it free, letting the body drop. Silence returned. The jungle buzzed with insects. Jason stood amid the carnage, bleeding but unbroken. His jacket was torn, scratches and punctures oozed down his chest and arms, but his breathing was steady. He looked back to where the dead-eyed king had stood. Gone. He took a step forward. A bone-chilling shriek split the air, a raw, guttural war cry that echoed through the steaming jungle like a siren of death. Jason's head snapped toward the sound just as the foliage ahead burst open in a violent blur of yellow scales and green stripes. The dead-eyed king was charging. 7 feet of honest killing instinct, all muscle and fury. His yellow hide shimmered in the hazy beams of sunlight that pierced the thinning canopy. Jagged scars crisscrossed his scaled body like a warrior's tapestry, a lifetime of survival engraved in flesh. Black quills trembled along his skull, flaring like blades as he howled again. Dark feathering rippled across his forearms, giving him a primal, almost ceremonial appearance, like some ancient warlord from a time long buried. Jason met the charge head on. The raptor launched first, leaping with sickle claws aimed directly for Jason's chest. The machete flashed up, catching one claw midair and deflecting it with a screech of scale on steel, but the impact knocked Jason back a step. The dead-eyed king landed in a crouch, snarling, then lunged again. This time, Jason pivoted and slammed the flat of the blade into the side of the raptor's skull, cracking one of the black quills clean off. But the beast didn't even flinch. Talons raked across Jason's chest, shredding his torn overshirt and scoring his skin beneath. Black ooze leaked from the gashes, hissing as it hit the dirt. Jason grunted, stumbled, but did not fall. The king circled, tail lashing, his single good eye locked on Jason. The blind eye, milky and scarred, seemed to burn with rage of its own. He darted in again, faster this time. Jason swung the machete upward in a brutal arc, catching the creature under the jaw. A spray of dark blood flew from its mouth, and it reeled back, but only for a second. The beast twisted and kicked out with both legs, launching Jason through a sapling, shattering it like glass. Jason crashed to the jungle floor. His hand twitched. His fingers closed around a rock, not the machete. As the dead-eyed king pounced, Jason hurled the stone into its snout. It wasn't enough to stop it, but enough to throw off its aim. The raptor's claws grazed Jason's shoulder as he rolled to the side. He surged up, grabbing the machete just as the raptor swung around again. They met in a chaotic blur, talons slashing, blade carving, both warriors roaring in their own voiceless way. The king's quilled head snapped forward, grabbing Jason's left wrist in its jaws. Crack! Jason's arm dropped for a moment. The machete clanged to the earth. Blood and ooze hissed from the bite as Jason stumbled, but then his free hand came up, clutching a jagged branch. He rammed it upward into the dead-eyed king's ribs. The raptor shrieked in agony. It reared back, impaled, bleeding, but still far from beaten. It spat out Jason's arm and staggered, panting, tail lashing violently. Jason retrieved the machete with a slow, deliberate motion. The two titans circled again. Then the king leapt, this time catching Jason by surprise. Its talons wrapped around his torso, lifting him off the ground and slamming him into a tree trunk so hard the bark exploded outward. As they grappled, jaws snapped and arms swung wildly. The raptor lunged forward and sank its teeth into Jason's mask. There was a screeching sound like nails on a chalkboard, then a snap as the straps ripped free from Jason's misshapen head. Jason's mask went flying. It hit the jungle floor and rolled once before the dead-eyed king stepped forward, placing a clawed foot directly atop it. With slow, deliberate pressure, the raptor crushed it beneath its weight. The weathered hockey mask broke in half, then one half snapped into several pieces as the king shifted. Jason rose, now unmasked. His face was revealed in full horrific clarity. His swollen, disfigured head looked almost alien, the skull too large, misshapen. His skin had rotted to a charcoal gray, parts missing entirely, bone exposed across his left cheek and the rim of his eye socket. One eye drooped hideously, but both eyes burned with fury. His breathing was silent but thick with rage. The dead-eyed king froze. There was something primal in the monster's paws, an ancient recognition. Jason stepped forward, dragging the machete through the dirt behind him. The king screeched again and lunged, aiming to finish it, but Jason was ready now. He ducked under the slash, drove the blade upward into the raptor's shoulder. It howled. Talons lashed out and tore into Jason's side. They grappled, fell, rolled, locked in a vicious, intimate death spiral. Jason punched the raptor's snout again and again with his gnarled fists. The king's blood sprayed, and still it bit down, sinking its teeth into Jason's collarbone. Jason stabbed again, this time into the raptor's hip. The king staggered back, bleeding from over a dozen wounds, limping, now wheezing. Jason stood still, breathing through his exposed mouth and ravaged nostrils. His machete drooped in one hand, his ruined body steaming in the jungle heat. And then they stopped. For a long, still moment, neither moved. The dead-eyed king cocked his head, breathing ragged through his slit nostrils. He blinked once with his one good eye. Jason tilted his head in reply. No more blades, no more claws, no more teeth. Just understanding. Two monsters, two predators, warriors born of pain and forged in death. Jason had killed the king's mate, had wiped out most of his pack. The one-eyed king had destroyed Pamela's head, taken from Jason that which was most precious. Their battle had not been about survival, but domination. They had found equals in each other, and there was nothing left to prove. The king let out a low growl, more breath than sound. He stepped backward, still limping. He cocked his head once more, almost a nod, then turned and without another sound vanished into the dark, steaming jungle. Jason stood alone, black blood dripping down his ribs and arms. His face burned from open wounds. He walked to his broken mask and picked it up off the ground. Half the mask was in ruined pieces. The straps were ripped and shredded. He pulled the mask to his face and pressed it against his decayed skin. It sank in, suctioned to his rotted face, and it stuck. The left side of his face was exposed, the right covered in a jagged, broken, and blood-stained mask, a reminder of the battle with the one-eyed king. Then he heard it, the distant hum of an electric engine, tires rolling over dirt. Through the tree line ahead, a jeep passed by in the clearing. Jason could still hear his mother even now. She was still with him, head or no head. "They're here, Jason. No more distractions. No more waiting. Finish what you started, my special, special boy. It's time you make them pay. Kill them. Kill them all, Jason." Pamela's voice rang in her son's head. Jason turned toward the sound of the passing vehicle, and with half his face exposed, he began walking, silent, relentless. His mother's words echoed, and he would obey. No more distractions, no more waiting. He was going to finish what he started. Branson sat rigid in the passenger seat, his eyes scanning the dense Cretaceous jungle in the distance on both sides. Nate was in the back, muscles tense, and Otis gripped the wheel tightly as the jeep bumped and jolted over the uneven terrain, the ancient earth still raw beneath their tires. The air was thick with humidity and the distant calls of creatures long extinct, echoing in a way that was hauntingly beautiful and painfully alien all at once. A giant insect splatted across the windshield, turning into a yellowish jelly. Otis turned on the wipers and pressed a button for wiper fluid to spray against the glass. It took several swipes to finally remove enough gunk to see clearly again. "I cannot wait to get back to normal bugs. I never thought I'd miss tiny annoying mosquitoes so much," he thought to himself with a silent chuckle. Breaking the quiet, Branson's voice cut through the hum of the engine and the bird song from the treetops. "Just so you know, I didn't send Joshua here to spy on Edwin and get his tech simply for personal gain. I had hoped to be able to reverse engineer the technology, to have the means to fix anything that bastard broke using time travel as a form of personal entertainment. I hope you can see that." For some reason, Branson wanted the approval and respect of this man. "I do, but no one should have that technology. I see that now more than ever," Otis replied. As do I now, sir. As do I, Branson agreed. Also, I must admit, I have ulterior motives for coming with you. I couldn't say anything back at the bird's nest, but I have suspected Joshua Marcel, my employee we spoke of, was killed on his trip here with Edwin 2 days ago. I think Edwin may have killed him himself or set events into motion that took his life. I have caught Prism in multiple lies since we got here regarding that trip. Otis didn't respond immediately, but his knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. I wish you'd mentioned that sooner. Perhaps before we left Sonia, Toy, and Chad with the bastard? Branson's gaze hardened. Edwin's an opportunist, sure, but there's no point in hurting them. They'll be safe for now. There's no upside to him doing anything to them. You better be sure, man. If he hurts them, Nate began. He won't. There is no upside to do so. As I said, nothing that benefits him. He wants to go home, too. He may not want to face the consequences of his gallery, but he doesn't want to stay here, Branson cut in. What does coming with us have to do with your suspicions? Otis asked, intrigued. That backpack Joshua was carrying. It doesn't just have the items we need in it, you see. I outfitted Joshua with special glasses. They recorded everything from his trip with Edwin. There is a tablet sewn into that backpack where all the footage is stored. If we get our hands on that tablet, Branson said. Otis cut him off. Then you get to the truth, Otis said, finishing Branson's statement. Exactly, Branson said. He paused, voice lowering. If what I suspect is in those recordings, and if we can get back to 2045 with that proof, Edwin will have to pay for what he's done. Even if he tries to weasel out of all the mayhem and death from the gallery, we can at least bring him down for Joshua's death. At the very least, the world needs to see why Edwin Prism monopolizing time travel is a danger we can't ignore. Otis exhaled slowly, eyes still locked on the prehistoric path ahead. You're right. I regret ever taking a dime from him. I truly hope I live to right my wrongs. Edwin has that way with people. He is able to pull the wool over people's eyes, make them think they are doing the good work, helping save the world. And I don't know you well, but from what I've seen, you are one of the good ones, and you are already making it right, Branson said. From the back, Nate spoke quietly, but with weight. I never noticed it from afar, but now up close, there's something dark in Edwin's eyes. Every time I look at him, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, like he's hiding something worse than we can imagine. Otis looked to Nate through the rearview mirror. He knew exactly what he meant. Branson did as well. The jeep rattled onward, pushing deeper into the wild. They entered deeper into the broad game trail, where the dense trees gave way to sweeping vistas alive with ancient giants. Herds of titanosaurs lumbered gracefully across the clearing again, long, elegant necks stretching towards treetops. The ankylosaur and baryonyx battle from earlier that morning a distant memory. Nearby, armored triceratops moved in slow, steady groups, their powerful horns gleaming in the filtered sunlight. The dinosaurs grazed peacefully, the earth trembling softly beneath their massive feet. Branson's eyes softened as he watched the creatures move. It's breathtaking, he murmured almost to himself. I don't think I've ever seen anything more beautiful. But it's not meant for us to see, is it? This isn't our place, our time. It's theirs. Every second we're in this time, we're messing with something we barely understand. We're already damaging the fabric of time. Otis nodded quietly, the corners of his mouth tight. Yeah, and Edwin Prism is the one person whose whims could make or break all of existence. Terrifying. I hope we find that backpack not just to get home, but to find your tablet. It has to end. He needs to be stopped. Here, take this, Otis said, as he reached into the pocket of his pants and came out with a large pocket knife. He handed it to Branson. When we get the bag, get your tablet. Let's nail this bastard. Branson nodded, a look of appreciation and respect on his face. The herds began to thin as the trail narrowed, the trees drawing closer like silent watchers. Shadows grew longer, and the peaceful chorus of the jungle shifted into something more ominous. Distant rumbles, bellows. It was like a whole other planet. They were suddenly alone on the thinning trail, the electric engine so quiet that the silence around them was eerie and foreboding. Suddenly, Otis's head snapped forward, eyes sharp. "Hold up!" His foot slammed the brakes, and the Jeep skidded, tires kicking up dirt and stones. "What is it?" Branson asked, voice taut. Otis pointed ahead. "Look there, something's glimmering in the trail, up ahead!" The Jeep lurched to a halt, the ancient silence pressing in once more. Otis shifted the Jeep into park, the electric engine humming softly. Without a word, he opened the door and stepped out, his boots crunching on the packed trail dust. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy, glinting off the object ahead. It lay partially buried in the dirt, catching the light like a shard of glass. He crouched beside it, brushing away leaves and pebbles until his fingers closed around a smooth, cylindrical device. A faintly metallic sheen caught the light. He held it up, frowning. Branson and Nate were already moving toward him. "What is it?" Branson asked, eyes narrowing as he came to Otis's side. Otis turned it over in his hand. "I've seen it before." Branson leaned in for a closer look, and his face tightened with recognition. "So have I." "Well?" Nate asked, glancing between them. "What the hell is it?" Otis exhaled. "It's a prism power cell." Branson nodded grimly. "A dead one." Nate raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" Branson pointed at the top of the unit. "When they're charged, there's a green light right here. This one's dark, bone dry." Otis slipped the cell into his pocket. "Okay then, if this got dropped out here, we must be getting close, real close." They moved forward in silence, the weight of the moment pressing down harder with every step. The trail narrowed further, the air thicker, more oppressive. A few meters ahead, Nate froze. Guys?" They followed his gaze. Embedded in the soft, dark soil were massive footprints, three-toed impressions deeper and broader than anything they had ever seen, each one easily twice the size of a T-Rex's. The tracks were erratic, heavy, like something powerful had been pacing or circling. The rain from the night before still filled some of them slightly. "Those are like bigger than the Rexes we saw, right? It's got to be twice the size," Nate muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Prism said that a bigger Rex was here, the big fucking one. I'm not sure it's around anymore, though. These don't look super fresh, maybe a couple days old," Otis said. As they walked on, they all saw it at once, something pale and unnatural beneath the tall, swaying grass. Branson crouched slowly, heart pounding. His hand trembled as he reached into the greenery and pulled it free. It was a human hand. The wrist was a jagged stump, flesh torn ragged. The skin was bloodless, drained, clinging tight to the bone like old leather. He dropped it instantly, recoiling. Otis stepped up beside him, silent, his jaw clenched. He placed a steady hand on Branson's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I'm sorry, Branson. It looks like you were right." Branson didn't speak. He just stared down at the severed hand, the weight of confirmation pressing into his chest like the heavy humid heat of the ancient world around them. "We need to find that backpack," he said through gritted teeth. "This has to stop." He lifted the hand carefully, in between two fingers. "We will need physical evidence," Branson continued, "and something for his mother to bury." Otis jogged to the Jeep and dug around until he found a couple sealed bandanas sporting the Prism Tech logo. He ripped a package open and jogged back to Branson. He handed it to him, and the billionaire wrapped the hand carefully and stood up. Nate had wandered slightly ahead. He had found a muddy safari hat on the ground, and he began scanning the trail nervously. Then he froze. There, sunk deep in the center of one of the massive footprints, was a shape half buried in the mud. He dropped the hat to the ground. "It's here," Nate blurted, then immediately winced. Sorry, it's here," he repeated in a hushed tone. Branson and Otis rushed over. Nate knelt and tugged gently at the strap of a soaked red leather backpack, caked with mud and leaves. Branson reached out and took it from him, cradling it with a strange reverence. Nate let go and glanced at Otis, who gave him a small nod. Branson knelt and unzipped the pack. Inside were sealed bottles of water, energy bars, packets of aloe wipes, but most importantly the tech was there. 2 fully charged prism power cells, the return cube, and also a belt-like item Branson and Otis both recognized. "What is the belt thing?" Nate asked curiously, looking down into the open pack. Branson sat the wrapped hand down and pulled the belt out and turned to Nate. "It's a prism invisibility belt. I've seen the mock-ups for it. Look, there is a small section where you snap in a prism power cell," Branson said, pointing to the slot. "May I?" Otis asked, reaching for the belt. "Be my guest," Branson responded, handing the belt to him. Otis faced Nate and pointed to 2 small buttons on the front of the belt. "The top button activates invisibility. The bottom activates a high-pitched siren. It is built to keep folks safe around large predators. If for some reason the invisibility doesn't work, for instance, let's say the predator can smell you, well then you have the siren as backup," Otis said, recalling field tests he had witnessed himself. "Large predators? Does it work on dinosaurs?" the younger soldier asked. "Theoretically, but if Edwin had it on hand 2 days ago and they still had to run for their lives, then maybe it doesn't," Otis answered. "Or maybe Edwin isn't telling us the entire story," Branson chimed in. "Or that," Otis agreed. Otis handed the belt back to Branson. The billionaire put it back in the bag. "Oh, wait," Otis said, reaching into his jacket pocket. He withdrew the dead prism power cell and tossed it into the bag. Branson looked at him. "It might be dead, but hey, it's prism tech, right? Figure you might be able to do something with it." "Indeed I can. I was actually going to ask if I could have it," Branson said with a genuine smile. "I definitely wouldn't know what to do with it," Otis said. Branson zipped the bag shut and turned the pack over, exposing the padded section of its backside. He pulled the knife Otis had loaned him from his pocket, flicked the blade open, and began cutting along the side of the padding. He handed the knife back to Otis. Branson's breath caught as he reached into the hidden compartment and wrapped his fingers around a slim, cold rectangle. He pulled it free. It was a thin black tablet. He picked up the wrapped hand and placed it gently into the space the tablet had been. He then took the tablet in both hands like it was the Holy Grail, like it was the greatest discovery of all time. Otis let out a sudden laugh. It was loud, hearty, and honest. "We got the return cube, the power cells, and you got the tablet. Guys, what do you say? Let's go home," Otis said with a laugh. It was a hearty laugh. For the first time in 2 days, there was hope amongst the 3 men. "You don't have to tell me twice," Nate said, grinning. "Yes," Branson nodded, lifting the pack and handing it to Otis. "Yes, of course." He held the tablet against his chest with both hands protectively. "Let's go home." The 3 men returned to the Jeep and climbed in. Otis slipped the backpack between the front seats, then put the vehicle in gear. He looked back at Nate, who gave a nod and a thumbs up. Branson was already powering on the tablet, eyes fixed on the screen as it flickered to life. Otis turned his eyes back to the trail, eased the Jeep forward carefully, maneuvering around the massive footprints, and found enough space to turn the vehicle around. "On the road again," he muttered with a grin, shifting gears and steering back towards the bird's nest shelter. They rolled forward, bumping gently over roots and ancient soil. Then Nate leaned forward, his brow creasing. "Did you feel that?" The Jeep shivered, just slightly. Otis and Branson both did feel it. A split second later, a low bellow echoed from the right side of the trail. From the thick foliage, birds and leathery-winged pterosaurs exploded upward in a panic. Branches snapped, trees swayed. Then the jungle parted. A massive Tyrannosaurus stepped out onto the trail, its hide streaked with mud, its yellow eyes fixed on them. Otis's eyes widened. Back it up, Branson snapped, slapping the dash. Yeah, I think so, Otis replied, shifting the Jeep into reverse. He put his right arm across the back of Branson's seat and turned his head to look to see where he was going. Tires spun slightly in the dirt as they fought for traction, and then they caught and the vehicle backed up, the Rex letting out a rumbling growl. Then another roar came from behind. A second tyrannosaur, slightly smaller but no less deadly, lumbered out of the jungle directly behind them. Otis slammed on the brakes. The three men glanced back and forth at the two apex predators blocking them from going anywhere. The men were trapped. The two prehistoric beasts began to close in. Chapter 11. Extinction. Nate. 12 years ago, Fort O'Malley Military Base. The midday sun scorched the dry training field, baking the dirt into cracked plates beneath the boots of nearly 50 recruits. They stood in perfect formation, arms at their sides, eyes fixed forward. Nate Wynn, lean and sharp-eyed even then, was dead center, his face soaked with sweat, his heart pounding beneath his olive-drab uniform. No one dared speak. No one blinked. Boots crunched over the dust. Drill Sergeant Morse paced in front of them like a hawk stalking prey, broad-chested, tanned like leather, and carved from war itself. His southern stern voice hit with the weight of thunder and the precision of a rifle shot. "You think you're ready?" he said, calm but cutting. "You think you're soldiers because you put on a uniform and shaved your head?" He stopped, looked them over with the cold stare of a man who had seen real battle. "You came here with names, histories, dreams. That all ends now. You're not sons anymore. You're not boyfriends, brothers, dropouts, or top-of-your-class know-it-alls. Out there," he pointed toward the horizon, toward the war they were training for. "The enemy doesn't give a damn who you are." He took a slow step forward, his boots thudding heavily in the silence. "You are no longer individuals. From today forward, you're a unit. You breathe together, you fight together, and if it comes to it, you die together." He stopped abruptly and snapped his head toward the second row. "Private Wynn!" Nate's spine straightened like a bolt. "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "If it meant saving your unit, could you throw yourself on a live grenade without thinking?" Nate didn't hesitate. "Yes, Drill Sergeant." Morse nodded once, the barest hint of approval in his otherwise immovable face. He turned. "Private Terry." "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "You ready to carry a wounded man 5 miles uphill while bullets rip past your head, even if it breaks your damn legs?" "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "Private Moore." "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "You gonna hold the line when the guy next to you panics and runs?" "Yes, Drill Sergeant." Morse's lips curled. "Even if it means dying there alone?" A beat. Private Morse swallowed. "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "You hesitated there for a moment, soldier. You got one of them brain chips, son? Is it malfunctioning? Should we wait while you update your software? Need to run a diagnostic check or something?" "No, Drill Sergeant. Even if it means dying there alone, I would, Drill Sergeant." Morse kept moving, eyes hard. "Private Acosta." "Yes, Drill Sergeant." "You willing to shoot the enemy, even if he's just a kid, if it means saving your brothers and sisters?" "Yes, Drill Sergeant," he barked, voice thinner than the others. "There may come a day," he said, voice lower now, dead serious, When you will have to make a decision no man should ever have to make. You will look death in the eye, and in that moment you may have to put your life on the line so your unit has a chance to survive. He let that hang in the air like the smell of smoke after a blast. No one's gonna thank you, no one's gonna write your name on a billboard. But if the men and women around you are still breathing, then you did your job. Morse began walking again, slower now. The person to your left and the person to your right, that's who you fight for. Your life doesn't belong to you anymore, it belongs to them, understand? Sir, yes, Drill Sergeant, the unit roared in unison. The civilian you were, Morse growled, died the day you stepped on my field. The soldier that walks off of it, he earns that right. He turned his back to them and started walking. Now sound the hell off! Yes, Drill Sergeant! Nate's voice didn't just echo, it cracked through the heat like gunfire. He hoped if the day came that he was tested, to turn his promise of putting his own life on the line for his fellow soldiers, that he would make that promise a reality, that he would have the courage. And somewhere, deep in the core of his chest, something solidified. This was where Nate Wynn was forged, not in battle, but in the fire that came before it. The wrecks in front of the Jeep and the wrecks behind it were closing in, slowly, deliberately, their massive heads tilted as they studied the Jeep and the small creatures inside. They advanced with caution, not fear. Their throaty bellows nightmare fuel to the men in the Jeep. There was no time. The weapons they carried weren't enough, not for 2 full-grown tyrannosaurs. The 3 men knew it for certain. But at least they would go out fighting. Nate saw Otis going for his rifle, and then saw the red backpack, and the plan came together in his mind fast. He would try the prison belt. If it didn't work, he would at least get the Rexes on him long enough for Otis to get some distance from them. He pulled his jacket off and quickly put his AK strap over his shoulder. Nate closed his eyes, drew in a breath, and exhaled, calm. He reached across the front seat and pulled the red backpack into his lap, unzipping it with shaking hands. Inside, he found the belt and a power cell. He snapped the backpack closed again. Otis stopped reaching for his rifle and turned towards Nate sharply. "What are you doing, son?" Nate didn't hesitate. "Make sure you get that cube to the bird's nest. I'll hold these bastards back the best I can. I hope this works. If I don't make it back, tell Sonya I'm sorry. Tell her to live a long, happy life. She deserves it. And give this to Toy. And tell her goodbye for me." He tossed his camo jacket into the front of the Jeep. Before anyone could stop him, Nate shoved open the door and jumped out of the Jeep. The wrecks behind them halted and gave another guttural bellow, a warning. "Get back in here, that's an order," Otis barked. Nate didn't flinch. "You quit, remember? You're not my superior anymore. When it's clear, go." He quickly strapped on the belt, popped in the power cell, and looked back to Otis. "I do this in the Jeep, but we can't chance them following. I have to stay here and hold them back." Otis didn't like it, but he was a soldier too. He understood Nate was doing this no matter what. He wouldn't let his possible sacrifice be in vain. Otis nodded once, clenched jaw. "You're a real goddamn soldier, Wynn." Nate just smiled. Branson was still staring at the wrecks in front of them, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to be brave like Nate, but he was close to bolting, even though he knew it would mean death. Then, with a deafening roar, the Rexes moved. They charged fast, thunderous. Nate slammed his hand down on the siren's button. The high-pitched frequency exploded into the clearing, echoing. It worked instantly. The female Rex screeched and halted, just inches from sinking her teeth into the windshield. Both Rexes groaned, thrashing their heads and clawing at the air with their stunted arms, trying to block out the piercing sound. They dipped their massive skulls, roaring in agony. Branson covered his ears, wincing. The Rex in front of the Jeep still blocked their path. Nate turned toward it, taking one last glance at Otis. "Make sure Sonya and Toy make it," he shouted. Otis nodded, then shouted back, "First chance you get, you move it to the bird's nest. We will wait for you." But Nate didn't hear him. He was already moving, stepping toward the front of the Jeep. He pressed the invisibility button on the belt. In an instant, he vanished. It was as if he'd never been there at all. Nate moved silently toward the lead Rex. As he approached the beast, it tilted its head, uncertain. Then it began to sidestep, backing slowly toward Branson's side of the Jeep, edging closer to the jungle. Branson held his breath. The Rex's legs scraped the passenger door inches from Branson's face. He clenched his jaws so tight he thought his teeth would crack. Fuck sticks, Branson whispered to himself. Otis prepared to drive. Both Rexes were now behind them. "Nate," he called, eyes darting around. "Are you clear?" "Yes, go, I'll hold them back." He didn't finish. Otis and Branson both froze as Jason Voorhees marched out of the jungle. He had come to a stop about 8 feet in front of the Jeep, just to the passenger side. His mask was shattered, jagged. Only half of it remained, revealing the other half of his naked face. It was a twisted mass of deformed, rotting flesh. He had no lips, just gnarled, curled, dark gray flesh and broken, deformed brown teeth. The skin reminded Otis of beef jerky. His stomach turned at the thought. Jason was covered in what appeared to be fresh wounds. Dark blood, almost black, oozed from countless slashes and punctures all over his body. They saw it happen. Though Nate was still invisible, Jason somehow sensed him. With eerie precision, as Nate was telling Otis to go, that he would hold the Rexes back, Jason had thrust his machete into thin air, and Nate's words had been cut short. The blade vanished into nothing. Then, in an instant, the tip of the blade appeared. Blood sprayed out. Some struck the windshield of the Jeep. They saw the tip of the machete blade still there, floating, soaked in blood, glinting red in the light. It dripped to the ground below. Jason's right hand held the handle tightly, the rest of the weapon invisible except for the bloodied end. Nate screamed, a raw, painful sound. Jason had ran the machete through Nate's back, and the blade had burst from his chest in a spray of blood. Jason ripped the blade backward. It shimmered back into view, crimson and dripping. Nate screamed again as the blade was pulled free of his body. He collapsed at Jason's feet. He fell to his knees, holding his chest. Then he fell to his side and laid over onto his back. He looked up at Jason standing over him. The Rexes remained frozen by the siren's shriek. "Oh, Jesus, go, Otis!" Branson yelled. "We can't leave Nate. He may be alive," Otis snapped, hoping he was right. Jason gripped the machete with both hands and raised it high, blade facing down. He didn't flinch at the siren, didn't even glance at the Rexes, still staggering nearby. All his attention was locked onto Nate's unseen body. Otis lunged between the seats, grabbing his rifle. He twisted, leveled it at Jason. Branson leaned his seat all the way back, eyes shut tight. Otis's finger tightened on the trigger. But before Otis could shoot, and before Jason could administer the coup de grace, a monstrous, unholy sound exploded from the jungle behind them. A primal roar. The earth trembled, trees cracked, the ground shook so hard the Jeep rocked on its wheels. Jason froze, machete raised, and turned his head. As the BF Rex burst from the tree line, the beast's massive foot smashed into Jason Voorhees mid-stride. The undead killer was launched high into the air and flew across the clearing, vanishing into the jungle on the opposite side like a broken doll. Otis lowered his rifle, wide-eyed. "Well, you don't see that every day," he muttered. The BF Rex towered above them. It was nearly double the size of the other two Rexes, bone white with jagged red tiger stripes carved across its back. Black spikes jutted from its head, spine, and tail. The tip of its massive tail ended in 3 large spikes. 2 small dark horns curved above his large eyes. Unlike the tyrannosaurs, The BF Rex had long arms ending in hands with 4 large sharp claws. It let out another roar louder than before. Its hands reached up, clutching at its own ears, furious. The siren wasn't stopping it, it was enraging it. The BF Rex hadn't noticed the Jeep, not yet. Nate lay on the ground, invisible, blood pouring from the wound in his chest. He tried to scream, tried to shout to Otis to drive, but only a croak escaped his lips. Otis was entranced. He was terrified. The BF Rex scanned the ground, searching. It couldn't see Nate, but it tried to pinpoint the source of the sound. Otis leveled his gun again. Branson sat up, grabbed his arm. "No, Otis! That won't do anything! Look, I'm sorry about Nate, but we have to go. If we stay here, we're gonna die. All of this will have been for nothing," he said through gritted teeth, speaking just loud enough for Otis to hear him over the siren. Otis hesitated. Then he saw something strange. The BF Rex blinked. A thin, translucent second eyelid slid sideways across its eyes. It stopped looking around at the ground, its head tilted, and then it locked eyes with the exact spot where Jason had stood before, the same spot where Nate had fallen, where he was still lying. It saw Nate. Though he was invisible, the BF Rex could see him. "Infrared?" Otis whispered. "How does it see?" He didn't finish. The BF Rex raised one of its massive feet into the sky. On the ground, Nate saw it rise. He knew what was coming. With the last of his strength, he lifted his rifle and fired. The bullet struck the bottom of the beast's foot. It roared in rage. Then it stomped with maximum force. The foot blacked out the sun. The world was darkened for Nate. He saw it coming closer and closer, and when it came all the way down, Nate saw no more. In that instant, the siren from the belt ceased to sound. All was quiet again. The tyrannosaurs shook their heads, trying to clear away the pain. At the sound of the gunfire, Otis had shifted into drive and pressed the pedal to the floor. Even though Nate was invisible to the older soldier's eyes, he still didn't want to see that massive foot land. The Jeep launched forward as the foot struck Nate in the ground he lay on. The earth behind them quaked. Boom! The vehicle actually left the ground for a brief moment from the force of the impact. Otis and Branson bounced in their seat. Behind them, the BF Rex turned. Now it definitely noticed the Jeep. It gave chase. Each step thundered across the earth. The sound was like bombs dropping in rhythm. It was gaining. Branson turned his head. The beast was alongside them, running even with the Jeep. "Go faster!" Branson yelled. "I'm trying!" Otis called back. The BF Rex lunged, its mouth open wide, rows of yellow blood-stained 2-foot-long teeth gleaming. The stench of its breath hit them, hot, rancid, full of rot. Then, from the side, the female Rex charged into view, snarling, and bit down on the BF Rex's neck. The doe and buck Rex were done running from the giant intruder of their territory. They were going to stand their ground. The monster roared in rage, yanked sideways. The male Rex appeared seconds later, snapping at its legs and flanks. The two tyrannosaurs were attacking together. Otis kept his eyes forward. "I hope they tear each other apart." Branson stared out the rear window, still breathing hard. "I'm very sorry about your friend, Otis, but if he hadn't done what he did, we'd all be dead. The Rexes would have gotten us before Jason even showed up." Otis nodded solemnly. "I know, thank you. He was a great soldier." He looked ahead again, jaw tight. "He was a great man," Otis added. Nate had died, so the rest of his group, his unit, could live. His promise had been kept. Otis kept his foot welded to the pedal as the topless Jeep tore through the widening trail, the deep bellowing roars of 3 titanic beasts still thundering in the distance behind them. "Thank God for those Rexes," Otis muttered, eyes locked on the winding game trail ahead. Branson barked a nervous laugh. "Huh, the size of that white one." There is nothing in the fossil records about a dinosaur like that. I've never seen it on Walking with Dinosaurs, that's for sure. It's monstrous. I thought the Rexes were huge when they stepped out. Hell, I'll admit it, I nearly pissed my pants when they blocked the road. He leaned forward, half yelling, over the wind. Honestly, I might have peed a little when Jason came out of the trees too, but that white one, it's so damn huge I almost forgot to breathe. Suddenly, Otis grunted. Yeah? Try breathing now. The trail opened up wide as they passed into the larger clearing and into hell. A dust storm had swallowed the trail, kicked up by a stampeding wave of life. The entire horizon boiled with chaos. Towering titanosaurs and alamosaurs thundered across the flat, long necks swaying wildly as they ran in blind panic for cover in the jungle on the far side. Interspersed between them were herds of triceratops, crashing horns together mid-run, and ankylosaurs swinging club tails like wrecking balls. "Shit!" Otis shouted. "The siren probably spooked them in the roars!" Branson's eyes went wide as the herd poured across their path. "Otis, we have to wait until they pass." "No time!" Otis shouted. "Hold on!" The jeep shot forward. The sound was deafening, bone-vibrating impacts of ancient feet pounding the earth, screeches and bellows. The jeep weaved into the chaos, threading the needle between stampeding herds. A titanosaur leg, like a living column of flesh and scale, slammed down just feet in front of them. Otis swerved sharply, tires kicking up a rooster tail of dirt as they passed underneath the beast's swaying belly. Branson ducked instinctively, shouting, "Be careful! Do you know what you're doing?" "Been a military man my entire life. I've gotten out of scrapes worse than this," Otis yelled back. "Worse than stampeding dinosaurs? Where the hell were you deployed?" Branson shouted. Otis ignored him and concentrated on making sure they got the backpack and its contents back to the bird's nest. Another titanosaur loomed to the left, and Otis cut hard right, only to see a triceratops barreling across his path. He yanked the wheel. The jeep clipped the beast's flank, bouncing off it like a pinball and nearly losing traction. Branson shouted, "We're gonna get crushed!" Otis didn't answer. He didn't have time. He jerked the wheel again, narrowly slipping between two ankylosaurs. One let out a furious grunt and whipped its tail in panic, just as the jeep passed behind it. Crack! The club tail slammed into the rear driver's side. The entire jeep lifted on two wheels, spun halfway sideways in midair, and nearly flipped. Branson screamed, legs braced against the dashboard. Otis fought the wheel with everything he had, correcting hard. They landed on all fours, barely. "It got us!" Branson screamed out. He was a little embarrassed at how he was acting, yet at the same time he was terrified beyond rational thought. A jolt shuddered through the frame. "Jeep's still running!" Otis yelled triumphantly. "Good! I want to keep running too, though!" Branson shouted, coughing on dust. "You want to try not getting us flattened?" A triceratops rammed another in front of them. One toppled over, slamming into the ground with a sound like a building collapsing. Otis swerved again, driving straight beneath an alamosaur's arched belly as its tail cracked past, inches from Branson's head. "Jesus Christ on a cracker!" he yelled. They plunged through a narrow corridor of lumbering legs and thundering feet, the smell of dust, sweat, and primal fear choking the air. For a second, Otis had no idea where the trail was. There was no trail, just stampede. He spotted a gap in the madness ahead. "There! Hang on!" The jeep surged forward, swerving past a last ankylosaur, swinging wildly. Then they came out into an empty clearing as far as they could see ahead. Otis hit the brakes, tires locking up as they skidded to a stop. The stampede far enough behind them now. Dust rolled past them. They sat in stunned silence. Branson blinked. "Are we dead?" Otis patted his chest. "If we are, I better not still owe alimony when we get back," he laughed. Branson let out a wheezing laugh. "God, prehistoric car chases. I can mark that off my Cretaceous bingo card." "Huh?" Otis asked. "Nothing. Inside joke." Otis grinned and glanced back at the trail behind them. "I hope all that chaos slows down whoever wins the battle of the bastard Rexes. if they decide to come our way. Hopefully we'll be gone by then. Indeed, Otis replied. The Battle of the Rexes and the BF Rex was ongoing. The mated T-Rexes had indeed decided to stand their ground. The BF Rex had barged into their territory, killed all 4 of their hatchlings. The Rexes had run twice. Live or die, they would not run a 3rd time. The Doe Rex roared in fury as her jaws clamped down onto the BF Rex's thick, armored thigh, drawing blood. The buck slammed into the larger predator's ribs from the opposite side, the power of his charge sending up a shower of blood and cracked scales. The BF Rex, towering over both, screamed, not in pain but rage. A thunderous, guttural bellow rolled out from its gaping jaws as it staggered momentarily under the 2-pronged assault. For the first time it bled, and for the first time it looked surprised. The doe twisted her head violently, ripping a chunk of flesh from the massive predator's leg. The BF Rex retaliated instantly. One long, muscular arm lashed out. The claws, like hooked sabers, and slashed across the doe's flank, carving 4 deep gouges through her scaly hide. Blood sprayed. She recoiled but didn't fall. Her jaws snapped again, this time narrowly missing the BF Rex's throat. The BF Rex's arm darted out again and it grabbed the Doe Rex's throat. He squeezed, digging its claws into the thick Tyrannosaur neck. Through the down, through the hide, blood seeped. It roared in the face of the Doe defiantly. The Buck Rex didn't stop. He barreled forward with a blind fury, ramming the BF Rex head on. His massive skull slamming into the white beast's chest. Bones cracked. The BF Rex's hand came free from the doe's throat, and the BF Rex was pushed back a step. A step, that was all. The BF Rex responded with a shriek and smashed its forehead down, driving one of the black horns above its eyes into the buck's shoulder. The male Tyrannosaur howled and thrashed, snapping his jaws at the BF Rex's face, but he was already faltering. The doe lunged in again, this time from the side. Her teeth found purchase in the BF Rex's neck once more. Her massive bite force pressed down, blood flooding her jaws. She shook her head violently, refusing to let go. The white monster roared in turn, swiping at her with both clawed arms, raking deep trenches across her snout and chest. Still, she held fast, until the BF Rex's tail whipped around. The 3 enormous black spikes at its tip slammed into her ribs, the force lifting her off the ground and sending her crashing into a tree with a thunderous snap. She lay almost motionless, taking ragged breaths. The buck was bleeding heavily now, but he surged back to his feet, enraged beyond reason. He lunged, his jaws clamped around the BF Rex's thigh, and he began to twist, trying to tear flesh and meat free. The BF Rex didn't hesitate. With inhuman speed, it turned, claws flashing, and plunged all 4 talons of one hand deep into the buck's neck. The Tyrannosaur spasmed, blood erupting in a hot spray over the undergrowth. The BF Rex leaned close, nearly whispering a final snarl, and then ripped its claws sideways, tearing the buck's throat wide open. The buck stumbled once, twice, then collapsed. The doe, broken but not dead, rolled herself upright, her breath coming in wheezing huffs. One eye was swollen shut, her ribs jutted unnaturally, but she came anyway, limping toward the killer of her hatchlings, the killer of her mate. Her mouth opened, a final roar, defiant. The BF Rex spun and slammed its spiked tail down onto her skull, crushing it against the ground with a sickening crack. The jungle was quiet again. The white beast stood victorious, heaving breaths, fogging the bloody air. Torn scales hung from its limbs, deep bites glistened, but it was still standing, and now it was alone. The buck and the doe, the last hope of a family that had once filled this jungle with thunderous life, lay broken beneath the canopy. The BF Rex placed one foot on the fallen Doe Rex, raised his head toward the canopy above, and bellowed. not in challenge now, but in triumph. Then it turned from the wreck's corpses and began moving in the direction the Jeep had fled several minutes before. Otis and Branson had caught their breath, got their heartbeats back down to a healthy beat, and Otis had begun driving again towards the bird's nest. Otis glanced to Branson's lap where he still held the tablet from the backpack. Even during the stampede, he'd held on to it tight. "Check your tablet before we get back. Let's put Edwin away for good. Too many good people have died because of him." Branson pulled out the tablet and held it in front of him. He found the video file. His fingers hovered a moment, then pressed play, and skipped through looking for any signs of distress in the feed. Then he saw the two men getting out of the Jeep. They entered the jungle, and then they were at the Rex's nest. He watched the close call when the buck showed up, saw them activate their invisibility belts. Then came the moment in the thin clearing. Joshua's invisibility belt faltered. The power cell was dying. He heard Prism taunt Joshua for information, threatening to let him become Rex shit if he didn't talk. Branson skipped ahead. The T-Rexes had retreated, startled by the belt's siren. Then the BF Rex arrived, and the Tyrannosaurs fled. He jumped forward again in the video and saw Joshua becoming visible as Edwin took the power cell from his belt. The BF Rex was coming. Joshua reached out, grabbed Edwin's ankle. The feed jolted. Branson saw the bottom of Edwin's boot lashing forward, striking the glasses in Joshua's face. Once, twice. Then Edwin fell, scrambled, ran into the jungle. That's when Branson heard Joshua screaming after him, his voice raw and echoing. "You killed me, you motherfucker!" What followed was almost unbearable. Branson heard Joshua begging, sobbing for his mother, screaming up at the creature that held him high. "Let me go, you son of a bitch! Put me down! God help me! Mom, help me!" Joshua's tinny voice rang out from the tablet's speaker, distant and desperate. Then came Edwin's voice, faint and unmistakable from the jungle. "Does he taste good? Why don't you take a bite? You know you want to!" Edwin jeered, his words followed by Joshua's screams. Branson winced. He skipped forward again. Now he saw it. The roof of a monstrous mouth, sharp teeth descending, Joshua gasping for breath. Branson shut off the tablet. His face had gone pale. "Did you hear all that?" he asked in a flat, numb voice. "Enough of it," Otis replied from the driver's seat. "Good God, I mean, I knew Edwin probably let the man get killed or even played a part, but this, Jesus Christ, this is some sick shit," Branson muttered, shuddering. Otis gave him a solemn look. "At least now we know for sure." "Yeah, now we know," Branson said, though his voice made it sound like he wished he didn't. As the game trail opened up to a full clearing, they could see the large sprawling lake off to their left again. They were able to also see the broken perimeter fence still a ways off in the distance. The bird's nest itself was so well camouflaged it was barely visible at all. Edwin's invisibility paint was disturbingly effective in practice. Otis tapped the earpiece in his ear. "Sonia, can you hear me? Is everything good there?" A pause. "Yeah, everything is good here. It's been quiet." "Are you all okay?" Sonia's voice asked through the static. Otis hesitated. He'd wait until he saw her in person before telling her about Nate. He needed her calm for what came next. "Yes, we have the cube and we aren't far away," he said. He felt an instant pang of guilt for lying to the young woman. However, it was necessary. He would explain Nate's bravery and his words for Sonia after he had Edwin in custody. Branson and Otis intended to use rope or some other binding to cuff his hands. They would go in and take him at gunpoint, and if the return cube took them back to 2045, they would make sure the authorities had the hand and the tablets and the guilty party. Between Marcel's death and the tragedy at the gallery, Otis believed Prism's goose was cooked. "Thank God," she cut in. "But I need you to listen to me carefully, Sonia." "Okay," she replied. "We found something else. 2 days ago, Branson's employee was here with Edwin. Edwin led the man to his death and actively took part in it. Edwin didn't know it, but Branson's employee was wearing special glasses. They recorded everything to a tablet sewn into the backpack. We retrieved the tablet from the backpack. It's horrendous, truly despicable. Don't arouse suspicion, but listen. Silence on the line. When we get there, things are going to happen fast. We're going to detain him so we can deliver him to the authorities when and if we get back to our win. We also found some other evidence. Otis glanced at the backpack, thinking of the severed hand resting where the tablet had been housed before. He wouldn't mention that, not yet. I need you to get to the controls and start lowering the structure. Try to take Chad and Toy with you and wait for us. That way it's just us and Edwin when we confront him. Of course, Sonia said. Then Otis heard a voice in the background. Is that the guys? Are they on their way back? Do they have the cube? Edwin's voice. Yeah, I'm going to lower the bird's nest for them, Sonia replied. All right, good work, guys, Edwin shouted. If we are about to leave, I got to hit the head before we go, Edwin said. Otis heard the soft thud of a door closing. Come on, Toy, let's go wait for Nate and the guys. Okay, Toy chirped. You still there, sir? Sonia asked. Yes, we're just a couple minutes out, Otis replied. He heard her and Toy's footsteps going up the stairs from the small room, and they stopped for a moment. Then he heard them walking again, and she spoke again softly. Toy and I are at the controls. Chad's still up in the lookout. He looked deep in thought. I didn't want to bug him. I think he feels safest there. He could hear her turning the controls. Anyways, it's starting to lower. Guess you heard. Edwin's in the bathroom. Yeah, I heard, he replied flatly. Chad is fine at the lookout. We'll be there in 2 minutes, Otis said, and ended the call. Edwin. Earlier that morning, Edwin squinted. Through the fog, a massive snout emerged. Dinah-Sucus from the night before. They had their scent. They'd returned. Bethany shoved the barrel of her gun into Edwin's back again. Move! Edwin had a choice. He could risk getting shot, or he could definitely get eaten alive by an ancient beast. The choice was simple. He was not becoming a dinosaur's breakfast today. He'd rather take a bullet. He stopped walking. The barrel of Bethany's gun jabbed into his back again as she was forced to come to a stop as well. What are you stopping for? Bethany shouted. I said go, now! Suddenly, Edwin dropped to one knee and spun, tackling her to the ground. As he landed on her, he quickly reached down and pulled her sidearm free from its holster. He sprang up and sprinted back toward the gate. As he ran into the thick fog, he shoved the handgun into the waistband of his counselor's shorts and pulled his shirt down over it. He made sure he kept his back to Branson while Bethany was eaten by the giant crocs, and when the pteranodons had come for her remains, followed by Otis and the gang showing up in the jeep, he had a plan. He waited for a moment he could slip away quickly. Then the moment arrived, during the chaos at the pteranodons and the explosion at the fence. Edwin slipped off by himself. He moved quickly into the structure, up the steps to the lookout, down the small stairs to the sleeping quarters, and into the compact bathroom. He bent, removed a small air vent from the curved wall at floor level, placed the gun inside, and replaced the vent. He turned and sprinted back through the room, up to the lookout, and down to the front door. He tried not to reveal his heavy breathing. Looking out into the fog, he saw Jason going after Francis. Looks like Francis is up Schitt's Creek, he said with a chuckle. Jason felt actual surprise as the gigantic foot of the BF Rex slammed into his side. He heard and felt snaps all over his body. A rib bone broke through his skin, pointing through his shirt. After impact, he felt a new sensation. He was sailing up into the air, almost like flying. The jungle canopy was coming at him fast. He crashed through and landed hard on the jungle floor. Something large had caught him by surprise. It wouldn't happen again. He rose and made his way to the edge of the jungle. Gunshots rang out in the distance, followed by a deep tremor. The ground beneath his feet shook. He stepped forward, parting thick foliage. Through the trees, he saw the Jeep, the one driven by the man who had taken him away from his home, speeding away, fleeing from 3 massive dinosaurs. The largest of the 3 ran after the Jeep. The other 2 followed. The large one went for the Jeep. Jason, deep inside, did not want the dinosaur to kill the men in the Jeep. They were his, especially the driver. Then the 2 smaller dinosaurs came up behind the largest one and began to attack it. The creatures were tearing into each other, their blood spilling onto the ground in great dark splashes. Jason watched for only a moment, then he began to walk. He would make the people he had followed here bleed the same way. Striding forward in long, determined steps, he moved fast, faster than any man his size should. The Jeep vanished into the distance, but Jason kept following. He passed within 10 feet of the 3 colossal beasts locked in combat. They didn't notice him. The Doe Rex's enormous foot slammed down just 2 feet from where he walked, but he didn't flinch. He didn't stop. They kept fighting. He kept walking. Jason Voorhees was going to finish what he started. He would kill the older man, the one who had ripped him from the place he called home, and he would kill the man who had displayed him and his mother's head like trophies for public amusement. Then he would kill anyone else still breathing. Jason was on his way. Otis pulled the Jeep to a stop outside the bird's nest structure. Without hesitation, he grabbed his AK, Nate's jacket, and the backpack. Branson held the tablet in one hand and Otis's handgun in the other. They hurried to the front door of the bird's nest, but Sonia and Toy weren't waiting for them. Otis stepped in first, calling out cautiously, "Sonia, is everything okay?" A voice called back from the inside, Sonia's, but Otis thought he heard a crack in it. "Hey, yeah, sorry. Toy had to use the bathroom. We're in the bedroom." Otis frowned but pushed forward, followed closely by Branson. He moved to the panel and turned the controls to 50. The bird's nest began spinning slowly, rising skyward. They went up the steps to the lookout. Chad wasn't there. Strange, Otis thought. As they turned to head down into the sleeping quarters, Branson called out loudly, "Edwin Prism, you aren't weaseling your way out of trouble this time." But then they saw her. Seated at the edge of the bed were Chad and Sonia. Sonia had tears running down her cheeks, and her trembling hand was pointing toward the bathroom door. Otis and Branson moved quickly into the room and followed her gesture, and there he was, Edwin Prism. He stood in the doorway with Toy in front of him, one arm wrapped around her shoulder, a gun pressed tightly against her head. "Yeah, but I think I am, though," Edwin said mockingly to Branson. Otis and Branson instinctively raised their weapons. "No, no, no, boys," Edwin barked. "If you try that, then little Toy here is going to join her parents in hell." The threat hit hard. Both men immediately lowered their guns. The little girl whimpered, but she was calmer than anyone expected. Sonia kept repeating gently that it was going to be okay. Toy nodded through her tears. Okay, she whispered. "Where's your good little soldier boy? Come on out, Nate," Edwin called out, scanning. Otis looked to Sonia, his expression solemn. "He didn't make it. We were cornered by the Rexes. He used the belt and the backpack to get them to back off so we could make it back here." He hesitated, then continued, his voice heavy. "But Jason showed up, and then the big white Rex. Sonia, I wanted to tell you, but..." "I understand," she cut in, her voice cracking with grief as more tears streamed down her cheeks. "He was brave. I know he wanted to protect us." "Yes, he was, and yes, he did," Otis nodded. "He told me to tell you he's sorry, and that he wants you to be happy, that you deserve a happy life. And he wanted Toy to have his jacket." "Oh, that is so sweet!" Edwin sneered mockingly. "Fuck you, Prism! Why are you even doing this?" Branson barked, his hand still raised. Edwin smiled coldly. He turned his head and tapped the side of his ear with the gun, then brought it firmly back to Toy's head. "I was listening to my favorite Cretaceous morning show, Sonia and Otis in the Morning on Crystal Lake Cretaceous Radio." He mimicked a cheesy DJ voice. Then he turned his head and held up the hand with the gun in it and quickly pointed to his own radio headset. The earpiece matched Sonya and Otis's exactly. He returned to pointing the gun at Toy's head. Yeah, I figured I would listen in. Glad I did. You boys are sassy little shits, aren't you? Gonna detain me until you can deliver me to the authorities. Wow, Edwin chuckled and shook his head disapprovingly. Anywho, yeah, I heard all about the glasses and the hidden tablets, some secret evidence. Sneaky, sneaky, Mr. McAllister. Gotta say, I did not see that one coming. Well, I try, Branson replied with his own sarcasm. You sure do. You try. But you know what I do, Branson? I win. I gotta say, you had me pegged, McAllister. No matter how much I hate you, I cannot deny you had it figured out. I let that monster eat your little undercover worker so I could escape. Oh, and Branson, I enjoyed it. Every sweet, delicious second of it, Edwin bragged. Branson fumed, rage built in his chest. Edwin continued. But like I said, I win. The universe loves me for some reason. This gun here? The universe provided it. Yep, your Russian assassin, spy? Soldier? Hell, whatever the fuck she was. She gave me an ace in the hole. When I tackled her to escape the giant crocs, I took her gun. A little insurance policy, and boy, I usually think insurance is a scam, but this time, damn, I'm glad I took out coverage. Otis seethed. The Rexes and the BF Rex are fighting, but any one of them could have followed us. Shit, Edwin, Jason is still out there. That all sounds like a you problem, Edwin said coldly. God damn it, Edwin, this isn't the way, Otis said firmly. Shut up, Webby. Old man, this is the only way, Edwin snapped. Now, if you all play nice, I'll send someone to collect you in a few weeks once I've gotten things settled back home. Assuming Jason or the dinosaurs don't kill you first, and shit. I guess it also depends on whether the cube even takes me home. Either way, I'm not staying here with you fucks. The big fucking Rex, patent pending, or Jason fucking Voorhees any longer. He snorted. Oh, and kiddies, be careful if you go back out to forage for food or some shit. We've been lucky so far, but there's a pack of raptors out there led by this vicious motherfucker. You don't want to cross their path, trust me, Edwin laughed. A loud mechanical click echoed through the chamber, the familiar noise of the bird's nest reaching maximum height and locking into place. Anywho, Edwin said, grinning, let's take this party to the lookout. No one moved. Edwin pressed the barrel harder against Toy's head. The little girl whimpered again. Okay, Otis said, raising a calming hand. Edwin motioned for Chad and Sonya to join Otis and Branson. They stood slowly and walked over, joining the two men. Edwin kept Toy close as he guided her forward. Together, they all backed up the stairs slowly, Edwin and Toy following behind. When they reached the lookout, Edwin gave the next order. Now throw your guns over. Otis and Branson looked at each other. Edwin, you can do the right thing here, Branson said quietly. You don't want to hurt the girl. Edwin pressed the gun harder against her head. Sonya gasped and took a small step forward. Step back, big sister, Edwin warned. And Branson, you don't know what I want. Maybe I do want to hurt the girl. Maybe that gives me my jollies. Chad stepped in suddenly, voice shaking. Edwin, listen. Let her go and you can take me. You can put the gun to my head, okay? Just please let Toy go. She's been through enough. Edwin let out a sharp laugh. The fuck? Been through enough? You've been through the same shit she has. So by your logic, I shouldn't take you at gunpoint either. He sneered, the darkness in his voice growing colder. Truth is, she was just the easiest to grab, and we are way past the point of no return, so I'm just gonna see this one through, okay? He turned to Otis and Branson again. Guns over the balcony now. Reluctantly, they tossed their weapons over. You too, Sonya, Edwin said. I know your sacrificial lover boy gave you a piece to hold on to. You don't hide it well, sweetheart. Sonya clenched her jaw. Slowly, she pulled the gun from the back of her waistband and tossed it over as well. Now the tablet, put it in the bag, Edwin said coldly. Branson handed the tablet to Otis. Otis knelt and unzipped the bag, pulling it open wide. His eyes fell on the 2 power cells sitting at the bottom. Carefully, he placed the tablet inside. Edwin's gaze narrowed. He noticed Otis's hands linger longer than necessary. Hurry it up, Webster. Edwin barked. Otis withdrew his hand, now holding a bottle of water between his index finger and thumb. Sorry, I'm an old man, saw the water, and my throat's a little dry, but I'll put it away. He tucked the bottle into his jacket pocket and, unseen, let one of the prism power cells slide into the same pocket. What is this other evidence, and if I think you're bullshitting me, I'll blow the boy's head off. Branson couldn't chance it. His hand! We found Joshua's hand. At least we think it is, Branson said with a chill. Oh yeah, if it was near the backpack, then yep, that was his hand, Edwin said with a sick grin. Is it in the pack? Show it to me. Branson knelt and pulled out the bandana. He unfolded it and showed Edwin the hand. Good job, Branson. Come on, everyone. Give this man a hand. Oh, wait, he's already got one. Edwin laughed at his own joke. I gotta admit, it's a little strange. It's not every day a man gets to see his own handiwork. He laughed harder. Then he straightened, his grin disappearing, replaced with a look of granite. Wrap it back up, put it in the main section with the tablet. Branson did as he was told. All right, Otis, grab the cube and hand it to Chad. Otis nodded, retrieved the cube, and handed it to Chad. Chad stepped slowly in front of Edwin and Toy, placing it on the ground. Sorry, Chad, I just don't want Otis that close to me. I know how he thinks. He might do something stupid. Edwin smiled grimly. Now, Otis, grab the prism power cell from the bag and hand it to Chad. Once he gives it to you, Chad, come stand by the cube. I'll tell you what to do. Otis reached down and picked up the remaining power cell from the bag. As he held it, Chad extended his hand. Otis looked at Edwin, then at Toy. Fuck you, Prism. With a flick of his arm, Otis hurled the power cell over the balcony. It sailed far enough to go over the perimeter fence and land in the grass a few yards from the fence. Edwin's face turned beet red. Otis Webster, you stupid son of a bitch. Do you want me to kill the girl or something? No, and you won't kill her. You got what you want. You have the cube. We'll lower the bird's nest to the ground level. You step out, and you let Toy go. We don't have guns. You do. We go back up. You go home, or wherever. Otis remained calm, collected. Edwin let out a short, bitter laugh. You really think you're the hero, don't you, Webb? Think protecting this girl wipes the slate clean? You made this all possible. My collection, everything. You really believe all the death those killers caused since you snagged them for me can be forgiven just because you saved one kid? No, I know it can't be wiped away that easy, but hey, I don't claim to be the hero of humanity while being a complete psychopath, Otis replied. But you can't argue. We both get what we want. It's a win-win. Edwin considered that for a moment and he nodded. Chad, see that clip on the corner of the cube? Chad nodded. Pick it up and clip it onto the waistband of my jeans. Chad obeyed, clipping the cube in place. Now hand the backpack to LaToya, he ordered. Again, Chad obeyed. LaToya took the backpack in a shaking hand. Now everyone to the controls. They all moved. Otis turned the dial to 0 and the bird's nest slowly began to descend. Edwin stood by the door, gun still pressed to Toy's head. No one spoke. Toy whimpered, softly, her sobs rising slightly in pitch. Sonia stayed in her line of sight, repeating calming words. It's going to be okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. Don't lie to the girl, Edwin sneered. You can't keep that promise. Screw you, Sonia snapped back. Edwin grinned darkly. Oh, if I only had the time, I might take you up on that. Seeing how you're single now, right? Oof, I'm sorry, too soon? The structure reached the ground. Sonia immediately stepped forward, kneeling before Toy. Get back! Edwin shouted. Sonia ignored him and quickly hugged Toy, whispering something rapid and soft into her ear. I said get the fuck back! He kicked her hard, sending her to the floor. Otis and Branson both surged forward, but Edwin shoved the gun tighter against Toy's head. Otis softened, helped Sonia up instead. You okay? He asked. Yeah, I'm okay, she said, brushing herself off. Remember what I said, Toy. I love you. Toy nodded. Enough! Edwin barked. Open the door, Chad. Chad opened the door and stepped back. Edwin backed out, still holding Toy, gun tied against her temple. They moved toward the broken fence line. "Okay, send her back and we'll go back up," Otis shouted. Edwin glanced behind them and saw the power cell lying a few yards past the broken section of fence. Without removing the gun from Toy's head, he backed all the way to it and knelt and picked it up. "Send the girl," Otis called. "Hold your horses, ye old fart. Don't you know the ye old rules? He who hath the gunneth maketh the ruleths," Edwin mocked. Holding the power cell awkwardly between his pinky and palm, Edwin unclipped the cube from his belt and sat it down, kneeling beside Toy. He took the backpack from her and set it on the ground. His grin widened. "It's been real and it's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. Parting is such sweet sorrow, etc., etc." He slammed the power cell into the cube. Nothing happened. His smile vanished. He pulled it out and tried again, sliding it in slower this time. Still nothing. Edwin fumed, yanked the cell back out and stared at it. Dead. Otis had palmed the good power cell and left the dead one for Edwin. He turned his eyes to Otis, rage building. Slowly, with one hand still on the gun, he reached across and began to creepily stroke Toy's hair. "Nice try. No dice, though," he growled. "Otis, you have 3 seconds to toss me the charge cell, or I'm done playing. I'll kill the girl, then come in there and kill each one of you and take it myself. 1, 2... Now, Toy!" Sonya screamed. Toy slammed her head backward straight into Edwin's crotch. He doubled over in pain with a groan. Toy tore free and ran. Edwin rocked side to side and yelled, "Fuck, LaToya! You little bitch! Stop or you're dead!" Edwin screamed. "Toy!" Sonya yelled, sprinting forward. "Run! I've got you!" Toy saw her and opened her arms. Sonya opened hers in return. They were several yards apart. Sonya ran with everything she had. So did Toy. Otis, Branson, and Chad all watched, breath held. Edwin lifted his arm, closed one eye, aimed, and was mid-squeeze on the trigger when, shink, a white-hot pain ripped through his shoulder. Edwin looked down. His arm, still holding the gun, was lying at his feet. Blood sprayed in powerful spurts from the stump where Edwin Prism's arm used to be. He turned in shock, gasping, and saw Jason Voorhees standing behind him, bloody machete in hand. Jason looked more savage and primal than ever. His mask was shattered in half. The side of his face that showed was grotesque. No lips, dark, gray, decayed skin, yellow-brown teeth, bone exposed, his single visible eye bulging with rage. Edwin felt unadulterated fear. He pissed down his leg. He had never been more terrified in his entire life. The killer he had coveted, the killer he had caged, the killer he had mocked was here to claim Edwin's life. Edwin had no witty saying, no threat, no tech, no answer whatsoever. He had only one option. Edwin turned and ran, his instinct screaming flight. Jason watched the man who had caged him, the man who had collected Mother's head and put it on display, running away. Jason had seen him, back turned, about to kill the small girl. He felt his rage build higher than ever before, and he had cut the man's arm clean off. Jason wanted him dead, needed to kill him. He did not pursue the man. Jason knew the man was dead. He could run, but he wouldn't be able to save himself. Not here. Jason turned his attention to the other man, the one who had taken him from his home. Back by the bird's nest, Sonya swept Toy into her arms and rushed back inside. Otis cranked the controls to 50. Edwin sprinted, blood shooting from his stump. The more his heart pounded, the more blood shot from the bloody stump. He looked over his shoulder but didn't see Jason following him. He was beginning to feel weak, tired. He just wanted to lay down and sleep. No, he thought, I have to run. Jason could be anywhere. Edwin was so lost in his thoughts that he never felt the ground trembling beneath him. When he finally looked forward again, it was too late to avoid. A giant white hand with 4 long claws snatched him from the ground, lifting him high, high into the air. He looked up. The BF Rex, the big fucking Rex, patent pending. It roared in his face, and with one savage motion threw him into its gaping mouth. Edwin screamed and flailed, his one remaining arm clawing at its gigantic, hot, wet, rancid-smelling tongue. He tried to pull himself forward. He grabbed hold of a giant tooth, trying to escape. He pulled himself forward, but his waist got stuck between two of the behemoth's large teeth. Before he could try to pull himself free, crunch! The jaws slammed shut. The last thing Edwin Prism felt was giant teeth biting through his waist, severing him in two. Edwin heard the noise of his bones breaking and his body being torn in two. One of his final thoughts was it sounded familiar. It was the same sound he had cheered 2 days earlier when Joshua Marcel was suffering a similar fate. In his final moment of agony, his final thought was a morbid realization. He was being swallowed. And then, darkness forever. Inside the bird's nest, the structure slowly rotated up the cylindrical base, groaning as it climbed higher, rising steadily back to its original position, 50 feet in the air. The group had just witnessed the horror. Edwin Prism's arm had been severed by Jason, and then, moments later, he ran screaming straight into the jaws of the BF Rex, which snagged and devoured him like a snack. "Well, I guess we know who won the fight," Otis said. "I don't like our odds against something that can beat 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes," Otis said worriedly. "At least it and Jason took care of our Edwin problem." "It isn't the justice I was hoping for," Branson said solemnly, staring out into the clearing. "But it's justice nonetheless. In the end, he was a monster, completely. Worse than Jason, actually. At least Jason didn't try to hurt Toy. He walked right past her when given the chance." Otis nodded in agreement. "At least he can't hurt anyone else," he said. Then Otis turned back to Toy and Sonya, emotion flooding his voice. He felt more guilty than he had in his entire life. He had gambled with Toy's safety and Prism had called his bluff. "I really thought he would let her go," he said, eyes watering. "I didn't think he'd need her anymore once he thought he had the power cell. I was reckless. I should have never underestimated him. I wanted to save Toy and save you all. I thought maybe if he had the cube and we had the cell, we could come to an agreement, meet in the middle, reach a compromise, something. I was stupid." He turned his attention to Toy. "I'm just glad you're okay, Princess." He knelt down and gently draped Nate's jacket over Toy's shoulders and helped her slide her arms in. "This belongs to you now, honey," he said, and then alternated looks between Toy and Sonya. "Can you girls forgive a stupid old man?" Toy and Sonya wrapped their arms around him. "Yes, thank you, Otis," Toy said. "Call me Webb. My friends call me Webb," the older man said with a smile. "Thank you, Webb," Toy said. "What about you, Sonya? Can you forgive an idiot?" "It's okay," Sonya said softly. "Toy's safe. She even got a good hit in." "I saw that," Otis said proudly. She raised her hand and Toy high-fived it proudly, then Otis did as well. At the other end of the room, Chad and Branson stood at the door, peering out the narrow window, scanning the open clearing. Guys," Chad said hesitantly, "that BF thing is coming towards us." "Wait, the structure's almost completely invisible," Sonya said quickly. "If we just stay out of sight, it won't see us, right?" Otis's demeanor shifted. His eyes narrowed with sudden alertness. "Shit," he muttered. "When it came out of the clearing, when we went for the backpack, it did this thing with its eyes. It found Nate even though he was invisible, like it was infrared thermal vision or something. This thing is like nothing I have ever heard of in my entire life. I don't know, but if it's able to see heat signatures, then no, we may not be hidden." Concern crept over his aged face. "But we're high up, right?" Toy asked, her chin suddenly trembling with fear. "Yes," Branson replied, stepping beside her. "We're at 50 feet. If I had to guess, that thing's no taller than 35, maybe 40. Still huge, but if this structure holds, we should be okay." He didn't sound as confident as he wanted to. The structure groaned again and came to a stop with a deep mechanical click, locking into place at its full height. Otis's brow furrowed. Another thought hit him like a spark. "Wait, do we have eyes on Voorhees?" "I got it!" Chad shouted excitedly, and darted to the lookout balcony. He pressed against the railing, snatched up the binoculars, and leaned forward to scan the area. He spotted the BF Rex lumbering toward them, but no sign of Jason. We got incoming with the BF Rex. Man, it looks rough. Those Rexes did a number on it. He looked around more. But negative on Jason. I don't see him any... What? The words died on his lips. The others watched in horror as mid-sentence a blood-soaked machete blade suddenly shot up from below the balcony railing. The tip of the blade rammed through the underside of Chad's chin and punched out the top of his skull, blood and bits of brain oozing from the grisly wound. The binoculars slipped from his trembling hands and clattered to the ground below. "Oh, Chad, no!" Sonia said quietly, her hands trembling. "No, Chad!" Toy screamed. She broke down sobbing as Otis instinctively rushed forward, but he already knew it was too late. Chad was gone, killed instantly. He had seen something in that boy, a courage. Now he watched as Chad's body went limp, a blade still sticking out of the top of his head, holding him on his feet. Otis skidded to a stop as the blade jerked upwards, lifting Chad's lifeless body off his feet and then pitching him over the railing like trash. They heard a dull thud as the boy's corpse hit the ground below. No one saw the boy land. No one saw that Chad's body had landed at the base of the structure, his arms and legs bent in ungodly manner. Blood puddled around him. Otis lowered his gaze from where Chad had stood and could see the killer now. Jason Voorhees was holding onto the base of the lookout. The undead Camp Crystal Lake killer had hitched a ride on the Bird's Nest Express. He had held onto the lookout railing while the structure spun and rose 50 feet above the ground. Otis stepped forward to try and knock Jason Voorhees off the railing before he could climb all the way up. Then, a deafening roar. Close, the BF Rex coming towards the Bird's Nest. No one saw its giant left foot come down onto Chad's body, but they felt the beast slam its shoulder into the cylindrical base of the structure. The entire Bird's Nest lurched. Toy, Sonia, and Branson were knocked off their feet by the jolt. Otis caught himself against the wall. "Jason's trying to climb in! Find something to knock him off!" Otis ordered. Otis eyed Jason's hand gripping the edge of the lookout railing. Then Jason's other arm rose, slamming onto the floor of the lookout with a metallic clank, machete still clenched in his undead grip. Then he began to pull himself up. Otis rushed to the railing and began hammering at Jason's hand that held the railing with both fists. He looked down. Jason stared back up at him, eyes wide, wild, alive with rage. One half of his face was still masked, the other, visible, grotesque, rotted. Jason saw him. Jason remembered him. Jason wanted him dead, needed him dead. Otis struck harder again and again, but it wasn't working. Jason's grip was unbreakable. Then the structure rocked again. Jason didn't seem fazed. Otis looked down and saw the source. The BF Rex was grabbing the cylindrical base, pushing, pulling, shaking. It looked up, jaws snapping at Jason, frustrated. The killer was just out of reach. Branson ran forward and tried to beat at Jason's hand as well, but the killer absorbed every blow. "What do we do?" "Find something! We have to stop him!" Otis shouted. "He's climbing in!" Jason pulled himself up farther. Now his head and chest were above the railing. They could all see his face, half covered, half rotted, all fury. Toy screamed at the sight. Branson vanished into the study. Something he had seen earlier that morning suddenly popped into his mind. Sonia clutched Toy protectively, trying to calm her, failing. Otis kicked at Jason's face, but the killer didn't flinch. He just kept climbing. The entire structure tilted. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The BF Rex roared again. Toy screamed louder. Sonia held Toy tighter, stroking her hair. "It's okay. It's okay," she whispered gently. "Watch out!" Branson suddenly shouted. He came sprinting out of the study, a long cattle prod gripped tightly in his hand. Otis saw the billionaire charging forward and instinctively stepped out of the way. Branson lunged with all his strength, diving, driving the end of the cattle prod straight into the eye hole of Jason's cracked hockey mask. There was a pop, a wet, horrific sound as the prod exploded Jason's eye behind the mask. Branson felt it jab into something soft in Jason's skull, then jammed his thumb down on the trigger. Sparks exploded from around Jason's eye sockets. Electricity surged through his skull. Jason's hand lost its grip on the railing. He managed to hang on to his machete, but he was falling. The half-mask popped from his face with a sickening suction sound, spinning loosely on the end of Branson's cattle prod. Otis and Branson rushed to the railing just in time to see Jason drop into the waiting, wide-open mouth of the BF Rex. He vanished straight down its throat in an instant. Jason Voorhees had been swallowed whole. The BF Rex let out another thunderous roar, then backed up. It turned and tore down a section of the dead fencing. It walked another 100 feet, then turned. It looked right up at Otis and Branson, who were standing at the lookout. Then it ran. Otis and Branson braced themselves. "Hold on, girls!" Otis yelled. The giant BF Rex slammed into the structure with the force of a god. The structure rocked violently. The entire frame tilted. The middle of the cylindrical base bowed. They were going to fall. The floor turned into a slanted incline, and everyone began sliding backwards. Otis reacted fast. He scrambled down into the sleeping quarters, grabbed the mattress off the bed, and dragged it back up the stairs. The incline caused him to keep sliding back down. Branson reached down to help pull up the mattress. Then he took Otis's hand and yanked him up, just as the structure was struck again, groaning and leaning even further. Otis and Branson rejoined the others in the lookout chamber, crawling up the curved inner wall to reach Sonya and Toy. Otis shoved the mattress behind them all, and the four huddled together, arms wrapped tightly around one another. "Listen," Otis began. Toy had tears streaming down her face. Sonya held the girl tight. Fear screamed from her eyes. "He's gonna knock us down," Otis yelled. "Oh, no, no!" Toy started yelling. Branson patted the small girl's back, trying to help comfort her, but he was terrified himself. "When we go down, when we hit the ground, I'm gonna make a run for the Jeep and lead it away," Otis declared. "No!" Sonya shouted, her voice rising. "No, Ed, please stay with us, please," Toy pleaded. "Yes, I have to give you girls and Branson a fighting chance. Now listen, take this," Otis shouted over the rumble, digging into his pocket. He shoved the charged prism power cell into Sonya's hand. "If I get it to follow me, you three get to that cube and get out of here. Don't argue, it won't work." His voice cracked. "Sonya, you take care of this awesome little girl. Branson, do good. Don't make the same mistakes Prism did." Branson started to smile, mouth opening to say something. Wham! The BF Rex slammed the structure again. A deafening crack. The group felt the world fall away around them. Time seemed to slow. And then, bam! The bird's nest struck the ground. The entire structure bounced slightly from the impact, and the group went flying. Time sped up again, too fast. Sonya tried to hold on to Toy, but the girl was pulled from her grasp. Sonya watched in terror as Toy was thrown out and away from the opening. She had held both the girl's hands. Toy had screamed and looked at Sonya with desperation in her eyes. Then she was ripped away from Sonya's grip. Sonya was also launched from the opening of the lookout, but in a different direction. The world spun. Dirt and dust exploded into the air. She hit hard. She was dazed. She had a thought that if she were a cartoon character, she'd have small birds flying around her head. She shook her head, snapped herself back to reality. She wasn't sure where Otis and Branson were. Then she heard a rhythmic thumping. The ground beneath her was trembling. She looked around quickly. Whew! There they were. Otis and Branson were pulling themselves free from the bent remains of the railing. Then, as her mind fog cleared a little more, Sonya's heart dropped. Where was Toy? She jumped to her feet, eyes scanning frantically. She saw the cylindrical base of the bird's nest broken in a jagged piece near the bottom. The bird's nest itself was in many pieces around them on the ground. The Jeep was crushed, the fence was down, but where was Toy? Then she saw her. Toy was on the ground dazed. She was partially hidden by a broken section of the bird's nest. But the BF Rex saw her. She was directly in its path. The beast was coming toward her, and for a moment, just a moment, Sonya didn't see Latoya. She saw Alicia. She wouldn't feel Latoya like she'd felt Alicia. She knew there was nothing she could do to save Toy, but she could be there with her. Toy wouldn't have to face this alone. Sonya ran. Dirt and wind whipped around her. The ground thundered. Sonya dropped and slid across the earth, coming to a stop next to Toy and scooping her into her arms. The BF Rex loomed over them. There was no time to run. "Come over here, you bastard!" Otis yelled behind them. Branson whistled loudly and began banging a piece of metal against the bent railing that had once been the lookout. Bang, bang, bang! The BF Rex wasn't taking the bait. Sonya looked up. Through a crack in the large section of metal above them, a giant hand was reaching down. She clutched Toy against her chest, shielding her with her body. "Don't look, honey, it's gonna be okay," she whispered. Her voice shook. A tear slid down her cheek. "I'm with you. We're gonna be okay." It was a lie, but it was all she had. Toy cried and buried her face in Sonya's shoulder, holding tighter than ever. Sonya looked up as the large section of the bird's nest structure that had been covering them was suddenly lifted free. She saw the giant claws of the dinosaur that held it in its clutch. The BF Rex lifted it off the ground and threw it to the side like it was a frisbee. It landed dozens of feet away, sticking into the ground with a crash. The BF Rex stared down at Sonya and Toy. Toy's eyes were closed tight, head against Sonya. Sonya stared defiantly up at the BF Rex. It lowered its head and studied the two girls. The beast was giant, its white scaly flesh, blood-red stripes, black spikes down its back, horns above its eyes, long arms and large claws were the most terrifying thing Sonya had ever seen. But still she stared and held Toy close. The huge dinosaur was covered in fresh bite wounds. Blood oozed from several large areas of damage over its body. Blood streaked down all over its white flesh, making it appear even more like something from a horror movie. Its eyes blinked. Sonya could see her and Toy's reflection in those large eyes. The BF Rex roared. It sounded like the devil himself was screaming. Sonya and Toy were hit with a blast of hot, rancid breath, and then the beast began to slowly reach down for the girls. Otis couldn't take it. He had no plan, no way of saving them, but he would try. "No!" he yelled as he began to run towards them. Branson continued to try to get the BF Rex's attention, whistling, banging metal on metal. "Come on, you ugly motherfucker! Come get me! Dinner time! You've got an appetizer ready for pickup!" Sonya finally closed her eyes. She whispered to Toy, "I love you, little sister." "I love you too," came Toy's small, cracking voice. Everything around them went dark, the shadow of the giant approaching hand blocking out the sun. Then suddenly, brighter, a terrible snarl came from above. Sonya opened one eye. The BF Rex was standing still. It had fully straightened its body, standing as tall as it possibly could. Its claws were digging at its own midsection, scratching, raking, as if trying to tear something out. It groaned in pain. Sonya didn't hesitate. She tightened her grip on Toy and ran, straight toward Otis, who had almost reached them anyways. They all ran to the destroyed lookout and stood with Branson. The four of them watched in bewilderment as the BF Rex convulsed violently, clawing deeper into its own flesh. It began to emit a deep, guttural noise, low and strained, like a rumble from the pit of the earth. Urine flowed from it like a waterfall, hitting the ground and splashing out in all directions. Then its bowels let loose. The BF Rex's feces struck the ground beneath it. The smell was horrendous. LaToya held her nose and waved a hand in front of her face. Otis watched on, trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and then, to everyone's horror, they saw it. A blade burst from the massive dinosaur's stomach. A machete. It punched out of the beast's midsection, then vanished, only to erupt again, then again, and again. Each strike opened a wider, longer slice down the animal's midsection. "What the hell is going on?" Sonya screamed. "I'll tell you what's going on. Jason fucking Voorhees is what's going on," Otis barked. "He's still coming." "How? How the fuck?" Branson shrieked. Otis's eyes darted, searching. The return cube, it was lying in the clearing just a few yards behind the BF Rex. The red backpack close by, but then the monster let out a wounded, agonized roar. Blood exploded from the wound in its gut. The pressure from its insides and the tremendous weight of its own body mass caused the cut to tear wide open, down to the groin and up to the base of the throat. Jason had flayed the behemoth BF Rex. In an instant, hundreds of gallons of blood, steam-soaked guts, and slick ropes of glistening organ tissue spilled from the opening, exploding out of the dinosaur and crashing to the Cretaceous ground. Slabs of coiled intestines, furniture-sized organs, and undigested remains hit the earth with sickening slaps, spreading out in every direction like a flood of hot, red cement. A rotting stench filled the air. The BF Rex gave a final, pitiful roar, then staggered left, then right. Otis and the group prepared to flee to safety, but then it collapsed sideways. The ground shook like a bomb had gone off. It was the impact as it landed. All 4 survivors nearly lost their footing. The BF Rex's body twitched for a few moments. Its head rose and lowered, its jaw reflexively opening and closing in its death throes. It released more urine and feces. It tried to roll but couldn't, and then it let out a loud hissing breath and lay still. "Let's go, now!" Otis yelled. The other 3 didn't need any extra convincing. They took off at a sprint toward the cube, charging through the steaming mess of blood and gore. Branson stumbled slightly as something brushed his leg. He looked down and saw something familiar. A partially digested torso, soaked in red bile and slime, wearing a shredded Prism Tech t-shirt. It was part of Edwin's remains. His upper body was face down, but the back of his shirt was visible, and it read, Prism Tech, Innovation Never Dies. Branson gave a dry, dark chuckle. Then he turned and ran on, catching up with the others. The cube lay ahead, splattered and half submerged in the spilled remains of the beast. Otis pulled the bottled water from his jacket pocket and got the lid off. He poured its contents over the cube. He tore off his jacket and began wiping at the slot for the power cell, trying to clear the blood and muck. Then, Toy screamed and pointed. Everyone turned their head. Jason Voorhees rose from the gut pile, pushing aside massive wet coils of intestine. As he stepped out of the gore, his mask was gone. His face was fully exposed, rotting, sagging, twisted in hatred. One eye was obliterated, the socket hollow. He bent down, retrieved his machete, and stared directly at them. Otis froze, then silently handed his jacket to Sonya. "Clean it out and get you, Branson, and Toy out of here. He wants me," he said firmly. Sonya opened her mouth to protest, but Otis was already standing, already walking toward Jason. Jason lowered his head and moved to meet him. Sonya's heart thudded. She wanted to scream, to beg him not to go, but she knew their time was running out. Toy was frantic, eyes darting back and forth between the 2 men. Otis wouldn't last long, no one could. Jason was unstoppable. His short trip to the belly of the BF Rex and his quick escape had proven that. Sonya dropped to her knees, frantically scrubbing at the cube's port. Branson had grabbed the backpack. Edwin might be dead, but he could still show the world who the man really was. That was what he was thinking a moment ago. Now, though, he saw Otis. A good, honorable man was about to face down an unstoppable killer. Otis would surely die, and Otis knew that and went anyways. He wanted to help. He looked around desperately for a weapon, any of the guns, but saw nothing. Then he turned toward Otis and Jason, now only yards apart. In that moment, something shifted in Branson. He was a billionaire, getting on in age, a man who'd meant well but had never done anything half as brave or selfless as Otis had done in the time they'd been here. The world didn't need more billionaire CEOs with loud mouths. The world needed Otis. He glanced at Sonya and Toy. Sonya had fumbled the power cell. It slipped from her fingers, but Toy caught it. "Here," she said, handing it back. "Good catch!" Sonya shoved the power cell into the port. The cube began to light up, humming with energy. Its shape began to shift and expand, the metal unfolding itself. A glowing doorway began to form. flashing multicolored light like a strobe. It looked nothing like the clean, bright portal from the Prism showroom. This one pulsed with unstable colors, wild and unfiltered. Sonya and Toy rose, holding hands, backing away from the cube. They didn't have long to wait now. Branson made his decision. He let go of the backpack, let go of his need for anything other than to protect people who he cared about. People he knew deep down the world needed more than it needed Branson McAllister. He turned and headed for Jason and Otis. "Where are you going?" Sonya yelled after him, turning and watching him heading in the other direction. "Don't worry, girls, everything is going to be okay," he called back to them. Then, not far away, Sonya saw something Branson hadn't. It had been obscured by blood and gore from the BF Rex. It was a handgun. It was still held tight in the hand that used to belong to Edwin Prism. Sonya let go of Toy's hand for only a moment, ran over and pried the gun free. She returned to LaToya and they watched as the doorway continued to form from the expanding cube. Not far from the girls, Otis tried to catch Jason off guard. "Come on, you son of a bitch!" Otis roared. "You want me? Come get me!" He ran and swung at the Crystal Lake Killer, but Jason was fast. He swung his machete with lightning speed. Otis put on the brakes, just in time, ducking. The blade whizzed over his head. He stood and was going to swing again on Jason, but Jason backhanded him. Blood sprayed from Otis's nose as the blow sent him to the ground. He sat up, started to get to his feet. Jason held the machete in both hands and swung it down towards the seasoned veteran. Otis rolled out of the way, and at the same moment, he pulled out his large pocket knife and flipped the blade out. He got to his feet fast. Jason swung the machete sideways. Otis leaned back, holding his arm up, bent at the elbow for protection. The blade sliced across his forearm. Blood began to spread across his arm. However, Otis was still a soldier through and through, and even at his advanced age, he was quick. He thrust his knife forward and shoved it into Jason's neck. The killer's eye bulged wildly as he reached with his free hand and pulled it free, throwing it to the ground. Black blood oozing from the new wound. Otis stepped back, waiting to make his next move. Not far from where the two battled, the door had fully formed. Sonya and Toy were watching, holding their breath as Otis prepared to defend or attack again. Sonya didn't have a shot. Jason raised his machete. Otis stared, ready to dodge or attack. He had made peace with the fact he wouldn't survive. He turned and saw the girls hadn't left. He knew they only had less than a minute to use the door. "Go, girls, go!" he ordered. He turned and saw the machete was coming down. He didn't have time to move. This was it. He hated that LaToya and Sonya had to see this. He only hoped they would go through the door before it was too late. Otis began to close his eyes. The blade was coming down, and then something moved past him fast. Branson McAllister ran right past Otis and slammed into Jason, wrapping his arms around the killer's waist, trying to push him back. "Go!" Branson shouted. "The girls need you, Otis, go!" "Branson, you dumb..." Otis started, but he knew he didn't have time to argue. "Shit!" Otis began quickly backing away, making his way to the girls, keeping his eyes on Jason the entire time. Jason drove his fist down into Branson's back with brutal force. Otis heard the bones snap, but Branson held tight, arms locked around Jason's waist. He grunted and gave it his all. "Go!" Branson screamed. "Protect those girls! The world needs men like you!" Jason raised both arms again and slammed them down. More cracks, more broken ribs. Branson collapsed to his knees, still holding on, still not letting go, but Jason never broke eye contact with Otis. Staring straight into Otis's eyes, Jason reached down and lifted Branson up by his throat. The billionaire tried to fight back, but his back was broken. His arms barely functioned. Jason's one good eye bulged as he pulled his machete back and then drove it straight through Branson's mouth. The blade burst from the back of his head. Sonya and Toy screamed. Otis raised his hand and in a defiant moment flipped Jason off. He would honor Branson's sacrifice. The return cube doorway didn't have long before it would self-destruct. Flashing, swirling, distorting, a multicolored vortex of time and madness. Behind them, Jason had pushed Branson's lifeless body off his machete. The undead killer marched forward, unstoppable. Otis grabbed Sonya and Toy's hands. They leapt through the doorway together. Jason quickened his pace. The doorway was disintegrating, self-destructing. He was only feet away. And then, somewhere nearby, a barking call. Familiar. A farewell. Jason turned his head for a moment in its direction. The dead-eyed king standing only a couple feet from him. The king cocked his head, stared into Jason's one remaining eye, then turned and ran with a slight limp to the edge of the jungle. He looked bad yet determined, his yellow skull still covered in dried blood, his body battered but standing, still alive. He reached 3 hatchlings along with a couple of juveniles waiting for him at the edge of the jungle, and they one by one followed him into the tree line, disappearing. Jason looked down. The dead-eyed king had left him something. At Jason's feet was a large sickle claw from a fallen raptor's foot. He turned around and quickly picked it up, placed it in his waistband, and turned his attention back to the disappearing doorway, and stepped through the portal with milliseconds to spare. As the collapsing light wrapped around him in the final seconds before the portal disappeared, Jason Voorhees passed through time once again. Epilogue. The Crocodile Rock. They were spinning. Otis, Sonya, and Toy didn't fall through time. They were ripped through it, dragged like screaming thoughts through a whirlpool of history, future, and nightmare. There was no ground, no sky, just a swirling, endless void where time collapsed into itself, and the past, present, and future became a kaleidoscope of horror. Colors bent around them, light fractured like glass. The very air tasted like electricity and burnt metal. They couldn't scream, they could just ride it out. Then the windows opened. Floating panels of light, each one a moment trapped in time. A woman celebrating her 100th birthday with 4 generations of family with her. Her eyes looked like LaToya's. 2 girls playing soccer in a yard. A young soldier pulling an injured soldier to safety. Sonya holding the hand of a very old man in a hospital bed as he flatlines. A tear running down her cheek. The vortex twisted again, faster. A new window opened, this one wreathed in fire and chains. Hell, the labyrinth, Leviathan. Freddy Krueger writhed on the black stone floor of an unspeakable realm, surrounded by demons of gray flesh. Their hooks had pierced through Freddy's arms. His red and green sweater had fused to his skin. Pinhead stood over him, expressionless. Freddy's mouth had been sewn shut, rows of barbed wire crisscrossing his twisted grin. His skin was no longer burned flesh, but ashen gray like ancient leather. From each of his hands, instead of a glove, 4 long rusted blades had erupted, like jagged swords fused to his bone. He had become something else, something worse, a Cenobite of nightmares. The vortex ripped away, shifted again. Another window, another timeline. A young woman with a machete stands across from Michael Myers. He staggers towards her. The mouth of his mask ripped away. His skin is rotted around him. Dead bodies walk, surrounding the girl. They close in and... another window, another timeline. Jason Voorhees, but not the Jason they knew. His body was cybernetic now, metal plates fused to scorched flesh. His mask also bright silver, metallic. His red eyes bulged as he locked into combat against another cybernetic killer. It was Freddy Krueger again, but a different Freddy. This one rose from a metal sphere to form a cybernetic, part flesh, part metal version of the Springwood Slasher. The 2 Uber Slashers stood across from each other on a futuristic spaceship. They began striding towards one another with purpose. Jason held a futuristic machete. Freddy rose his right arm as it morphed into a giant saw. A digital readout blinked on a computer console nearby. Manus Day, T-16 SOS. As the 2 men met and swung their weapons at one another, the ship they were on exploded around them as a comet struck it. Next window, blurred static. Something political, a campaign stage, American flags waving. Ladies and gentlemen, your next President of the United States, Edwin Prism! Above him a banner that read, Prism McCoy 2048. You can't keep a good guy down. The crowd cheered, but the vortex zoomed closer, beyond the stage, into his eyes. It wasn't Edwin. The suit, the voice, the smile, all identical, but his eyes weren't Edwin's. There was something evil behind them. A smirk twitched at the corners of his lips, like he was pretending to be Edwin. Something darker wore his skin. Then they saw a doorway. It opens. They see part of a highway, a ditch, and then Otis groaned. Otis groaned. Dust filled his nose, his throat. The air was heavy, the kind of heat that baked the land itself. He rolled onto his side, squinting against the sun. Gravel pressed into his cheek. Nearby, Sonia stirred, holding Toy protectively against her chest. Otis got to his feet and helped Sonia and Toy up. They were no longer in the vortex. No more windows, no more spinning, no more screaming. But the images stayed. The three darted their eyes all around, making sure Jason hadn't followed them. They were alone. Jason was nowhere to be seen. Otis turned slowly, taking in their surroundings. A rural highway cracked and faded, stretched in both directions toward the horizon. No signs, no landmarks, just heat and silence. "There," Otis said. He pointed. Far across an endless field of yellow grass and scrub brush stood a lone house, barely visible through the heat shimmer. A long dirt driveway snaked toward it, like a scar across the land. "Oh," Sonia said, reaching into her waistband. "Before we came through the door, I took this. It was Edwin's," Sonia said, handing it to Otis. Otis took it with a pained smile. His arm still bled slightly. The cut was not deep. He would tend to it as soon as possible. He put his gun back in the jacket that Sonia had returned to him. His holster was no longer there. "So you're telling me you took his gun? You took his gun from his cold, dead hands?" Otis asked, saying the last part while doing his best Charlton Heston impersonation. He smiled, expecting a response. Sonia just looked confused. "I guess you aren't into classic movies and actors. Well, before your time. Hell, before my time," Otis said with a smile. "Hey, according to Prism's logic, the universe must love us, right? It gave us a gun." They laughed. "I wish Chad was here and Mr. Branson and Nate," Toy said as a tear ran down her cheek, the reality of things still settling. "I know, Princess," Otis began, "but we got each other, right? They will always be with us here," he said while pointing at his heart. "Right?" "Right," Toy said. "Is your arm going to be okay?" Toy asked with concern, noticing the blood when he bent his arm to point at his chest. "I'll be okay. I'll clean it up first chance we get." "What now?" Sonia asked. "We walk," Otis said simply. So they did. While they walked in silence, they all had time to reflect on what they'd seen in the vortex. Otis finally broke the silence. "Did y'all see it when we went through the door?" Otis rasped. "Tell me I didn't imagine that." "I saw me and Alicia, my little sister. It was the day she died." "I saw myself pulling my friend and fellow soldier, Private Bill Pattison, to safety after an IED explosion decades ago," Otis added. "I was old," Toy said quietly. "I saw it," Sonia said. Otis then added, "The thing that looked like Jason, that wasn't him. Not the Jason we survived. The one in the doorway was made of flesh and made of metal. His mask was metal. And Freddy was partially metal too. What was that?" "I don't know," Sonia nodded, staring blankly across the flat, endless land as they walked. "And Edwin," Otis whispered. "That was his face, but the eyes were wrong. Something else or someone else was behind those eyes." Sonia swallowed. "I don't know what the hell that was, but it wasn't the Edwin we knew. We watched him die. Not that he seemed any better." "I saw Freddy," Toy said, her voice small. "He was different. They changed him. He had swords for his hands. There was a mean man with needles in his head." Sonia tightened her grip on Toy's hand. "We saw the windows into time, not just ours, but several different times and different wheres," Sonia said, trying to make sense of it. "We saw something we weren't supposed to see," Otis said. Edwin might have been a villain, but he was right about one thing. Using that return cube with the gateway damage was a gamble. We aren't back home. This isn't 2045. I can feel it. They'd only made it halfway down the road when they heard it. An engine, old, rattling, coming fast. They turned to see a dusty 1972 Cadillac approaching, sun gleaming off its chrome. It slowed as it neared them. Curious, or maybe suspicious. The windows were down. The AC probably didn't work. And then the music spilled out. I remember when rock was young. Me and Susie had so much fun. Elton John, Crocodile Rock. Otis tensed. The driver was a white man, late 30s with a beer gut and hunting cap. In the passenger seat sat another man with a toothpick between his lips, squinting hard at the trio as they walked. A bloodied white man, a black woman, and a small black girl. Their eyes swept over them like insects, slow, measuring, judging. The music kept playing, cheerful and oblivious. Holding hands and skimming stones, had an old gold Chevy and a place of my own. The driver leaned his head out slightly, lips curling into a sneer. "Race traitor," he muttered. Then the Cadillac peeled off, tires spitting up a cloud of dust. The music faded behind them, but not before one last bit of the song rang out. But they'll never kill the thrills we've got, burning up to the Crocodile Rock. Learning fast as the weeks went past, we really thought the Crocodile Rock would last. On the rear windshield, a Confederate flag decal shimmered in the sun, flapping faintly in the wind. A sticker above the license plate read, "Everything's bigger in Texas." The plate's expiration was October 31st, 1973. It all clicked for Otis as the dust settled. "What was that all about?" Sonia asked. "Looks like we ended up in 1973. We're in Texas," Otis said, a bit of worry creeping into his voice. "And that, Sonia, was racism. In 2045 we have come a long ways, but this period of time was different. Not everyone in the 1970s are like the assholes in that car. But sadly, a lot of people are." Sonia gave a nervous smile. "Well, at least we're not being chased by dinosaurs and Jason anymore. Honestly, I've wanted to leave Crystal Lake for a long time. Maybe this isn't the worst thing that could have happened." "Can we get home?" Toy asked. "I think this is going to be home for a while, little sister." "That's okay, though, right? Because we got each other, right?" Sonia said, with a smile squeezing Latoya's hand. Toy looked up at Sonia with an even bigger smile of her own. "Right!" Otis didn't say anything. A small smile spread across his lips. 2045 was kind of a bust anyways. Sonia was right. This wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. It was a simpler time. Maybe he'd just try to get the girls out of the South at least. Maybe they could head to California or New York. There was endless possibilities. With life, there always is endless possibilities. And they were alive. They had survived. Up ahead, the long driveway started toward the lonely house in the field. An old beat-up mailbox was erected at the end of the drive. They got close enough to read the faded letters. It read, "The Sawyers." "Let's go see if the Sawyers might be the kind of folks to help some strangers who are down on their luck," Otis said with a slight grin. "At least give us a little water and point us towards the town. Let's keep our guard up, though. Not everyone is as bad as the folks in the car back there. Some are good, but then again, some are worse." Otis reached into his pockets and put his hand around the gun. He would be ready for whatever came their way, good or bad. He would protect Sonia and Toy. He would right the wrongs he'd done. This was his family now, and he couldn't be happier. Sonia nodded and gripped Toy's hand tight. Then she took Otis's hand. Sonia knew Otis would look out for her and Toy as if they were his own kids. Sonia saw a small batch of yellow flowers. She stopped the group and plucked one and put it behind her ear. She did the same for Toy. Toy giggled out loud. "Those are pretty." Sonia turned to Otis. "Want one, Webb?" Sonia let out a giggle herself. "You know what, young ladies? Sure. It sure as hell can't make me any uglier," Otis said with a small laugh. He kneeled down and Toy took the third small flower from Sonia and placed it behind Otis's ear. Otis and Sonia stood. Sonia took Toy's hand again, and the three made their way up the driveway. Epilogue 1.5 Leather Apron. Jason Voorhees spun violently through a tunnel of fractured light and howling winds, his hulking frame flipping end over end. Time, gravity, and space had no meaning here, only the pull, the rip, of reality tearing open. Then, with a thunderous crack and a pulse of blue light, Jason was spat out. He landed hard on wet cobblestone, the world around him dim and eerily silent. He remained still for a moment, his body hunched like an animal. Rain fell in thin, freezing sheets, hissing softly in the shadows. The alley he'd landed in was narrow, its brick walls high and damp. Gas lanterns flickered at the far end, casting a warm, almost sepia glow against the mist-choked streets. Jason stood. He looked around slowly, the cold fog swirling around his massive frame. This place, it was unfamiliar. The air reeked of soot, damp wood, horse manure, and blood. Somewhere in the distance, a steam whistle shrieked. A horse clopped by on slick pavement. Muffled voices drifted from a nearby pub. Jason turned his head and caught something in the corner of his eye. A puddle, rippling with the rain. He moved toward it slowly and peered down. His reflection stared back. Not the cold, iconic hockey mask, but his face, deformed, twisted, bare, half in shadow, one good eye burning with confusion and rage. He stared at it unmoved. Where was his prey? Where was he? Then something caught his eye. An old, wet burlap sack lay discarded near a wooden crate, rotting, filthy. The rain had soaked it through. Jason crouched beside it, setting his machete down for a moment. With his rotted, decayed hands, he lifted the sack and ripped a jagged hole in one side. He raised it, hesitated for a breath, then slid the makeshift hood over his head. The tear lined up perfectly with his one good eye. There was a thin rope tied to the neck of the sack, fraying but strong. He wrapped it around twice and yanked it tight, cinching the hood to his head. The burlap clung to his skin, matted by rain. He reached down and picked up his machete. Then he heard it, her voice, soft, loving, twisted. "Look at those nasty women, Jason." Jason turned toward the mouth of the alley. Two women, laughing, arms interlocked, stepped into view. One was in the process of telling a joke about Queen Victoria being a strumpet. The other interrupted and said she could make more money than the Queen any day. They laughed and carried on. Their corsets were tight, their skirts dragging slightly in the puddles. Heavy makeup stained their faces, and their voices were warm with drink. "They're just like the ones who let you drown, the ones who ignored your cries. They didn't care. They didn't save you." The voices of the women echoed down the alley, their footsteps clicking on the stone. "They should have been watching you, Jason. They let you die." His hand tightened on the machete's hilt. "Kill them, Jason. Kill them for what they did to you." Jason stepped into the deeper shadows, burlap mask dripping with rain. His past prey forgotten. He put his machete away in his waistband. Instead, he opted to retrieve the sickle raptor claw. He held it with purpose, ready to strike, ready to rip. He moved like death itself, silent, relentless. And as the two women passed the alley's edge, still unaware, Jason Voorhees followed, back to doing what he did best. Epilogue 2. You Can't Keep a Good Guy Down. The Present. Saturday, June 14th, 2045. Prism Tech Headquarters. The showroom floor of Prism Tech was flooded with white light. A dozen men and women in white scrubs and rubber gloves moved swiftly across the blood-stained marble, sorting the aftermath. Dead bodies were dragged to one side of the room. Unconscious survivors were placed on the other. A cleaning crew swept shattered glass into long piles, while men in green suits and masks stuffed the mangled remains of the raptor into thick black biohazard bags. High above, on the main stage where it all began, 7 techs worked furiously on the damaged prison time gateway. The shorted-out control panel had already been ripped from its mount, and a replacement was being installed. A man in a tight black suit, clipboard in hand, climbed the stairs towards the stage. At the top stood another man, back turned, hands clasped behind him, a thick cigar glowing between his fingers as he silently observed the work in progress. The man with the clipboard cleared his throat. Without turning, the man with the cigar replied coolly, "Yes, Alex, I know you're there. Give me a full status report." Yes, sir," Alex began. "We have 32 casualties. All have been tagged for Phase 3 cloning. We're in the process of jacking into their brains for full memory extraction. Naturally, we'll be altering the events of the gallery." "Naturally," the man said with a nod. "Continue." Yes, sir. The remaining guests and staff were rendered unconscious by our controlled gas release. We're moving them to the upper floors now. Memory alteration will begin immediately." "The cover story?" Alex flipped through a sheaf of paper clipped to his board. "We're running with a domestic terrorism scenario. The gallery was targeted by an unknown group. We're claiming a possible airborne agent was released during the event. Full quarantine is underway. News networks and social media are pushing the narrative in lockstep." Good. Good. Let's see. We also found 1 guest tied and gagged in the trunk of their car. They are now among the unconscious awaiting memory alteration, Alex added, after checking his notes. "In their trunk, you say? Interesting. Sounds like a fun story. Do tell." "Well, it appears the culprit was Stephen Stubbs. He was the man who was barbecued at the controls of the gateway," Alex answered. Stubbs. Why does that name sound familiar?" the man with the cigar asked. "His father was Scott Stubbs, an officer who Jason killed back in 2003. It seems Stephen infiltrated the gallery to seek revenge," Alex answered. "Yes, Officer Stubbs. Ha! As I recall, he was killed in almost the exact same way. Interesting. As for the son, when we clone him, let's alter some extra memories, try to lessen his drive for revenge." The man took another pull of his cigar. Alex nodded and continued. "As for the assets, Myers was recovered before full neurological shutdown. He'll be back in containment within 48 hours. Freddy was taken by the Cenobites, but we did find his severed hand still in the glove. It was left behind. It's en route right now to the cloning lab." He flipped another page. "The lament configuration has vanished. Security footage shows it falling to the floor, but by the time we entered, it was gone. We're still searching." The doll appears to have soul-jumped into a small child during the event. Cross-referencing facial IDs, the boy is believed to be the son of Daniel and Maria Rutherford, diplomats from the UK. The boy is currently missing, and our sweeps have turned up nothing so far. "I don't like bad news, Alex." "No, sir," Alex said quickly. "We're tracking him. We'll find the child, sir." "So tell me, how the hell did all of this spiral out of control?" Alex exhaled, voice tight. We traced the breach to Francis McCoy, sir. During the live event, he manually lowered the energy field in Jason Voorhees' containment cell. Jason would not have escaped otherwise." The man with the cigar sighed. "McCoy, such great skills, such a fragile ego." He took another pull from his cigar and finally turned around, blowing smoke toward the ceiling. It was Edwin Prism. "Now tell me, what of my clone? As I understand it, the techs were able to get the gateway back to minimum energy an hour ago. Were you able to sync with the chip?" Alex flipped to the last page. "The clone is deceased, sir. Time of death logged 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. Most of the individuals who passed through the gateway are confirmed deceased as well. We have DNA samples previously extracted from Otis, his soldiers, and the waitstaff and the ushers. We're retrieving samples for the Whitmans and the child. Phase 7 cloning will begin by nightfall. And Branson McAllister, I understand he is among the deceased. Do we have a DNA sample of him? Edwin asked, eyes narrowing. Alex hesitated. He's proven to be tricky, sir. No samples in our database, but we're working on it. It may just take a little longer. Edwin frowned. That man is a thorn in my side, but we can't leave him MIA. Do what you have to. Get him into Phase 10 cloning, if needed. The hell with the cost or resources needed. Even the smallest DNA sample will do. If you need more access, you can contact our inside man at Nexus, but only if absolutely necessary. I won't risk exposing our asset unless there's no alternative, though they kind of dropped the ball not being privy to the Marcel fiasco. Anyways, try everything possible before using the asset. Understood, sir. We'll exhaust every other route. Let's use this opportunity to put this Marcel bullshit to bed. First, take care of Marcel's mother, make her go away. Then leave some financial breadcrumbs for the new Branson McAllister to follow. Make sure those crumbs are solid enough that he believes Marcel took the payoff. Yes, sir. Oh, and Alex, what about Francis? Among the deceased. Do you want us to begin work on a new clone? Yes, and this time let's bump the loyalty chip, will you? No more belly aching. Give him an extra sappy fabricated memory. Maybe me saving his dog or something heartwarming. Edwin smirked. And what of the survivors of the little trip to the land that time forgot? Otis, Sonia, and LaToya used one of the return cubes, but they won't be a problem. We were able to guide them into a chosen period. We spat them out into 1973 in Texas, not far from the Sawyer residence. Edwin raised an eyebrow. How appropriate. I was actually planning a mission for next month to collect Bubba Sawyer. We can extract him sometime after 1973, though. He took a final puff, then crushed the cigar out on a nearby still surface. And the mama's boy? Jason unfortunately made it through the return gateway too. The portal was milliseconds from closing, so we couldn't get a hold on his chip signal. We couldn't lock him into a destination of our choosing in time. He landed in Victorian England. According to regional logs, he's already active, mostly targeting ladies of the night, sir. Edwin chuckled, a dark glimmer in his eyes. So that's why I could never track down the Ripper. How interesting. Should we send a recovery team when the ring stabilizes? Edwin waved the thought away. No, let him have his fun. Sir, it seems several dinosaurs were also killed since last night. I'm sorry to report that the BF Rex was one of them. Seems Jason hacked his way out of its stomach. Also, over a dozen raptors were killed, amongst a handful of other species. Again, mostly by Jason's hand, though I am happy to report we aren't seeing any major time shifts as a result of those deaths. Hacked his way out from the inside. Wish I could have seen that. Alex, the dead-eyed king, tell me, is he? Edwin asked with trepidation. The chip in the king shows he is alive. Seems to be in bad shape, but alive. Excellent. But I do want a cleanup team prepped for the Cretaceous as soon as the gateway's functional. Be a doll, get me a DNA sample of the BF Rex, start having field teams hunting for other of its species. You can set up teams at our other bird's nest outposts across the North American Cretaceous. I will rubber stamp all expenditures. Also, I am not going to want to deal with any interviews about the attack on the gallery. So go ahead and fast-track another clone for me as well. I'll let you know as soon as possible what information I want this model privy to. Perhaps I let this last one know too much. Let's leave out my memories of the Marcel business. Yes, sir. Edwin adjusted his tie, turned from the platform, and began descending the stairs. I'll be in my office. Keep me updated on every development as they come in. Yes, sir. Edwin Prism stepped off the stage and walked across and out of the showroom. Through the automatic door, the one that now functioned just fine, He walked down a long, sterile hallway and came to a small section of wall that appeared to be just that, a blank wall. Without hesitation, he pressed his finger against a faint seam in the wall. A hidden button lit up, and with the soft mechanical click, secret elevator doors slid open. He stepped inside. There was only one button. He pressed it. The doors shut behind him, and the elevator began to rise. Edwin exhaled slowly, watching the light panels glide upward. The chaos in the gallery had been unfortunate, but not unmanageable. He'd planned for this, ever since that disastrous trip 2 days ago, when he personally escorted Henry Wilkins, a.k.a. Joshua Marcel, into the Cretaceous to discover who he was working for, only to be nearly killed by that big fucking Rex. Edwin had tightened the net. He knew the gallery could be dangerous. That's why, for the event itself, he hadn't been there at all. His clone had. He was always about contingency. Edwin had grown too valuable, too visible, to risk his own skin unnecessarily. The problem was, clones couldn't be given full access to everything. That was the cost of using them. They weren't told everything. None of his clones, for example, were ever even aware that human cloning had been cracked at Prism Tech 3 years ago. This was a rule put in place so they would never wonder if they were a clone, which could really upset the apple cart for the real Edwin. Edwin had ensured all employees were briefed to keep certain knowledge from his clones. To those versions of Edwin, time travel was limited, cloning was theoretical, and the rules of the Gateway were narrow and fixed. But the truth? Time travel could take you to anywhere, any area, any continent, any time, and even any timeline. The only known limitation was that you couldn't visit the same calendar day twice. Not yet, anyway. As for future travel, possible, unstable, yes, constantly in flux. But Edwin had done it, more than once, sometimes just to kill the boredom. But because the last clone hadn't been told about certain details, he'd made a damn mess of things, escaping Jason with a group of random people by using the time gateway, all because of fucking Francis McCoy. Edwin smirked bitterly. He was on clone number 8 for that little bastard. The original Francis, Edwin pushed him down a flight of stairs years ago after he threw a tantrum about his salary, threatened to go to the government about certain unethical practices at Prism Tech. But there was a certain sentimental value when it came to Francis. Edwin didn't want to break in another toady. Plus, the little bitch had guts. Edwin often lamented about the day they met. Francis walked into Edwin's office with proof Edwin killed his parents and called it his job application. Edwin had respected that level of dark ambition. But Francis always ended up disgruntled. Still, his skills were top tier, and that made him hard to fully dispose of. And again, the sentimental value. Like a stray cat that sticks around your house and will be your best friend as long as you feed it. Edwin didn't always rely on time travel to fix things. Sometimes a smarter move was to contain the fallout, to clean the blood off the walls instead of resetting the room. The gallery was a mess, yes, but his team was elite, well-paid, well-trained, and loyal. Most importantly, discreet. By the time they finished their job, the gallery would go down as the greatest time the guests had ever had. Of course, a large chunk of them will be clones with uploaded memories, but hey, no one will ever be the wiser. The elevator dinged. The doors opened onto the top floor of Prism Tech's Crystal Lake headquarters. A long hallway stretched before him, dimly lit, cold, and quiet. At the far end, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the still waters of Crystal Lake. Glassy, still, hauntingly serene. Edwin made his way to his office, the soft click of his shoes the only sound in the corridor. He sat in his leather chair and sank into its embrace, exhaling slowly. What a weekend. Soon another clone would be groomed to take on the daily grind. Edwin really did not want to deal with questions from the media about the possible attack on the gallery. A clone could handle those duties. That was always the deal. They got to play the hero, the face of humanity, the world's first trillionaire, and then when Edwin was ready to face the public for a while again, they'd be deactivated. Still, he thought, they got to believe they were him. That was a fair trade, wasn't it? He chuckled to himself, lost in thought. Then a sound, high-pitched, foreign, a child crying, footsteps, small feet pattering across the hardwood floor outside his office. Edwin turned sharply in his chair, just as the office door creaked open. A young boy stepped inside, tears streaking his dirty face. Edwin knew instantly who it was, the missing boy from the gallery, or rather, what was inside him, Chucky. Edwin wasn't stupid, not even a little. He rose from his chair slowly, masking his caution behind a theatrical smile. "What's wrong, young man? Are you lost?" he asked, hamming it up. The boy sniffled. Yes, I don't know where my mommy and daddy are." Edwin stepped around the desk, hands in his pockets, voice soothing. "Oh no, that's no good." He crouched down to the child's level, his eyes narrowing. "Although I think you do know where they are, Charles, considering you killed them when you were a kid yourself." His voice hardened. "Did you really think you could trick me?" The boy's expression shifted, subtly, deliberately. "No, I didn't think I could fool the great genius Edward Percy Pringle III, the boy said. But now his voice was no longer that of a child. It was unmistakably Charles Lee Ray. "No, I just needed you to get close enough." Edwin's eyes widened. "Close enough? For what?" Edwin felt stupid the moment he formed the words that made up that ridiculous question. He had just mused about his intelligence, and here he was, an idiot. He didn't even get to finish the question. The boy's hand moved like lightning, and something heavy and hard cracked against the side of Edwin's skull. The world flashed white. He heard a loud cackle of laughter, and then Edwin's world faded to black. Just like that, the real Edwin Prism, trillionaire genius and puppet master of Prism Tech, collapsed to the floor like a homeless drunk. Edwin blinked awake. He tried to move his head to look around, but couldn't. He tried to sit up and couldn't. He tried to move his arms, his legs. He couldn't. He tried to scream out, realized he was gagged. Chucky walked to Edwin's desk where he had tied and taped the trillionaire to its top. "Would you look at that? Sleeping Beauty awakes," Chucky said. It was so strange hearing that voice come from a young boy's mouth, Edwin thought. "I was hoping I could finish this up while you slept. Oh, well, listen. Old Chucky's gonna be hitching a ride. Usually the way this works is I get your body, you get mine. But that ain't gonna work. You see, I got plans for my time as Edward Prism. And having a little brat running around claiming Edward is Chucky would be embarrassing. And I'm gonna be far too busy to have to deal with that kind of tabloid nonsense. Don't worry, the kid'll be fine. I also don't need a dead kid of a diplomat on my doorstep. My first day as the hero of humanity." Chucky paused to cackle. "Sorry, I'll speed this up. You look really uncomfortable. Anyways, I got a bit of a deviation of my normal prayer to Damballa. A little voodoo Frankensteining. This voodoo stuff is strange. It seems whenever I need it to work a certain way, it does. If my life were a series of horror movies, it would be the kind where each sequel, the rules of the previous movie are just thrown out the fucking window. Don't you just hate when they do that?" Chucky paused, waiting for an answer he knew Prism couldn't give. Prism looked at the 6-year-old boy Chucky was possessing with rage and hatred. "Yeah, I hate when they do that. True story. When I first hopped into that doll, I thought I could only possess the first brat who found out I was in the doll. And now look at me and you. We're gonna be co-pilots. Come to think of it, maybe I'll use your gateway to visit that little shit. Show up at every Christmas, birthday, his graduation, his wedding. Make him think he's going crazy. Royally fuck with his head. Anyway, sorry, I got a little off topic. So when we're done tonight, you and I will share the body, but I'll run the show. Don't worry though, I'll check in with you from time to time to get any information I might need. You might be thinking, well, what if I don't want to cooperate with Chucky? Is that what you're thinking? Chucky asked. Edwin screamed angrily, veins bulging in his forehead. The scream was muffled. What's that? I can't hear you. Anyways, don't worry about cooperating. It's not up to you. Actually, you're less of a co-pilot and more of an Edwin encyclopedia that I'll be able to peruse through when needed. You caged and chained me like a dog, Edward Percy Pringle, and you're gonna live to regret doing that. Last night I told your imposter clone I would kill him slow, and brother, I meant what I said. It's just gonna be much slower than you might have imagined. Chucky laughed. Anyways, enough chit-chat, partner. Chucky's gonna be a trillionaire. Fuck, I could be president. And to think, Mother said I never amount to anything. Well, fuck you, Mom. Chucky's back, baby, and back in style. Chucky shouted, breaking into another bout of maniacal laughter. With that, Chucky put his hand on Edwin's forehead. Edwin screamed through his gag. No one heard his muffled cries. No one was coming to save him. Ah, day, Dewey, Dambella, Chucky began. Give me the power, I beg of you. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows of Edwin Prism's office, unnatural black clouds rolled over the clear skies of Crystal Lake. Thunder boomed and lightning struck. Chucky continued his chant. The end. Alternate ending. What follows is not to be taken as canon to this story Primal whatsoever. I just pictured a fun what-if scenario. Jason being split in two in the time vortex. One Jason sent to Victorian England, the other... Jason Voorhees stepped through the collapsing return gate just as it snapped shut behind him. The world instantly dissolved into a roaring spiral of color and light. The time vortex spun around him like a living storm, its walls flashing with violent strobes, its currents tossing his massive frame end over end. Then came the rupture. The vortex shuddered, cracked like glass, and split. In that tearing instant, so did he. Two identical Jasons spiraled away from one another, each pulled toward a different fate. One vanished into a flash of blinding white. The other kept flipping, tumbling in the kaleidoscope until the colors drained away into total blackness. When sight returned, he was lying flat in the snow. It was so deep it half buried him. The cold stabbed through his clothes. He rose slowly, boots crunching in the powder, flakes clinging to the rotting skin of his bare face. The landscape was endless white. The sky hung low and gray. From somewhere far off came the faint sound of jingling bells. Then he saw it. On the horizon, glowing against the frozen wasteland, stood a massive structure with steep frost-covered roofs and windows spilling warm golden light into the snow. Strings of colored bulbs blinked across its walls. Smoke curled lazily from its chimneys. Nearby, tall antlered beasts stamped the ground beside a long, bright red sleigh. Dozens of small figures in thick winter clothing hustled back and forth from the building, their arms piled high with brightly wrapped boxes. Jason's head tilted. The way they moved, were they children? A slow, dark unease coiled inside him. If they were children, why were they doing all that work? Jason could see two adults seemingly doing none of the work. One was a woman bundled in heavy winter clothes the color of deep crimson, trimmed with white fur that shimmered with frost. Her hair, long and silver, was twisted into a loose braid that draped over her shoulder. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and she had a smile so warm it looked out of place in a world this frozen. But to Jason it was not comfort he saw in that smile, only the same sort of false cheer the counselors had worn when pretending to care. She seemed only focused on the other adult, a large man who stood by the crimson sleigh. He was broad-shouldered and wrapped in a thick red coat lined with white fur. A heavy leather belt circled his waist, and tall black boots were half buried in the snow. His beard was long, full, and white as fresh frost, matching the hair that spilled from beneath a fur-trimmed cap. His eyes were small but bright, scanning a long scroll clutched in one gloved hand. Ever so often his round belly shook with a laugh that carried even through the wind. To Jason, the sound wasn't merry. It was careless. It was obvious they were too distracted, too busy with their own pleasures to watch over the little ones. His mind drifted, unbidden, to a different shoreline. The screaming water, the taste of the lake in his mouth, counselors giggling somewhere far away while he slipped under. His fingers curled around the hilt of his machete. The lights in the distance shimmered. The faint bells chimed again, and Jason began to walk toward the glowing structure, the crunch of snow following him into the cold silence. Afterward, Jason in the Lost World by William Pattison. When Joshua asked me to be a beta reader and brought up the idea of having Jason getting sent back to the time of the dinosaurs, I didn't even give it a second thought. After all, Joshua had Jason in the zombie apocalypse, and he put Freddy in the far future, haunting the dreams of a scavenger crew in cryosleep. Why not have Jason in the Lost World? I'm a huge fan of both dinosaur movies and in literature. My favorite in literature are The Lost World, the original one, and Edgar Rice Burroughs' The Land That Time Forgot, both book and movie series. Also, of course, I love Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park and The Lost World movies. I haven't had the pleasure of reading the books, but I've heard they are better than the movies. I have to say I love the lead-up to Jason traveling to the land of the dinos. It was awesome. It reminded me of my never-written treatment Friday the 13th, the collection. In my story, an industrialist collected trophies of all Jason's kills and also collected Jason's cursed mask and even his machete. Then all hell broke loose when a security guard, for fun, put on Jason's mask at an unauthorized party hosted by the industrialist's son. But in the case of Joshua's opening act, he supercharged it by including Freddy, Michael Myers, Chucky, and even Pinhead in the original Cenobites. Also, given that the original Jurassic Park novels are Joshua's favorite, he put on the full Michael Crichton when it came to the dinosaur action. The dinosaurs in Primal are the perfect counter to our Mr. Voorhees, and brings an entertaining amount of the red stuff to the story. Also, with the mighty BF Rex and Dead-Eyed King, Joshua makes the dinos actual characters in the story, and the perfect adversaries for Jason. In conclusion, it has been a true pleasure being a beta reader for this project. I was really honored that Joshua thought of including me in the loop for this project, especially given my current visual issues. It's been fun and helped push me back into the working on my own writing after all the pain and struggle I've had to endure the last year, since working as co-editor and advisor on Celestial Slumber. It's all been fun and therapeutic for me. I'm starting to feel like my old self. Oh, and also be ready when Joshua and I come together again in collaboration for a future crossover prequel to Primal that will pit my demon fighter character Devlin Dark against your favorite trillionaire butthead Edwin Prism. But as I said, that is in the future, timey-wimey stuff. Keep America strong, watch and read horror. Afterword 2, Jason Voorhees vs. Dinosaurs by James Acosta. Jason Voorhees scared the hell out of me as a kid. My mom had to convince me that he wasn't real. Years later, Jurassic Park came to theaters and I practically begged my grandma to take me to see the movie. She did, and I loved it. Now, years later, after a dozen Friday the 13th movies and several Jurassic Park movies, Joshua LaRue has done for his novel what Hollywood has failed to do, which is give us a gripping story that has Jason Voorhees and dinosaurs in it. Also, the very beginning of the novel with the showroom exhibit provides horror fans something that we have all been longing for. Another thing Hollywood has failed to do. This novel has intense dinosaur scenes and it's very gripping. Jason added to the mix. In this reader's opinion, it's something that the Friday the 13th producers wish they'd thought of first. They also said they were trying to think of where to put Jason next. Well, here you go in the Cretaceous period, where every step could lead to dangerous territory or Jason Voorhees. I had a blast reading this novel and listening to it from start to finish. I do have some favorite scenes. It can't just be one. The first one was the beginning of the novel where all the killers broke out. That was amazing. I loved how Michael and Jason fought each other and how they were holding on to each other's throats trying to end one another. My next favorite scene was Jason going up against the Dead-Eyed King. He was a formidable foe against Jason. He gave Jason a run for his money, especially when the Dead-Eyed King had his packmates attack Jason on more than one occasion. Then the BF Rex, well, now a very dangerous dino. That scene where Chad and his parents were all hiding in the cave was intense. I almost forgot it was a Jason novel for a second. It was excellent. I loved how it was trying to rip the top off the cave as well. Jason fighting the plesiosaur was unexpected but fun. Then the end where Jason got devoured only to cut the BF's stomach open was amazing. I loved it. Now, characters. I liked most of the characters in this story. However, Otis was my favorite. I'm happy he lived. Latoya stole the spotlight from time to time, and Sonya was a great character. Francis was a coward, but I liked him. He was a good villain. Now, Edwin was a piece of shit to the very end. However, Joshua blew my mind when I found out it was a clone. I didn't even see that coming, not once. That was a good plot twist. Then to see him get it again twice because of Chucky was absolutely brilliant. The way it ended was very satisfying indeed. Thanks again, Joshua LaRue, for this extraordinary novel you worked so hard on, aka the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep up the good work, and I can't wait to see what's around the corner. It's going to be exciting for sure. Acknowledgements. Thank you to the many authors who I have narrated over the years and who have truly inspired me to pursue my dream of writing. William Pattison, David Bergantino, Jeffrey Thomas, Nancy Kilpatrick, Krista Faust, Scott Phillips, Matthew Costello, Tim Wagner, and so many more. Thank you to the up-and-coming authors who have allowed me to also narrate their works. Rashad Moore, Jeremy Terry, James Acosta, Landon Turner, and more. Thank you to William Pattison and James Acosta for beta reading as I wrote this novel. I truly appreciate you taking the time to help me deliver this adventure. Thank you to David Bergantino for giving me honest feedback on Celestial Slumber and Quarantine. It went a long ways and helped me build this unique world in Primal. I have never been prouder of a story and its characters like this. I missed the characters as soon as I wrote the end. Thank you to my wife Bethany. I love you more than anything, and without your support and keeping me on track and not letting me allow insecurity to hold me back, this book would never have happened. Also, thank you to my wife Bethany and my daughter Alexis for doing tracing and coloring of generated images and their own additions to those images, as well as creating their own original illustrations for my book. The images really add to the story, and I am very thankful for your hard work. Thank you to my kids, Anthony and Alexis. You are my world, and everything I do is for you. Also, all you readers can thank Anthony for Edwin Prism. Anthony crafted the name of the villainous trillionaire, and I honestly cannot imagine any other name for the character. In fact, I believe my original idea was Francis McCoy, which I, of course, passed down to Edwin's toady. Thank you to everyone who read and or listened to my ambitious Friday the 13th tale. This was me trying to do kind of an homage to the Black Flame books, and I hope I delivered on that. Finally, thank you to all the patrons, channel members, and subscribers of the 80 Slasher Librarian YouTube channel. I appreciate and love you all so much. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been my novel, Friday the 13th Primal. Or Primal, a Friday the 13th story. I had a lot of fun writing this, like I said in the acknowledgments. This was my attempt at writing a Black Flame type Jason book. Something with a wild plot that puts Jason somewhere that's never been done before, and I wanted to hit the 400-page threshold. And when it was all said and done, the printed version is 513 pages, so I kind of overachieved on that. Was a little overambitious. But I did have a lot of fun writing this book. I loved sitting down and making these characters come to life. This book came from just me and my wife were listening to the audiobooks of Jurassic Park and the Lost World. And I was listening to some of the Lost World, and I was like, oh, they could have made that dino scene even scarier. oh, they could have done this. And my wife was like, why don't you write a dinosaur horror story? And I was like, why don't I write a dinosaur horror story with Jason in it? And she's like, ooh, yeah. And my first idea was Jason cutting himself out of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But he's just too big for like a T-Rex, and I wanted something, scary that wasn't Jason in the story. And I got to thinking 75% of dinosaur species the fossils have not been discovered for. So I invented the BF Rex. Of course, that's probably not what his name would have been if the fossils were found. That's just what Edwin named him. But yeah, so my first vision for this book was Jason cutting himself out of that dinosaur. And whenever I decided to use time travel for it, I had the early vision of Jason being spat out in Victorian England and becoming Jack the Ripper. So those two things were kind of the big things that I saw before I even came up with a character name. My son came up with the name Edwin Prism. Prism Tech was born from that. I had a lot of fun writing the gallery. Got to do some great fan fiction fan service there. Mixing it up with all these different slashers. And the clone thing, here's what's funny. The original ending for the novel was not going to have Edwin in it at all. The epilogues, I mean. We were going to have the epilogue of Otis, Sonia, and Latoya popping out in 1973 and ending up at the Sawyers. That was always going to happen. Jason was always going to end up in Victorian England. But originally, the last part of the epilogue was going to be Chucky as the 6-year-old boy running down the stairs on Christmas morning with his new mom and dad. And when he gets to the tree, the parents walk down behind him talking about how he's been different and hasn't been the same kid since that night at Edwin's goddamn gallery. And he was going to run down the stairs, and they were going to see 2 large packages under the tree and wonder where they came from because they didn't get those. And when Chucky opens them, one is the Tiffany doll, one is the Glenda doll. And what was going to happen is it was going to be mentioned in Chucky's head that he was going to take over the father, Tiffany was going to take over the mother, Glenda was going to take over the 6-year-old. And it was going to be revealed that the dad was the Prime Minister of the UK. So that was the original idea to end it. But after I had written the entire chapter 11, the final chapter, which if you get the physical copy, there's 23 chapters, but the chapters are kind of merged together on the audiobook. There's only 11 plus the epilogues. I came up with an idea. I had to go and just delete the Chucky Christmas thing. It hit me that Edwin Prism probably wouldn't put himself in that danger at the gallery like that, especially after what happened with the BF Rex and Joshua Marcel. And I had already mentioned he was doing body part cloning. And it just hit me to have him be revealed to be alive and well. And make it, really kind of, well, shit, he's such an asshole and all that stuff, We got to see him get his arm cut off by Jason and get eaten by the BF Rex, and he's still alive. What the hell? And I was like, yes, but Chucky. And Chucky's going to possess him. So, yes, he's still alive, but Chucky gets his revenge in the end. And Edwin gets 2 endings that I hope were satisfying for the main villain of the story to get. I personally believe that Otis and the girls are fine. Otis has a gun. They're well practiced from their time going against Jason. Jason, I don't think, really cared about them getting away once he saw the prostitutes in the Victorian England area. I think he's going to have plenty of fun there. And maybe Chucky becomes president if you go by the visions that the Otis and the girl saw while passing through time. I think that's about all the trivia. Sonia was supposed to be the main character, and Otis kind of just took that role from her. It just happened. When you write, sometimes that happens. It was a little complicated at times to explain how all these different events were going on at the same time. Like when the Tyrannosaurs were almost finding Otis, Nate, Sonia, and Latoya, that was happening at the exact same time that the BF Rex was trying to get the Whitmans and Francis while they were in the cave. So I kind of put the roars in there to let everybody know that was happening at the same time. Kind of like Bethany shooting at the giant crocs, happened at the same time that Otis and them were on their way back or on their way finally in the Jeep to get to the bird's nest. Also, I believe I used 13 dinosaur species in the book. I'd have to do a recount, but I think it's 13. And I did not want to make the raptors and the Tyrannosaurus Rexes the main villains, the main dinosaur threats, because every dinosaur horror book and movie does that. I wanted the raptors to, for one, the last time a group of humans was there, they used the siren thing on them and took one of the raptors. So I don't think that the Dead-Eyed King would want to go around a group of humans again. But, when Jason landed in their territory, it kind of started like a territory feud between them, which culminated in their one-on-one match finally, after Jason wiped out most of the pack. And they had an appreciation, predator to predator. That was fun to write, and I happen to think that's more interesting than having the raptors terrorizing the humans the entire book. And I'd like to hear from y'all. Do y'all agree that what the raptor and Jason's feud was more entertaining than what it would have been if the raptors had been an ongoing threat for the humans? I'd love to hear from you and see if that was a hit or a miss. The BF Rex, I wanted him to be a threat, but I also didn't want him to be a constant threat showing up too much. And really, he only shows up in Chapter 1, then in Chapter 7 with the cave. And, we get a little bit of him in Chapter 10, I believe, at the Jeep. But the T-Rexes stop him from doing any real, damage to the living characters at that point. And then we get him in the ending. I wanted to use him sparingly, but make sure his presence was huge when he was there. And he knocked the bird's nest down, and that structure was built to not be knocked down. But then again, Edwin didn't know about that species of dinosaur when he built it, which was twice as tall and twice as thick as a T-Rex and 10 times as mean. I had fun, Jason losing his mask, the surprise kills like Chad, Jason, riding, holding on to the bird's nest as it rose up, and they find out he's there when he kills Chad. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I brought out the baryonyx, I brought out the Dinosuchus, the giant crocodiles. Those were fun. Pteranodons were fun to throw in there. But yeah, I just hope everybody enjoyed the dinosaur action and the Jason action. Having those threats out there would be terrifying. And it was also fun to set up the MacGuffin of the book, the backpack being dropped by Joshua early on that has the return cube, the power cells, the belt. Finding out that Joshua Marcel actually recorded everything that happened to him. That was fun. Having the Jeep put out there in Chapter 1 and being left there, that was fun to have that there. That way the survivors could find it later in the story when we got back to the Cretaceous. I had fun bringing Stephen Stubbs into the story, Scott Stubbs' son. Yes, it was built up like he was going to be a main character, but it didn't end that way, and he did die rather quickly. But he did buy them enough time, and his actions is what led to them ending up in the Cretaceous. Without him, the story doesn't happen. He was the thing that guided them into the Cretaceous because of Jason, swinging at him, hitting the control panel, shorting it out. Without Scott Stubbs' son, this story doesn't happen. But originally, it was going to be either Scott Stubbs' son, or maybe Andy's son, or Tommy Jarvis's son. Somebody that wanted to kill one of the villains at the gallery for revenge. And what was going to happen is I was going to switch between each character during the gallery attack. Otis, Sonia, Nate, all of them. We were going to have a scene where the scene started over from a different perspective. So a bunch of stuff would happen. We'd get to the and then it would start over, but this time from the perspective of Edwin or Francis or Otis. And one time during that, I was going to have it go to Stephen Stubbs or Andy's son or Tommy's son or whoever, and they were going to be thinking, I'm here, I'm going to get my revenge, this is the perfect timing, I'm going to finally stick up, and they were going to get killed like mid-thought, and then it was going to jump to one of the main characters again. It was going to be a gag, like maybe like a half a paragraph of them, you know, all badass, they're going to get revenge, da-da-da, and then something kills them. Whether it be a chain from Pinhead, or, you know, Michael Myers stabbing them, or Jason hitting them with the machete. It was going to happen so fast, they didn't even get to finish their badass thought. But it morphed whenever I decided not to go with the perspective thing, and not to go with huge backstories, but instead using flashbacks in the story. That's when I decided to make the Stephen Stubbs character a bigger part, and I thought it would be neat to make him go out the same way as Dad did against Jason, but also setting the path of the story. And I think it's pretty cool, because I always loved the Scott Stubbs character from Freddy vs. Jason, so it was cool to honor that character at least a little bit. I guess you noticed that Jason was able to find Nate even whenever he was invisible. That was mostly because he could hear the siren and follow it, or maybe it was smell, or just his Jason senses, you know. He's a supernatural killer. When people hide, no matter how good they hide, he always finds them. So I just kind of looked at it like that. And I just envisioned that kill would look pretty cool. He's, you know, Nate's invisible, a machete gets driven through his chest, and all you see is Jason holding the hilt of it. The rest of it's invisible because it's in his invisible body, and then you just see like the bloody point of it coming out the other side. The visual was what led me to do that scene with Nate's death. The whole Russian thing was just a fun thing to do with Bethany. I was having trouble coming up with a backstory for her character, and I just thought it'd be cool, you know, if Edwin's such a piece of crap that, you know, like maybe a Russian company or something is like send somebody in to infiltrate and take him out, and that's where that came from. There was nothing super deep about that, but I thought it was just a cool way to give Bethany a fun story. And I did decide to go with the flashback scenes, and instead of like backstories, because I can't stand when a book does like pages and pages of backstory just to kill the character off. I think in these stories, these moments are happening fast. I mean, this whole story takes place in like a 16-hour period. You know, it doesn't feel that way, but it's about how long it was, if that. And I think we get to know these characters in the moments. You know, right in the heat of the moment, you find out who these characters really are. And the flashbacks usually either serve to amplify something that's about to happen with that character, or it gives the reader or listener some information that's going to be helpful as the story continues. That was my reasoning of doing flashbacks instead of backstory, and I hope that was appreciated, because I know as a reader I would have appreciated that in like the Friday the 13th Part 1 novelization and stuff like that, when the backstory was just way too deep and kind of pointless at times. If you have any more questions, or you're curious about something from the book, just ask me in the comments section. I'd love to answer it. I can't think of anything else right now, like unique, about what I had planned, or what I wrote, or why I did this, or why I did that. Trevor and Kelly, they were always going to be killed by herbivores. I wanted to be one of the first dinosaur horror stories to use herbivores as a dangerous threat. Because, I mean, it never happens in movies or books with dinosaurs, but you could easily get squished by a giant brachiosaurus, or, you know, impaled by a triceratops. And I wanted to put that out there early on, you know, that they were a threat too. That's why Trevor and Kelly. It would have been nice to have them in the story a little bit longer, but that was always going to be their fate. I wanted to use the lake more, but considering there was a plesiosaur in there that Jason fought, and the giant crocodiles, I just could not fathom a scene with the survivors going into that lake and coming out alive. You know, I didn't want to be like Jurassic Park or whatever, where you put them in, like the new Jurassic World Rebirth, with the whole raft scene. In real life, that T-Rex would have killed that entire family. But they do all these like near misses and edge of your seat moments, and I could have went for that on the lake, but I wanted to be a little more realistic with it, and I could not fathom a way to put them out there on a raft, in a canoe, anything, and make it believable that they survive it. But I think the plesiosaur scene, the crocodile scene, I think that used Crystal Lake from the Cretaceous enough, and there was enough other crazy stuff going on that I hope you all enjoyed it. But yeah, if there's anything else you want to know that I didn't cover, please let me know in the comments section. Thank you so much for listening to this very long unabridged audiobook, the Ultimate Edition. I hope you enjoyed the little changes I had made. If you listen to the individual chapters, you might have noticed that Jason's story at the end was changed a little bit. Because in this full unabridged version, he actually gets a raptor claw from the Dead-Eyed King, who comes down to see him off instead of just hollering from a distance, and he takes that claw into the Victorian England scene to cut and rip with it. I just thought it was kind of like the Dead-Eyed King saying, you are an honorary pack member, but you don't have a claw, so here you go. Here's one of the claws from the feet you cut off of one of my pack mates. Thought it would be neat if Jason took something from the Cretaceous with him onto his next adventure. Something he could carry from this adventure to that one. So that's why I made that change for the print version, and I included it here in the unabridged audiobook version. So if you're a little confused why it was different, that's why. And the alternate ending was not in the original chapter-by-chapter narrations. Hope you enjoyed that too. That was one of my early ideas, was to have Jason, instead of the Victorian England thing, maybe have him spat out in the North Pole and going after Santa. But I never seriously entertained that. But I thought it'd be fun as like a little alternate what-if ending. Little fun at the end of the book. Hope you enjoyed that. Alright, yeah. I look forward to your comments. If you have any more questions that I didn't cover just now, if you're curious why I did this or why I did that, I'd be more than happy to answer. Be excellent to each other, and don't go walking through no gateways. This has been the 80s Slasher Librarian saying, stay sane inside insanity out there, folks, and I'll see you soon. And don't forget, you can buy this book and my other books on Amazon in paperback, ebook, or hardcover. So yeah, all that information to buy a book, to the books, is in the pinned comment and description below, as well as any other way that you might support the channel if you wanted to. Whether it be a Cash App, PayPal donation, becoming a patron, a channel member, and I'll see you soon. Thanks, comments, merch store, all of that in the comment section. See you next time.
And now, there's no future left.
We fell from town to ancient ground, where giants walked where streets don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves are black, and something's always watching back. Claws not teeth, not jaws to scale, but something called to run our trail. A mask of a breath, no words, no cry, just chasing, walking, and you die. Primal. No God, no rules, just dance the dirt. Primal. The jungle breathes and makes it hurt. No scream can reach the stars we knew. He's behind you now and coming through. Primal. Still in silence, liquid rush. Primal.
killers. We're one of who escaped with us. And now, there's no future left.
We fell through time to ancient ground, where giants walked where streets don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves turn black, and something's always watching back. Claws that teeth, the jaws the scale, but something called